classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Aloha kakayaka kako. Good morning, everyone out there. Beautiful, beautiful morning here on the North Shore of Oahu. We are looking right now at Pipeline, where we're beginning our backdoor shootout today. And welcome to the Backdoor Shootout 2023. I'm Isaiah Walker, aloha, and Ezra Rodriguez. So, Ezra, what do you think about the event today and the surf?
Day 2 of competition. Thank you to all the helping hands that are involved in this event. We are looking for good waves. So today we are on, after the big Wednesday, we are on here. And let's go, gang. 2023, we got the main event. We got teams like Hui Wax, Team Japan, Quicksilver, Volcom, Snap 5. And we got new teams this year like New Earth Project. We got Team Peru back in the house, Team Tubos, and another one, Pipeline Hammers, led up by Jamie O'Brien. So, we got some new stuff this year as well. 8 teams total, and they're going to be surfing for the Covenant title of the Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, so if you aren't familiar with the format of the Backdoor Shootout, it's pretty different from most events where we run teams, and there's going to be 5 surfers, athletes, and some of the teams have a mix of men and women on their teams. But with those 5 contenders out there, they're not surfing against each other. They're just surfing to create the highest team score. We also have an individual score that will be tallied toward the end. So there'll be an individual winner and a team winner at this event.
Yeah, and Team Tubos currently in the water as we got a paddler up and riding. I believe that's Joaquin. And quick up and down for this brother.
Yeah, the Team Peru killed it last year.
Oh, man, they had dark green, brown, brackish, huge pipeline and backdoor, and these guys are set to charge.
Yeah, most definitely. Really excited to see what they can do this year, because last year they definitely put on a show. I remember there was one heat last year that seemed like the ocean just turned on.
They didn't even get a break.
Non-stop.
There was not even, yards between waves. These guys just kept going and going, and what a great team to be in the water when it's pumping like that.
What's kind of cool to see is look how glassy it is right now. You can see right through the water. We can check a replay of that last one. Steep drop, got a little bit of that backwash. One thing about Pipeline, it can, especially in the mornings, it has that little bit of backwash. So it adds a little challenge to it, and I think that's what contributed to that drop right there and not being able to get under the lip, pull into the barrel. You see a lot of sand out there, too.
Plenty sand. It definitely changed from the other when we went on Monday. We also, on Monday, the day opener of the Backdoor Shootout 2023, we ran the stand-up paddle, and we also ran the longboard, the infamous longboard division. And, we're going to get you guys results for that come Sunday. But currently in the water, we have Team Tubos, Gabriel Villarin, Joaquin Del Castillo, Alonso Correa, Alvaro Malpartida, and Martin Jerry, and Kalani Rivero.
Kalani Rivero, huh?
Local boy, yeah?
Jumping in.
Good stuff. This guy's frothing. You know, those young men at that age, they're just ready. You know what I mean? He's been putting in his time out here every winter.
Yeah, another thing that makes the Backdoor Shootout unique is that you won't see surfers in jerseys, colored shirts.
Nope.
So kind of cool that it's more of a
Mm-hmm.
feel of camaraderie and teamwork. But sometimes it makes it a little challenging
Yep.
identifying the riders.
Yep. I mean, there's definitely that competitive vibe in this team format, but that's what makes this contest so unique. You know, these guys are surfing in there's 8 teams, and there are, you know, either with their clothing sponsor, their eyewear sponsor, but mostly, you know, a New Earth project. They're all in this, and they're all going for the Covenant title. So they're surfing in a team format situation where they know all these people and for the 25 minutes, and they're just trying to capitalize and get their best waves in that situation. So
Right, and I think this year we're running. Usually we would have 4 surfers in the water at a time,
mhm.
but we're running 5 this year. It was
Yeah.
kind of cool. I don't know if you noticed that, but when they were doing that drone shot of the beach,
Look at that sand there.
yeah, you can see so many of the caves that we talked about
Yeah.
on day one have filled up with sand. Here we go, rider up under the curtain, tries to get some speed.
Beautiful.
Let's see if he can come out.
Ooh.
Not quite.
Oh, not quite, but good second ride. I believe that was Joaquin del Castillo again. Hard charger.
Here we go. Another paddler stands up. Oh, airdrop under the lip. See if the surfer can come out.
Ooh, so there's some really good ones coming in. As the surfer before, whew, that was a really eye opener if he came popping out Houdini out of that one.
Yeah, and what I also love about this event is because it's not like an elimination event,
Mm-hmm.
you're not so worried about getting low scores. You know, when you're in a normal event, it's kind of like, oh, I'm losing. All I need is a 1.5 or 2 point
Yeah,
whatever, and so you're not pushing it on every wave. And so with these surfers, you can see they're trying to get as deep as possible. So I think what it
yeah,
does, it really pushes them to like they know that they're trying to get the biggest score, and so they're sending it on
yeah.
every wave.
And that's good. That's why this thing is designed that way. So they do send it on every wave. You get more performance and elevation of these pipe surfers. So, whew, that last wave blew its guts out as we got a misty Ehukai morning. Team Peru in the lineup for you, and none of this could happen without our amazing sponsors, Keiki Bungalows, Monster Energy, White Claw, Kona Brewing, Sinaloa, Tortilla Chips.
Tortilla.
Oh, so good. And Two Thumbs Tattoo. Mahalo to Aloha Salads and Reason Scene Co. making the killer Dahui eyewear. And Haliva Juice. Mahalo, mahalo. And thank you to Salt and Air Studios bringing us beautiful live action as that surfer was way too deep in the belly of the beast of Pipeline.
The surfer didn't come out, but the spit did, and I don't know if you saw, it was a little mist of rainbow that
Yes, I love that.
appeared out of the barrel. So beautiful day today here in Hawaii. It's actually a little chilly. I know people on the continental U.S. and elsewhere where it's really cold right now kind of chuckle at us saying it's a little chilly, but for
Yeah.
Hawaii, it's kind of cold this morning.
Yeah, it definitely is. I got my jacket on, and we got Rocky Cannon running the live mic over there with Ivy Foster, and out there in the yellow helmet, waiting for a beautiful wave. I believe that is possibly Alvaro.
Right
He
on.
was injured last year, and he made a full comeback. I got to talk to him on the opening day, and he is ready to go. Hard charger, this guy Alvaro. Also out there is Martin Jerry and Kalani Rivero as an alternate. So some of these teams will rotate throughout the next 2 days of competition. And whoo, beautiful drone shot there, Isaiah.
Oh, gorgeous. Looking back into, the mountains here on the beach at Pipeline or Eukai, and just getting the sunrise in your view there. So you can see it's glassy, which means we have really light winds, probably from the south-southeast, which is not your typical trades, but
Gotcha.
it does groom the ocean pretty nicely, and it's more straight offshore than side offshore. Our trade winds blow from the east northeast, and it's usually a little bit from the side. We can see this morning it's got a real kind of groomed texture, but you can also see that backwash, right? So we'll see how the surfers are able to navigate that backwash and these steep drops and
Yeah, as
this beautiful morning.
we got some pipe waves approaching. We also, right before we got started, the swell direction was pushing towards backdoor too. Some gnarly ones at backdoor.
Here comes some sets. Look at these bombs in the
Oh,
horizon.
here we go. Surfers get in position. You are currently watching Team Tubos.
Yep, and you know we have a dying swell and a rising swell. So there's a new swell filling in and the old one going down. So the old swell has a bit more north in it. You can see how it's kind of coming from the north angle. That makes it a little challenging. Sometimes it closes out on this inside section. Or those are the good ones for going backdoor too. Usually there's a little bit of north in it. The rights light up a bit. But we also have a rising swell that has more west in it. And so throughout the day, we'll kind of see some changes to the surf, and hopefully it'll be on the rise throughout much of the day. And that swell also, the new swell will stick around for tomorrow. So we expect to have a full day of competition today and probably tomorrow as well.
Oh, beautiful conditions as waves are approaching our surfers. So there will be changes throughout the day with some of these surfers within their team heats as they rotate. And they've been surfing some real heavy waves since Wednesday. So hopefully nobody's turning in any injuries lately because the waves were definitely dangerous the last few days. And if you guys are joining us and you guys are headed out, make sure you guys pack accordingly. And when you guys are coming out to the North Shore, make sure you guys are being respectful because the locals on the North Shore have been dealing with a lot of traffic. There's a lot going on this season, so good vibes only, Gangi. Good vibes only. As we got a couple guys taking a look, as this one's just going to stretch and flap on the foam on the inside. We got teams coming up like Team Japan, where they got a group of brothers. We have a few teams this year that have this brother legacy, like the Rothman brothers, Koa Rothman, Makuakai Rothman, Seth and Josh Moniz, also Daiki Matsunaga and Kenshin Matsunaga. And last year, what really sticks out in my brain, Daiki Matsunaga went on some really big beasts last year and came out.
No, it's cool how surfing does seem to have like a family legacy to it, and especially when you get multiple generations of surfers. We've seen that, of course, like with Michael Ho and Coco Ho and of course Derek and Mason and the family. So it's kind of cool to see when it's a family ordeal, and that's how it is with the Hui, Ohe, and Nalu and the backdoor shootout. A lot of it has real family vibe.
Family legacies, yeah.
For sure. Yeah, on day one of the backdoor shootout, I mean, there were some great waves, but as you said, we had a few injuries, and so we're grateful that seems like they're on the mend. We had Bullet Obra, who put a puka in his head. Puka is a Hawaiian word for like a hole. Hit the reef.
Hope you're doing well, Bullet. Know you're watching. Aloha, brother.
And also we had Makamai de Soto, who
heavy compression in the barrel.
I don't know exactly what happened with him, but hopefully
I'm hoping for you the best too, Makamai, if you're out there watching. I know you guys are probably still recovering, but Godspeed as we got Hawaiian Water Patrol and the camera crew out there.
No, Pipeline Hammers. It's hard to say hammers.
Yeah, I mean? It's written that way.
It's spelled hammers, but in Hawaii, you got to be on hammer. You know what I mean?
That's straight hammers right here.
Mama Jamma hammer.
Yeah. And these guys, the Pipeline Hammers, they really put together a great crew, JOB.
I know.
Mr. Jamie O'Brien, he picked a great pick with Makai McNamara, son of
Liam.
Yeah, Liam, and brother of Landon that was doing some hard charging on Wednesday when the Eddie was called off. Also, legendary Ivan Florence, big-time entertainer along with his bro, Nathan Florence, and then their buddy that they grew up with and really great surfer, Kieran Jabber.
So. Yeah, Kieran Jabber. Now, interesting, last year they had a team Florence, and it was mostly, the Florence brothers, and
Yeah, John, where are you at?
Yeah, not sure, but Ivan was killing it last year, and
Big time.
yeah. So even at the Pipe Masters this year, so um, it's kind of cool to see both Nate and Ivan with Jamie O'Brien and Makai McNamara and Kieran Jabor. So that's a pretty smoking team. All these teams look incredible. I mean, the New Earth Project, of course.
Yeah,
Peter
heavy
King
hitters.
has been involved
Yeah.
with the New Earth Project and pulled together Kelly Slater, Carissa Moore.
Backdoor.
Oh, oh,
Here we
go, go,
go.
go.
Beautiful.
Come on, come
Oh,
on. So close.
the thing dropped out on him and sucked over one more time as it took him down.
See see who's so close to coming out. He traveled in now, and that was cool to see a backdoor wave. That was the first backdoor wave of this event so far. Well, for today, and
Yeah, it opened up too.
check out this replay, Ezra.
Dropped out on him. Nice line he went, and right about there, the thing just bottomed out on him. Ooh, looks like he's got a cut or a piece of tape on his right foot with his leash. Yeah, he has a hurt foot, and he's just charging right into the shallow reef of backdoor.
Oh,
So this guy is probably hard charging yesterday.
I don't know. Is that Kalani Rivera? I apologize if we're not identifying the surfers quite yet. It's
I
still
was
early in the
going to
morning.
holler out Gabriel Villarin. I'm not too sure if he chooses to wear the helmet or Kalani Riviero. So I just had to double check that as Hawaiian Water Patrol is going out.
Right, so we have 15 minutes left in this heat, and then we'll move on to our next heat after that. But right now in the water, we've got Alvaro Partida, Alonso Correa, Kalani Rivero, Joaquin de Castillo, and Gabriel Villaran. So, Peru. Have you ever been down South America?
I haven't got to go
No.
to Peru, but I mean, whew. I
Big
got to
waves
surf
down
with a
there.
bunch of their legends, and these guys, they're no joke. There is big waves
Yeah.
these guys charge.
Actually, what's interesting is Peru has been part of the surfing world for quite a while, and it's kind of interesting because it's we always think of Hawaii, like in the early days, especially Hawaii, and then eventually Australia and California as Dukanemoku uh, is in the early 1900s is popularizing
Yeah.
surfing throughout the world, and it becomes kind of a big thing in Hawaii and in those places like Australia and the United States. But Peru also becomes a site where there's some of the early surf competitions, the like professional events, and were taking place down there. So cold water and lots of mana in the waves down in South America, Peru and Chile and these places. So
Have you traveled up that way?
I've traveled a bit, but I haven't spent much time down in South America. No.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Whew, beautiful waves on offer as the conditions couldn't get any better. So let's just keep it this way. Hopefully everything just clicks and connects with this new swell. So our surfers, I mean, I didn't get word, but hopefully they get 2 to 3, definitely 2 times today they'll be surfing, but hopefully they'll get a third surf in, as this event is one of the only events internationally that some of the surfers get to surf 4 to 5 times, sometimes 6 times, pending.
Stalling. Unfortunately, not as deep as he wanted to be, but I do appreciate the camaraderie. So, like, before he caught that wave, they were all looking
Yeah,
at each other. They were
exactly.
like, whose turn is it?
Yeah.
Who wants this one?
Yeah, you won't find that all the time in team events, in surfing, someone always wants to up the ante.
Cool. Got the water angles here. Larry Haynes probably on the back of the ski. It amazes me how these water guys, camera guys, can stay in the water all day. I'd be
Oh, I know.
turn into a prune.
For sure, with their wetsuit. Beautiful
Installing.
grab. It just wasn't the biggest pipe wave. It wasn't going to throat over. As you can see, it's hitting some tide right there.
That's still a beautiful angle.
Still a great wave to take off on. I would take off on that thing as he kicks out consistently. It's probably not going to go into his top 2 rides as he's,
Yeah, by the end, yeah.
because there's going to be a lot of heavy action. And you know what? People, let's hope we just don't see 10s today. Let's hope we see some 12s.
12s. That's another cool thing about this event. 10 is not enough.
Yeah, 10 is not enough. You got an extra 2 points of amazement, jaw dropping, slowing down in the beast of the barrel. As we got beautiful pipe just unloading all the way across.
Oh. Yeah,
beautiful vision.
that may be more towards off the wall because where competitors aren't in the shot, but yeah, still beautiful to watch over there.
Oh yeah, you're right. But there is some crazy guys in generations that have sat so deep, like Wakita Senior out there sits really deep, and a guy during the Pipeline Posse Wolfpack days, Randall Paulson used to sit real deep up in that corner too, and they get some crazy waves of the winter up that way.
Yeah, and that, I mean, and you're kind of taking a gamble with that because we're
Yep.
taking off that deep. It's not as likely of like making it out of those
Oh, yeah,
barrels.
yeah.
So
And the new crowds that have, gone out, I mean, are they even looking for those guys super deep? Come on. Gotta look.
yeah, definitely kind of cool to see all the sand that's filled up on the reef right where they're taking off, and sometimes though that can create the wave to kind of not have as much of a channel or shoulder.
Yep. And it also can make it dangerous, real neck breaking on the inside. When Pipeline turns into that real sandbar, tight bottom. Oh, he's taking a look over the ledge. And yeah, Team Tubos out in the water. Gabriel Villarin, Joaquin Del Castillo, Alonso Correa, Alvaro Malpartida, and Martin Jerry and Kalani Rivero.
Yeah, there you go. The drone shot of the event and at the Volcom house. Call it Volcom A and B. And
The proving
it's
grounds.
right there.
All the boys are watching. And they got houses packed with talented guys coming up in Team Volcom. You got Pipe Master Balaram Stack, Noah Dean, Makana Pang, Kainehe Hunt, and Jake Maki and Mikey Red. So they'll be coming up next, Team Volcom at the Proving Grounds.
Oh, I'm stoked. Jake Maki got a spot in here. Kainehe too. Makana Pang is some of the younger guys. So
I think they're going to rotate, but super stoked on this crew.
And Balaram, always a powerhouse here at Pipe. Recently taking out the Pipe Masters. So awesome.
Yeah, super talented. The guy can do all kinds of stuff on his surfboard, not just charge. He's also a full-on waterman where he does skin diving as well. This guy knows how to go down to the depths and catch big game. Ooh, out the back, leaning over on a little pipe cone, spits its guts out on the inside. Whew, this team format is unreal, as we're going to see some amazing teams like Quicksilver Snap 5, New Earth Project, and Pipeline Hamas. Some new teams added to the roster this year.
Oh, I'm stoked with Snap 5 to see Clay Marzo joining us at the Backdoor Shootout.
Oh, that's right. You were telling me about that first day. Yes, that is an awesome ad.
Yeah, I
As
mean,
he's a definite entertainer.
Teams are
Stacked.
amazing. Like Snap 5, got Mason Ho, Seth Moniz, Josh Moniz, Benji.
The champ from last year,
Yeah.
Mason Hall.
Benji put on an amazing show last year too. I mean, all these guys did.
Kala Grace got the 12, and let's talk about Dahui Wax. Dahui Wax, the best wax. Go check them out. DahuiWax.com. You guys can order online today, along with DefendHawaii.com to get this killer Dahui hats and Dahui shirts and hoodies from the Backdoor Shootout 2023. So yeah.
Oh, cool too. Emil Zarmak from Tahiti.
Yep, on the Dahui Wax.
In that team too. Man, that guy's a charger.
Big
Put in
time.
a lot of amazing clips of him at Chopo. So it'll be super cool to watch him at Pipe.
And 3-time world big wave champion Billy Kemper.
He's scored another one on Wednesday. I don't know
Huh?
if you saw that one at Jaws.
At Jaws, yeah. And then I seen
So
him
sick.
send his nephew the Roberson legacy. That's amazing. You know what I mean?
Here we go. Rider up, stalling, weaving through this one. Nice. Not the biggest wave, but
Not
nonetheless.
the biggest
also
wave, but
good
why
ride.
let it go? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like totally a full on.
5 guys out at
Yeah.
4 to 6 foot pipe.
I mean, it's so awesome, but it can add so much anxiety with the crowd on the beach, you know? Everybody wants to just get the pipe scud missile or the sneaky backdoor. So, yeah, what a great event. These guys should surf 2 to 3 times today. And we are moving into a killer forecast tomorrow as well.
There he goes. Stalls right off the bat, then gets his speed, pumps a little. Could see his board most of the time, but still a great way to start your day off.
Beautiful. He even had a cutback section right there. I was eyeballing. Yeah, so these guys putting in their time every year. Always exciting to watch Team Tubos, Peru. Thank you to Monster Energy. It's made for those who work hard, play hard, unleash the beast with a can of Monster Energy today. And we recently released our Monster Energy Zero. I'm sure you've seen it all over. And you guys go try it out. Nothing but good things. Thank you to Andrea, Keala, and Loa for always being here and there for Huio He'enalu. And don't forget to go to huiohe'enalu.org. Founded in 1975. Go check them out, where some of the proceeds of the Backdoor Shootout apparel go to their nonprofit organization helping cultural values here in Hawaii, like canoe paddling, surfing for our youth, and etc. So go check them out.
Yeah, so the Hui He'enalu is a little different from the Hui, the brand, right?
Yes, yes.
I mean, similar in the sense that the same group of guys were involved. But the Hui He'enalu is the full name of the club. So you'll see different wear in the club wear. The Hui He'enalu is a little more exclusive wear, not but
Yep, you cannot
you can't really
get it.
purchase.
Yeah. And everybody wants it, but
Right.
you can't have it.
And so started in 1976 on the North Shore.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, actually. That's where my book project began, actually.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so I was
Waves of Resistance.
yeah, so I grew up on the Big Island in Hilo, and there was always this kind of aura and kind of mystique to these guys who wore the black shorts with the yellow and red stripe on the side and the petroglyph logo. And I remember once my uncle Bobby Kaili was living up here on the North Shore, and then he we came back home to surf in Hilo, and he had a sticker on his board. And then he sold the board, and before he could sell it, he go, "Oh, bro, try to give me that thing back." And he peeled off the sticker.
Yeah.
It's like, "Oh, cannot leave this sticker on that board." So, I mean, it just sort of, and as a young kid, kind of like, what is this, And so it kind of intrigued me. And then, of course, the movie North Shore.
Yes.
Seen that one?
With Uncle Leonard Drago and all the guys in the club. I think you got even Uncle Byron.
Yeah,
Almona in the background right there, too, at the sunset scene.
Even David Stant's dad, Uncle Kavika, is in the movie as the pig farmer who makes the pig jerky.
Love that. The Stant legacy. Unreal.
So then as a kid, I was always intrigued and a little, there's a little bit of kind of like mystique, but also a little bit of intimidation that you sort of feel to it. So when I came up to, after I graduated from high school, I went to BYU Hawaii, where I currently work at BYU Hawaii. But I was a freshman. I was surfing on the North Shore and going to school, and I met this guy named Imbert Soren. And Imbert, is no longer with us, but he was one of the original founders of the Hui He'enalu, and he worked at the school. So I was just kind of like, oh, wow, like, I want to do a project where it's a senior history project where I wanted to kind of explore more what was going on when in the 70s, 1970s, and so I interviewed him. But let's take a look at this bomb. Bottom turn under the curtain.
Knifed it, as you can see his streak as it's going to become an unfinished wave, but great takeoff. You never know until you go. These guys are all pipe specialists.
Hawaiian Water Patrol taking care out there. Yeah,
Always.
so when it was basically for a history class that I was in, and I was writing a paper, a history paper, and it was a research project.
Wow, look at this
Look
one.
at this
Isaiah.
one. Woo,
Beautiful.
nice line.
Nice line he took right up into the thing, and that wave will not offer him an exit as it was clamping down at the end.
As I was saying earlier about the north angle, you get those ones that have more north in it. It doesn't have as clear of an exit.
Yeah.
But gotta go anyway, right?
Oh, yeah. Look at that one. I mean, that one was like a under the lip pocket snap kind of pocket ride out of it, but what a beautiful wave. And you're right. You know, like when I was growing up in the 80s around all the Hui He'enalu and stuff, you're right. That sticker, they would peel it off. I remember Uncle Leonard Drago too. Hey, wait, I got to take the stickers off first. I mean, you know, and then teams years after that, like, you know, like Quicksilver and, you know, tried to keep the stickers like real, like, okay, only for the team guys, don't let them leak, you know. So there was some of that back in the day.
So I started with Uncle Imbert at these interviews, and it just really fascinated me that mainly the version that I had been exposed to of the story of the Hui through the media and through, you know, newspapers writing about them as, you know, like thugs and so forth. When I interviewed Uncle Imbert, I got a very different perspective and a very different insight to where it wasn't just about mindless aggression. It was very purposeful. Like, it was like, no, we're doing this to preserve the surf for our community and for our keiki and for our families, because they felt like, oh, this is just kind of being overrun. Here's a replay. Oh, this is a recap, I think, of the heat. That was one of the first waves of the session. Here's another one. Pulling into this barrel. Kind of challenging coming out of the barrels this morning, but they're going for it.
They didn't get the exits that they wanted, but definitely killer pipe waves they pulled up into as this backdoor one dropped out on the sky.
Almost made it. Here's one makeable one where they didn't get as deep as wanted to, but nonetheless a beautiful
medium beauty that one was.
So that was the end to heat number 1 with Team Peru and the Super Tube Riders. We'll be back with heat number 2. Stay with us.
Team Volcom coming up next. Right on, guys. Stay tuned, and we'll see you soon. Oh, it's going off in there. How do you guys want to switch? Huh? Wait, 25 minutes? It's up to you.
I feel like I want to finish that.
Okay. Yeah. You got it. Easy breezy, brother.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the 60-foot base
the classic, yeah? Welcome back.
All right. Aloha and good morning, gang. We're back for heat number 2, the 2023 Backdoor Shootout. I'm Isaiah Walker, and Ezra Rodriguez is on rotation, but we got brother Kainoa McGee with us, and we're so stoked to have you here because usually you're surfing in the water, even in this event.
Trying to, as much as possible.
Bro, you was killing it. Longboard and stand-up.
Trying. First year I got to do both, so I was happy about that. You know, unfortunately, the waves weren't as consistent as we wanted. There were some good waves coming in, but it was super fun. It's always good being out at Pipe with another 4 or 5 guys out there. You know, as well as having it to ourselves, and that's the one thing I like about this contest as compared to many other contests. Like, this is a kind of contest, even though, you know, there's paddle battles and all of that stuff, you know, everybody's still cheering for each other, even in the heat, you know, like I'd rather not see a wave go wasted, and especially with the longboard and sup guys, when we're out there, we don't have many opportunities. Pretty much the backdoor shootout every year is our only opportunity to go up, to be out there in a heat format. And so that's usually when, that's why, actually not when, but why everybody just goes as crazy as possible. Like, they're like, screw that, we don't have this place to ourselves this often like this, so we're going all in. And, you know, the likelihood of guys just charging on waves, which you wouldn't normally see, is very high.
So Ezra and I were doing the, you know, day one when you're in your heat and so forth, and we noticed that there were a couple of injuries. And were you in one of the heats where those injuries took place?
I was actually in both heats where they both took
That's
place.
what I thought. Could you tell us a little more what happened?
Yeah, so what happened is with Bullet Obra, for people who weren't tuning in, he ended up getting a fractured skull and a fractured cheekbone. What the doctors are calling a mild concussion, but I think it was probably a little more than mild, at least medium. At best case scenario, worst case, probably a little more. I had an opportunity to speak with him like the next day. I think it was the day or two after he gave me a call. And so what happened in our heat is the set came in and it was a double up that I wanted to go on, but he had inside position on me. He was further back and on the inside and looked like he was in a better position. Well, I got to stop that drone shot. Look at how beautiful and clean the water is. We do drone shots every year at every contest, but for some reason this morning, the way the conditions are, it's just oily. And look at how you can see the sand and the reef. Here we go. We got a rider up and going here, back door, pulled in, backside, goofy footer. Let's see, that's Team Volcom we have. This is heat number 2. That could possibly have been...
I think it was Makana.
Makana paying out. Here we go. Oh, this looks like a nice little inside.
Pumping.
Oh, too easy.
Sir.
They cut back Kainehe Hunt. Oh, I believe 6'6" or 6'7" of him right there from Kauai.
So that wave was taller than you think.
Yeah, way taller if he was standing straight up in it. Oh, I believe that was Mikey Red. Actually, we call him Mikey Red, but his last name is actually O'Shaughnessy.
Right.
Yeah.
From Hilo.
Yeah, Hilo boy. I've been on Oahu for years now. Definitely one of the standouts at Pipeline. Ballaram Stack. Oh, that's our, I believe, the Vans Pipeline winner.
Yeah.
Right? Bell Stack for that last Pipeline event, the invitational that they had. So let's
So
see.
there's Ballaram, Noah Dean, Makanapang, Kainehe Hunt, Jake Maki, Mikey Red, but there's only 5 at a time.
Right.
So that's their full team.
That's the full team. So looks like Jake Maki is probably, Jake Maki or Noah Dean is the odd man out right now.
Okay.
So this year at the Hui, the Backdoor Shootout, a lot of firsts going on. We have our first co-ed teams. So we have Carissa Moore out there with a new Earth project, and then the Hui Wax team. We got Moana Wong. So that's super cool because they didn't get a women's team in this year. So I'm stoked that some of the teams stepped up and put the ladies who deserve to be in there
All right,
on their
here's that.
teams. Yep, Makana Pang way behind. And then here we go. Too easy. Kind of just laughing. Like, really? Yeah, this is my life. Big cut back here. Rah! Nice. And here we go. That's Mikey Red with the late takeoff, and then Bal coming up with even the later takeoff.
I might have been Noah Dean if I look on this, but we'll see. We'll see.
Is Makana regular foot? I can't remember.
Makana's goofy foot.
Oh, he's goofy.
But Jake
so
Maki's
right.
goofy foot too, and they're both young.
Yeah, little young Chargers. Yeah, so sorry. Getting back to my story, a little bit distracted there. So what happens is Bullet Obra had an inside position on me, and I was like, okay, so I'm not going to try and go. He's already got position, so I let him go. And then I thought it was going to be like a perfect spitting, like sick little wave. And then I caught the wave after, and when I popped up from my wave, I saw his paddle floating. It was probably about like 10 feet from me, so I went and paddled over to grab his paddle and paddle it out. And then I looked at him and I seen blood like racing down his head. I was like, whoa, what the heck? So I started yelling for the ski. But, you know, it's Hawaiian Water Patrol. They're the best in the world. They were actually already on their way there. I believe at that time there was Kamalani Ahue on the ski. So Kamalani came racing him over. Check his head, check his head. And then I started paddling over. I had the Bullet's paddle, and he was like, hey, where's my paddle? Where's my paddle? I'm like, I got your paddle. And then I looked at his head. I said, try wipe the blood away. And he wiped it away, and there's literally like a silver dollar size hole in his head.
Oh
like
my gosh.
literally legitimate hole. Like I've been surfing pipeline since I was like 13, 14 years old. And I've seen all kinds of injuries, you know, traveling the world, just all the surfing, whatever, foiling, all kinds of stuff, right? But that's the first time I ever seen anything like that. I'm like, brah, no, you need to go in. And I literally raised my hand like this to show him, you literally have a hole like this in your head. He's like, and he had this perplexed look on him. I told Kamalani, get him on the ski, take him in and call a medic. You know, and then finds out that, you know, I'm not sure how many stitches it took, but it was, yeah, for what the doctors did. And
Just on the side, above his
just
eye.
like
on
like
the forehead.
yeah, right above his right eye on the forehead. And you know, he's like, oh, bro, I'm gonna wear a helmet from now on. But where the injury actually was, the helmet would have even helped, would have been right underneath.
Right on the forehead.
And yeah, so I told him, you gotta wear the face shield, bro. You gotta make ninja kind. And he started laughing. And then the next heat was my longboard heat. And that longboard heat had Makamai de Soto. And so we're in the lineup, and he caught a wave. He paddled out. He's like, hey, bro, how does it? I think I might have ripped my groin. I go, what? Noise? He goes, so I go, what does it feel like? He goes, well, it feels like, you know, like there's a pain there. And he says, it's been tight for the last couple of weeks. I think I might have just tore it. I was like, so he's explaining the symptoms. I'm all, well, hey, up to you. You can go in, or he's like, oh, I'll try to catch another wave. I go, okay, up to you. Just, you know, let me know how it feels after. And then the ski actually started coming over to check on him, and they came on over, you know, and I think to his credit, here we go. Oh, so deep. Oh my goodness. So was that Noah Dean or
no? I think
Jake
that might have been
Markey?
Jake or Makana.
But if that was Makana on the back though, was he wearing a helmet? And no jersey, no helmet, huh? Hard to tell. Let's see.
That's probably Jake.
Yeah, looks like it. But yeah, and so to his credit, you know, surfers or athletes, they're like, nah, walk it off, I'm fine. Catch another wave. To his credit, actually, he went in, and then I was texting with him a couple of days after. So he went in. He ended up going to Queens as well. So that's how bad Bullet's injuries were. They didn't even take him to Kahuku or to Wahiawa. They literally took him all the way straight to Queens, which is our trauma center right here in Hawaii. And so I texted with him the next day. He said, end up that he had a torn abdomen and internal bleeding.
Oh my gosh.
So thank God that he just said, you know what, I'm gonna go in
Call
and
it.
take care of, because internal bleeding is
Yeah.
super gnarly. Like, and if you don't catch anything,
Yeah. It could be fatal.
exactly. And minutes and seconds actually do make a difference with an injury like that. And so yeah, it was a heavy day. And the thing was, even though it's a smaller day, unbelievably enough, the smaller days are when it's actually more dangerous because it's doubling up
Right
on the inside,
shallowest part. Yeah.
the inside of the inside reef, right? Not like on the inside. So this is like 2 to 4, occasional like 4 to 6, possibly 8 on the bigger sets today. So that's breaking still on the inside reef, but closer to the outside of the inside reef, if that makes sense, right? So you see where they're taking off, they're pulling in right where the wave is landing now. That's the shallowest part. And the day that we surfed, that's literally where we were pulling in on the closeouts, is on that shallow reef, which is where all the soup and the foam is on the inside.
Right.
So that's like the shallowest part and, the most dangerous of the conditions when it was like the day that we had it. Plus the swell was kind of crossed up. So, you're trying to, so, that's why I had fun, but I was kind of bummed with my performance because I couldn't really line up any tubes. So I ended up doing turns most of the time. And who the heck goes to the pipeline to do turns? It's not
You had a couple mean ones
point.
too.
It's pipeline. There's a reason why it's called the pipeline. It's supposed to be getting barreled. So that was the only thing I wasn't really happy with.
Well, it seems like in both our Heat 1 and Heat 2, they're struggling to find an exit on the left pipe. Does that have to do with the swell angle, the sandbar, or both? What's your thoughts?
Well, 100% has to do with the angle of the swell. When I was looking on Surfline today, they're saying the degrees of the swell was 313 degrees. So if you look at a circle, right, starts at 0 and goes all the way around to 360 degrees.
Yeah.
So a straight northwest swell is 315 degrees. The degrees this morning was 313. So basically, almost as straight a northwest swell as you could get. More, the prevalent swell that you want to get is worst case scenario a west northwest, which a west swell would be 270 degrees directly. Right, so anything 270 to 280 is actually a lot better for the lefts. But you see the angle of this with the north, it's more angled toward the right, where the wave's kind of running away from us and not coming straight at us.
Yeah,
that's definitely more north in the swell. And the sand, I'm glad you brought that up as well. The sand is actually a good thing when it's like this, when you get a wave that has more west in it. Because what happens is you go off the barrel from the reef when you drop in, and then the tube is actually extended as you go farther into where the sand is, because the sand filled in all the holes, which would make the wave what we call chandelier, or even bend out to sea a little bit more. So having the sandbar on the end of the pipeline peak there is literally what we want, because it extends the wave, extends the barrel. But like I said, with the swell having more north, right, in it than the west, it's a little harder for our surfers who want to go left. So, what happens is with that northwest, when they do find the right one, the left's going to actually be pretty sick if they can, like you said, find an exit. A lot of them, when it's a northwest swell like this, if you're sitting too deep, that's what, we saw from our surfers who went left. They ended up getting too far behind, because at that peak, this is the normal, what you call west peak. And with this north in it, it stands up and makes one big straight wave if you're too deep. Like this, if you look at it again, the angle is pushing away more toward backdoor. But it's this wave actually came in from the left. So it's good. Like the backdoor guys right now are super stoked. They're like, yeehaw.
We're getting hot off the press. I don't know if this is a new award, but the Bungalows Wave of the Shootout. This is
Keiki
just
Bungalows.
announced. Hot off the press. Keiki Bungalows. $5,000 for the best wave of the competition.
Wow.
So that's an added bonus.
Extra 5,000 on top of whatever you win. And even if you don't win, get $5,000, that'll be even better. But the likelihood of the person who's winning the contest catching the best wave would probably be the same guy that gets this. So the rich get richer.
But it depends, right? At the end, when the contest organizers decide if it's the top 3 waves, top 2 waves, top 4 waves, kind of depending on how contestable it is. Here's a wave stalling at backdoor, still in the barrel.
Nice smaller wave on the inside, doubling up. Oh, unfortunately didn't make it. Tried to stick it in there at the end to extend the tube ride. Unfortunately, it ran away. So that's another thing too with these with this weird swell direction and with the sand filling in. Because of the north direction, the swell is actually coming from right to left. When it's a west swell, it's from left to right, coming from Cayena Point over. Here we go.
Replay.
Stalling super hard, gets in there. Oh, that's what happened. So we couldn't see that from the drone angle, but it's kind of almondy, kind of like the day when we surfed it when the longboard and sup were out. And that wave kind of just chandeliered and clipped him right in the head when he was trying to stall to get even deeper.
Now, Jake Maki, actually originally he lived in Kona when he was young and then moved over here to the North Shore with his family. I knew him when he was growing up at Kahuku High School. I used to help coach the Kahuku surf team. I spent time coaching at Kamehameha's surf team as well, but it was cool to see. I mean, he was one of those guys that was a little guy, and then all of a sudden he just shot up. Now he's like this tall kid, and so it's cool to see him here in this event. We saw him surfing Waimea the other day on Wednesday, charging. So kid is fearless.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the benefit of the younger kids growing up now, where a lot of the big wave riding back in the day, like, were mostly done by the uncles, right? They had the bigger boards, and everybody else had the kind of smaller boards. They had some bigger kids, younger kids out there as well, but not as much today. Like, you see people making a living riding big waves. So the kids nowadays, they're so well-rounded that not only do they surf good in small waves, good in barreling waves, but they have more confidence now. And I think with the technology and the shapes and boards that are available now, it gives even the younger guys and older guys like myself confidence when you go out there in the big waves. And when they start from a younger age, it's just like another step. It's just, something that you do because that's what you do.
Right. So I call him, it's kind of difficult to tell who is who since we're not running jerseys, and Makana and Jake kind of look similar with backside, going right backside and goofy footers. So anyway, but they're both in this heat. They're both great young athletes that are doing amazing things for sure. Another thing to your point, Kainoa, it's also the safety measures these days are much different and much improved from, when we were younger. Guys would surf, in the 70s with not even a leash on. Nowadays we have inflatable vests and water safety with the skis, and it seems like that would also help increase the confidence of the young ones as they're out in the big surf.
Absolutely. That's a great call, Isaiah, because having the jet skis in the water is a night and day difference. I know I love it. Whenever I need it, I'm definitely calling for it or looking for it. And it's when you're out there knowing that they're around, like, even if something goes wrong, like, they got your back, especially in competition on days like this. We have the best in the world. We got Hawaiian Water Patrol, right there. We got Pomai Ho'opili, who competed with me in the longboard and subdivisions as well. But as you can see, with most of our Hawaiian Water Patrol guys, they're all Hawaiian watermen, right? They fish, they hunt, whether it's in the mountain or in the ocean. Boats, boards, whatever, wave riding vehicles they can get on, most of them do. And so everybody's multifaceted. And that's why I think when I grew up, I was literally just a boogie boarder, right? Just a bodyboarder.
Bro, you weren't just a bodyboarder. You was the man. You was the man. But the drop knee at pipe, you kind of, I think you kind of set that. I know that, like, Jack the Ripper was sort of, I don't know if you knew him or he was inspiring to you, but when I think of drop knee at pipe in the early days, I think of Jack the Ripper, then I think of Kainoa Magi.
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate it. But yeah, so, there's there's a big difference. Jack was the first guy out there, jack stands.
Jack Stan. That's what we used to call him.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be called, right? And along the way, it got changed. And so I'm trying to help with a movement to change that and give him the props that he deserves. It's Jack stance, right? And the thing with Jack is, he grabbed his rail when he surfed because his back foot was basically on the top of his board, where with my style of riding, my back foot would be hanging off the board and act more like a rudder and help me to control it. So it was the same style, just different techniques, right? And then I had this just ridiculous, crazy bottom turn, right? Where he just like literally sit on the back 1 inch square of his tail and do this craziest bottom turn. And like I said, without your foot in the water, that's really hard to do. And that's why he was the only one doing it. He was the originator, not just as Pipeline, but in general. And it was, super awesome to watch, but that wasn't my style. So I always wanted to be the guy that went out there. But here we go. This is our next heat coming up. Yeah, this is the a New Earth project. We got Kelly Slater, Carissa Moore, Cole Smith, Kailene, Matahi Drole coming up.
Wow,
what a terrible team. It sucked.
Terrible.
Could they have gotten worse riders, really? Oh my gosh. Like
Peter King stacking it, huh?
Bro, whatever. It's PK. I see how it is. But yeah, I mean, that team coming up, with the waves that are on draft here for our surfers are going to definitely make the most of it. Matahi Drole from Tahiti last year really stepped up and, was already making a name for himself. But after next year, I think last year was literally the year of Matahi. Here we go up and riding. This is Makana Pang.
Makana, yep.
See,
there it is.
He made that. Yes. I was just going to see, you could tell when he took off, there's a whole bunch of ribs on the wave.
Yeah.
So you could see, he wasn't even able to pump. He was just trying to hold the line. Here we go. 2 riders taking off. Super deep at backdoor. Hunt.
Oh,
come on.
Go.
Please. Oh.
Almost doggy doored it.
Gosh, that was
heavy.
Dude, that was like an 8-foot double up on inside first reef.
And remember, that guy's like 9 feet tall. So.
Exactly. Wow. That was awesome. I mean, glad to see him charging, because he's from Kauai, when he comes here, he makes the most of it. And, you can see right there, he made a post the other day, this is my life, living the dream. Got the Volcom house right there. Here we go up and right. This is Bal. Bal around stack. Oh! So Bal is one of my favorite competitors here at Pipeline, especially during the backdoor shootout, because Bal, he turned around so late, still charging, close out everything, still going. And he's the type of guy, everybody wants to win the big money and wants to get first place and get the notoriety and all of that. But Bal is a guy after my own heart. If there's a good wave coming in, even though it's not a 10 or a 12, he'll go.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get barreled, on a regular day. There's going to be 20 guys pounding for the one wave. But Bal always turns around, always is the guy out there having the most fun, getting the most barrels. I mean, his 2 waves so far have been, one, he had to 10-point dive off of it, and then the second one just closed out on him. But, he's going to charge. And if you've ever seen Bal in, live, he's not really big in stature. He's not a big dude, but the guy charges. He got a huge heart and big huevos.
As Rocky Cannon calls him, ball stack.
Ball stack. Perfect. Perfectly named.
Looks like they're winding down this heat, and so we'll see how much, if there's any more waves in the horizon for this heat for Team Volcom.
Here we go. We got the replay. Makana Pang. See, the board's just chattering off the bottom. Look, comes out so easy. But even as he was coming out, there's still so much ribs on it. He couldn't even get the line he wanted. Oh, jeez. And then his bow. Oh, that was so late. So late, like I said, but still try. Here's Kaine, that backdoor wave. Look at that.
Traveling.
Oh. If that thing would open up a little more, it looks like he was thinking of doggy dooring it, and he was like, nope. Those lips aren't friendly to boards when they land on your boards. You usually come up with you go in with a board and you come out with pieces of a board.
Boards.
So it's a better call to pull in. A lot of times when you pull in that deep, what happens is the wave kind of separates underneath you, like
Yeah.
literally the sea falls out beneath you. But if you get lucky, you fall through the hole and then pop out the back, you know,
Right.
and then, of course, on the other side of that coin, you get
wave.
unlucky and it's just straight
on
to
the
the
reef.
reef. Yeah. And so actually that's what Bullet Obra said happened to him on his wave. Is he said, bro, everything just went out. Oh, and also I forgot, when I was telling him everything that happened, he didn't remember any of it.
Oh.
He said, the only thing I remember is getting on the ski.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it definitely had a concussion. I think it was more medium than mild. That's in my non-expert opinion, just from what I've witnessed, or what I witnessed in the water and what I've witnessed in the past with people who've had concussions. My daughter had a concussion in high school, and those things are no fun.
No. Yeah. So, man, that was a flurry of waves. Maybe it's a good sign the waves are getting better.
Yeah, the buoys this morning, according to the Surfline report, looked definitely bigger than they have been in the past few days. Or I shouldn't say the past few days because it was bombing. Let me take that back. Let's just say from yesterday, right? So now we're looking at about 6 feet 19 seconds, which bodes really well. And like I said, it was 313 degrees today, so it's basically a straight northwest. And again, like you can see all that sand, just buried back there. So you can see all that sand. And as you can see with the direction we have, like I said, having the sand there is a good thing. But the next drone shot will, look at this one. This is one of the bigger waves for sure. Here's Bao up and riding. Again, oh my gosh, are you kidding me, Bao? Just like no fear, right? Just charging. He's like, like I said, I'm out here with 4 other guys. I'm going. Like this never happens. It happens once a year.
But you can see that one just has no exit.
Well,
just
and that's that north
away.
that comes in. So what happens is you take off on what would normally be the west or north or west northwest peak. Oh, here's something. And this is the kind. If this was more consistent, they would actually be able to sit out there and take off and then roll in and then pump, and then actually make that end bowl. But if you get in late, the wave's already too fast and it's gone. So this looks like the heat replay.
Yep. So so we have Kainehe Hunt, who went backdoor mostly in this heat, and that one he made out. Nice cutback on the exit.
I believe that's his HIC Kerry Takora board.
This one is Jake Maki stalling. And then
right here, a little chandelier right in the head. So frustrating, especially like a little wave like that. You're trying to do look at
Brotherhood.
The boys hating life right now. So terrible. Here we go, up and riding Makana Pang, by far the best wave of the heat. Not only because he made the wave, but because he was really deep. I didn't think he was going to make it because of all the board chatter.
Jake going over the fall.
Jake Maki, Bao charging right behind. Look at that.
So wide open.
Beautiful. But see, if they were a little bit over, you saw how that wave was a little more makeable. And here's Kainehe, dude. That wave is so heavy.
All right, stay with us. We'll be back for the next heat of Earth Project.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. Latest 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
there were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this, it's just like a typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Alrighty, aloha kakayaka gangi. Welcome to the 2023 Hui Backdoor Shootout. You got myself, Kainoa McGee, joining us again out of his rotation back in, tagging back in. We got Ezra Rodriguez, and we got in the water a New Earth project. Kelly Slater, nobody knows that guy. Carissa Moore, she's pretty good. Cole Smith, whatever. Kylie, yep, I don't know who that is. And then Matahi Drole. As you can see, it's quite the stacked heat. But what's good about it is it's a team, right? So they're not actually competing against each other, even though they are.
Yeah, what a great format here at the 2023 Backdoor Shootout. It's very prestige. It takes a little bit from the Eddie I Cow, but this thing is these surfers surf in a team format, and they're going for the Covenant title for the big prize purse of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And thank you to Keiki Bungalows. But this format is designed to where 5 surfers in each heat get a team format, 30 minutes out in the water, and they're trying to go from a 1 to a 12-point ride.
Absolutely. Yeah, you heard it right. 12. Right? So a big differentiation between our contest here, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, compared to other events. Some of our 8s and 9s would be 10s in other events. Oh, look at this thing. This is a wave we had on break.
Right
Up
on
and
break.
riding. Boom. Koa Smith.
Koa Smith, beautiful.
Nice. And, you know, he's been charging. And who else? This is that same wave from the water. Oh, you could see his
Beautiful.
teammate on the side, like literally paddling so he could stick his hand up to claim it for him. He got the GoPro in the mouth there, and look at it. It's such a good wave. He got all 3 angles on the replay.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful job by
Yes.
Salton Air Studios.
Yeah, beautiful. Look at that. Is he going for a punt? Yeah. Just that's what I would do. Here we go. This Carissa Moore here are one of 2 female competitors this year on our co-ed teams.
So
Last
awesome.
year was revolutionary. We had our first all-female team.
Yep.
This year, we don't have that, but we do have our co-ed team. So that's kind of cool. I like that.
dig
You
it.
know, the Hui Wax team, the Hui Wax stepped up, and team A New Earth Project stepped up and put these wahine who are more than qualified and earning their keep. Of course, the other woman, the wahine I'm speaking about is Moana Wong. Yep.
Great
Moana
stuff.
Jones Wong, you know, winner of last year's Volcom Pipe Pro, winner of last year's Pipe Pro, right? Coming in basically as a wild card from winning the Volcom. And, you know, that's the year of years. Like I was saying earlier, like last year was literally the year of Matahi Drole. And then on the opposite side for Wahine, it was obviously absolutely. Is he just showing up?
Yeah.
Super unprofessional, this guy. Is
Well,
this
he's
his
been
first-
living in
is
Hawaii,
his
so
first
he's on
professional contest. Like,
Hawaii
does he
time.
not know what time his heat starts? Bruh, this guy is fired. You're lucky he's his own boss. He's his own boss now.
He's his own boss. Look at him. Cool,
Strolling
calm,
on
and
there
collective.
like it's all good. Kelly, it's not good. You're late. You're fired. You're lucky I wasn't on the beach commentating right now.
Oh, he'd get called out by the mic.
So called
I
out,
wonder
so
if our
done.
buddy Rocky Cannon is calling
Sure.
him out right now.
I'm sure Rocky gave him a little, not as much as I would. Rocky's nicer than I am, as most people are. But yeah, I mean, so like I said, you know, having the women and having co-ed teams is super awesome. And I hope that's something moving forward, even if we do have Wahine
Yep.
in the event as their own Wahine team, which I was calling the Mana dubbed them the Mana Wahine team. I'm hoping that we still have the co-ed teams as well, so more Wahine get the opportunity to surf pipeline, especially in this type of format. You know, surfing it in, the standard competition format is one thing, but this is totally different. You know, you'll have the guys in your heat, especially if you're surfing with a bunch of guys like Carissa is right now. They're going to be like, go, Carissa, go. Like, they're going to be more inclined to give her a wave that she's not going to get in another heat because they're competing for advancement. And so there's no way in the heat is one of her female competitors going to tell her to go. But this is an event where everybody's cheering for each other. Like on Koa Smith wave, you know, I'm trying to see who is that out there. Looked like that was Kai Lenny or Matahi paddling in, like trying to be like, yeah, like screaming and cheering them on. You know, that doesn't happen very much. So camaraderie that this event brings about in the competitors is awesome, because I know when I'm out there, I'm yelling for the guys.
I know you're
the
frothiest, Grom. And great performance, by the way, on day number 1 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. What's really interesting, too, is that they're just elevating with this format. They get to elevate and raise the bar. There's a lot more room for progression as they get some on the head.
Ooh, that's that north. That's usually... that one actually was more of a northwest. The north that comes in is when we start yelling, watch out, photographers, right, when they're in the channel, because that's where a lot of that north swell comes in when it's bigger. At this point, it's not that big yet, but as I said, the buoys were 6 feet, 19 seconds this morning, and should be on their way up, because yesterday it was at like 513 or 512. It was a lot smaller yesterday. So actually, that was according to Surfline. But let me go check the NOAA
going on your Surfline app. Thank you to Surfline, bringing it to us live with Salt and Air Studios.
And so we're gonna go look here. So right now, it is showing, even better. So it's basically 10 feet, 17, almost 18 seconds. And
a little bit more than predicted.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm looking at it right now, it's been at about 17 since 12:40 a.m. So that's freaking awesome for the rest of the day, as well as tomorrow.
Into tomorrow.
And like I was saying earlier with Isaiah, was that this swell is more of a straighter northwest than the last swell that we had when we ran the SUP and the longboard.
And you like it like that?
Yeah, like it. Well, I like it actually west, like west, northwest. So you have more west, so it's better for the left. But when there's some north in it, like today, it's better for the rights. So that northwest that we're having at about 313 degrees, which is their forecasting for today and possibly for tomorrow, is better than the day that we went out, because there'll be more west in it. And when you get that northwest coming straight the way it is as a northwest, it's going to be a little more teepee type waves, but with shoulders on it.
Yeah.
So like when we ran the first day with the SUP and the longboard, it was just a teepee.
Yeah.
Right, and then you didn't have enough size to carry the wave, the walls on the wave.
Splicing and grabbing off takeoff.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, a lot of it, you'd see the guys going backside, especially, if they're trying to go left, like taking off more on the shoulder, because the wave was really hard to judge. And, it's pipeline. If, like we've seen in the past few heats, if you take off too deep, you're not going to make it. Oh, my gosh. Kelly looking at that one. Look at, wow, oof, hey. If you're underneath, there's a possibility on that one, but no way from where he was. And interestingly enough, let's take a look here. Another first that we have this year is there are 5 competitors in the water, where every year it's been 4. So that's awesome, because I think in a format like this, in the 30-minute heat, having I prefer 4 to even up to 6 guys on a day like this, because what happens is then the competitors in the heat also spread out a little more. instead of like all just sitting at the peak.
Right.
So you have one guy who's going to be like, dude, all I'm doing is surfing rights. And I think we kind of saw that with Kaine Hunt. Kaine Hunt in the heat before this, well, sitting a little wider on the backdoor wave than most
seen
people.
that wave, yeah.
Right? And so most of the other competitors are sitting at the main peak and then trying to split the peak from there, where if you look over now, you can see how Kelly and looks like Matahi there, actually.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, sitting a little bit over to the right. Cole Smith, being the goofy footer, definitely wants the left. I'm with him, but he's a great backside tube rider in his own right as well.
Yeah, he is.
He'll go left or right. It doesn't matter, but you can kind of tell the preference, right, just from where they're sitting in the water. So the goofy footers and regular footers have a different lineup in the water, depending on if they want to go left or right. And I think you can see here more than likely which way they're leaning, right? Koa obviously leaning to the left, and even though Matahi's a goofy footer, is leaning more to the right as well, kind of sitting by Kelly. Or he might be sitting next to Kelly because he knows Kelly's going to want to go right more so than left, even though obviously Kelly's one of the best backside tube riders there's ever been. But he'll be like, okay, you go right, I go left, thank you.
All these years watching them, you can tell by their body language, their looks, their shoulder shrug. You can tell what mood they're in, and only a surfer knows the feeling.
Yeah, and I knew Matahi because he's the baby of the Drolet family, right?
He is.
So when I saw him a couple years ago, I'm like, wait, what? Wait, you're the baby?
Yeah.
Because the last time I saw him, he was literally a baby. It's been that long since I've been to Tahiti and to the Drolet Fare, which is right down the road from our friend, hopefully he's watching right now, Raymana van Bastelet.
Yeah, brother. Aloha.
So, they're literally neighbors there at, I'm going blank right now, at the beach break by their house. Papara, the Papara beach break, right? Raymana is on, if you're looking at the ocean, the right-hand side of the river mouth that comes out there, and then the Drolets are actually like literally right in front.
Perfect rocky point over there. I couldn't believe how good. Shortboard, longboard, any kind board.
Yeah, and it's crazy too. The waves there, like even their easier waves, when Papara, when it gets bigger, it starts ledging like Chopo as well. Like that it's that type of wave. Pretty much wherever you surf, there's not that's the wave that they call the beach break, right? Papara, but still like. When it's bigger, it moves out a little farther, and there's actually a ledge there, and it's like, it's like mini chopes,
it's
right?
The board breaking.
Oh yeah, it's all of the above, and you think like, I thought only Teahupo was this way, but it's actually that way with all the spots there. Mara.
I love Mara.
Teme, like literally every wave you see is just like that, right? Similar to a pipeline wave, but has its little subtle differences. And, it's funny that one of the waves the only wave that I can think of that we have here that's similar to that would be Old Airport. Big Island,
Airport.
Kona-side.
Oh, they're bringing me back some memories.
It tucks up on the reef there, and you're like, whoa. And that's basically every wave in Tahiti.
Roger that. Hey, shout out to Brother John from the Hui Wax. Go check them out. Yeah, thehuiwax.com, the killer formula. Go stick it today, as you're going to see Team the Hui Wax coming up in Heat 8 of the first surf of the second day of competition at the 2023 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Couldn't be possible without amazing headline sponsors like Keiki Bungalows, Beach Bungalows. Go book today, guys, because they are pretty booked up. You guys are going to have to book in advance, as Matahi Drolet got a quick little schmedium one. Doesn't like what he sees as this kid absolutely charges, doesn't he?
He's like, he should have switched stance, is what he's thinking when he kicked out. He's like, I should have just switched stance. That would have been more challenging for him. Because, when I went to Tahiti, there were, some surfers. There's Vetea, David, Poto, we call him, Raymana, Arsen, Haraho, and, a lot of those guys surfing it, but there weren't a lot of, younger kids. Like I was saying earlier with Isaiah, is that now, a lot of these kids, like Jake Maki and Makana Pang, these guys are charging as teenagers, Waimea and Avalanche and, you know, all these big wave places where in Tahiti, they're having the similar thing where now like these kids who are like 10, 12 years old are going out to Chopo. Yeah. They're going out to Chopo and they're doing stuff that, you just like, what? These kids are nuts. And then, you know, they end up growing up like this, like Matahi. And a wave that's one of the hardest waves in the world is like their backdoor, and it's like cake. It's nothing. It's like so easy. So surfing somewhere like Pipeline for them is super exciting because they're like, yeah, this is what I do. And having the opportunity like in this format is just amazing. So here's another thing. We got this from John at the Hui Wax. He said, go check out the HuiWaxHawaii.com. He said you can order wax there, and he's actually going to lower the price. Right? So if you guys go to the HuiWaxHawaii.com, you can get some good prices on waxing there and have them ship it to you. Good wax. I've been using it. They gave me a box last year.
Magical case.
Yeah, I've just been using the heck out of it. Actually, I prefer full deck pads now. Getting kind of spoiled. Yeah. Well, because, you know, living on the west side, leaving your boards in the car gets so hot, right? So the wax just literally turns into liquid.
Front deck.
Right? And so you wax your whole car inside. Right? In not a good way. Right? Compared to, you know, having a deck pad. And I like if I travel, I don't have to scrape the wax, right? If I go into colder water.
But you can rip your nipples off.
Well, I normally, for like the past 20, 30 years, always surf with a jersey. Not until I just started living in Makaha that I started surfing without a jersey, which is kind of freeing and awesome as well. But either way, I'm not, you know, it's not a distraction or a hindrance for me. But I just like the convenience of having the full deck pad. And that started when I started riding SUPs, you know, however many years ago. And then was actually reinforced and reiterated when I started foiling. Most of the foil boards, like the KT foil boards, I have all have MFC deck pads, and the new ones I believe are all KT deck pads too. You know, made in collaboration with the two companies, Maui Fin Company, Pio Marasco out there. I want to say a big shout out to them.
Aloha, gang.
As well as KT Surfing and Foiling, Keith Tabul. So if you look at the board that Kaileni is riding, Kaileni is riding a board that was shaped, custom shaped by Keith Tabul specifically for Kaileni. As well as the fins that he's riding on the board.
And his stand-up paddles.
Stand-up paddles, tow boards. He's doing basically all of his boards. Actually, this year was the first year that Kai actually used one of the KT, his KT SUP board. They just actually came out with it I seen a post right before they came to Oahu for the Backdoor Shootout. And Kai really likes the board. We were talking about it in the water and talking about the measurements. He said, I think it was 7'2", 24 by like 4. I go, wow. Bro, when it's like second reef, I want to borrow that board to prone paddle it. And he's like, yeah, you totally should. This board would be sick. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I want to do it for sure. So hopefully he's here when it's bombing and I'm there, and I'm going to ask, I want to ride the board. Because if it rides like that when you're on a SUP, right? Imagine like just paddling in.
He threw combos on that thing, like massive, like it can be up there with the shortboarders, blowing tail on his stand-up paddle board.
Well, the whole point is he basically shaped that board off his favorite 6'2".
I see.
So they, you know, the outline, the template, the rockers, the bottom design, the contours are all very similar, if not identical, just in a bigger model. Wow. And so with my personal longboards, when I had them made a while ago, I actually designed it off of my favorite 6.0.
Gotcha.
And so, you know, the whole idea is you blow it up and then you fix the proportions to make it correct for the size. And the whole point is, I always tell my shapers that I work with is no matter how big the board is, I want it to surf like a shortboard.
Yep.
Whether it's a boogie.
I know what you like.
Whether it's a foil, whether it's a, you know, mid-6, whether it's a longboard, a SUP, I don't care. If it doesn't turn like a longboard, back to the drawing board. I mean, it doesn't work like a shortboard, back to the drawing board.
I've seen you ride things with no edge. That's more difficult for somebody that's spoiled with edge, so that's awesome. As we got Kelly, looks like he's taking a paddle, but
see, that's what happens when you come late to the party.
They're a bit far out, yeah. You know, sometimes it just takes a few more minutes for others to connect with the ocean, but Kelly usually doesn't have any problems. So, hey, guys, like we said, you know, a lot of you surf shops, what's up, brothers? I know you guys are at work, not working, watching the backdoor shootout, but hey, man, it'd be
Or
a great
at work,
time.
watching, hoping the boss doesn't catch you.
Great time to order the Hui Wax for your surf shop.
The HuiWaxHawaii.com.
Yep.
Check them out.
Check them out. Thank you, Brother John. Always supporting, putting together a massive The Hui Wax team. Makua Rothman, Kala Grace, Moana Wong, Emil, Scissor Mac, and Billy Kemper. Ooh. I wanted to ask you, as we go back talking about the format, about the sand that has come back over the reef. It is making it pinch into that exit area.
So Isaiah and I talked about this in the heat before, and you're absolutely correct. But what I was telling him is we actually want that sand there when the swell actually has more west to it. So because then it elongates, it adds more to the wave. It makes the barrel longer. That was Kaileni on that last wave, by the way.
And it gives you that double barrel kind of pipe wave. Yeah.
And sometimes triple. So what happens if you take off far enough back at pipe, you can pump. And just as you're coming out from the pipe barrel on the reef, then it extends into the sandbar, which as you can see here, he literally fell out of the air. That was so sick.
And recorrected.
But watch on the bottom, there's a little wiggle here as well. He just missed it. Couldn't see because the wave broke. But he actually, as he landed, there's another wiggle. So he did well there just to keep the rail in the water. That was not easy at all. You know, literally falling out of the sky, re-engaging the rail. And as he engages the rail, it actually over-engages. And then he gets it back and then just travels and goes through as far as he can. But the wave was just not allowing it. You got, looks like Kelly paddling right here, trying to find something in the middle, right? So I was saying some guys are on the right, some guys are on the left. Kelly sees the left, and he wants to actually take off on the right, from the right of the wave, and go left because he can get a deeper barrel, right? But as you can see here with the north, and that's also why the sands come back as well, because the last few swells have had so much north in it that it's pushing that sand. Probably, I don't want to say probably, I'll say actually, he was going to go. You see the backwash there. That was a beautiful wave. And so what happens is the sand is actually pushed a little too far back with the direction that we have right now. If there was a little more west in it, it would start pushing the sand over off the reef and fill in all the holes on the edge of the reef and extend that left barrel. But as you can see here, as the waves come in, the angle's pointing more toward the right than it does the left. Yeah. And so that's where you see all that sand all the way in here. Like literally, they're sitting in the Pica pipeline. There's normally not much sand there. Matahi Drole.
Here we go.
Are you kidding me?
Fast cone.
That was so sick, so deep. But again, like you said, the sand, right? Sand's a little too far back. Swell's got just a little too much north at this point. This looks like Kelly.
Slater.
No, we were wrong. Koa Smith again.
Way late under the hood as he got clipped hard.
Oh, my goodness. That was so heavy.
Let's see if he comes out of the back as Kelly's taking a look. He's been shopping for a long time in this heat along with Carissa.
Looks like Koa tried to get it earlier. There he is on the inside.
Hard charger.
There we go. Hawaiian Water Patrol all over it. And so basically they're pulling in on a sandbar right where this should all be reef. You see where they're sitting? That should be all reef underneath them, but it's all sand. And because we had north swells the past few days, and that big swell, right, that we have, everybody's surfing Waimea and Peahi. Looks like either broken leash or broken board. Hopefully Koa's, he looks okay.
Hopefully he's okay. I know he's had some injuries 2 years or two ago that he was nursing, but guy comes back always solid.
Actually 100%. Hit his head on the reef and went through some heavy trips with that. Look at this. Matai. See, he's not even really stalling. He's going as fast as he can. So right there, he thinks he's going to make it in the sandbar, like you said. Because there's too much sand, it pushes over. Where normally right there would be an exit.
He went over a huge reverb too.
Look at Koa Smith.
He was weightless on the way down.
So his detached from the wave, airdropped down, landed, but couldn't get the rail re-engaged. So he literally had to jump off the board just to stop from getting axed, guillotined in his head, literally. So it's good to see him charging. And again, now, thankfully for that sand, right where he is, man. Where it shouldn't be, like over there should be all reef, and where our photographers are is actually where we want the sand. But if you see the light color right behind where the surfers are sitting, that's the sand. So it's angled over, as you can tell from the direction of swell as well. When we see from the drone footage, you see it like cut across the reef from right to left, and that's because the north swell pushed it over there. Kelly just can't get in the right position. The waves he's turning around for look like the right waves, but then they double up a lot. And
very selective, but professional at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's always better.
Years of experience,
Yeah, he's no beginner. It's not his first day out at pipe.
Yeah.
He's done it once or twice before, maybe.
I mean, you never want to sell yourself a lemon.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, not here at Pipe.
No, not at all. Here we go.
No lemonade.
And that's the thing, though. Like, the guys and girls, men and women that we have in this contest are all so good. Like, seeing them turn around late, dropping in late, and all that stuff is nothing unusual, right? Not seeing them do it would be unusual. And so that's the thing about the backdoor shootout that I like. It's bringing some of the best pipe surfers in the world who don't normally have a chance to showcase their talent at Pipeline in a competition online for the world to see. Where they are able to do that here at our event.
And they also get to surf 3 to 4, sometimes 5 to 6 times, pending on the forecast. So Slater is going around shopping right now, but it's not his last barbecue. I mean, he gets to surf a couple times today, maybe 3 times today.
Depending on how much time, they'll probably get 2 heats in as long as the conditions and the winds hold up like this. Looks like we got Kaileli paddling here. Here's a replay. This is, of course, it's Cole Smith's first wave. Let's do a heat recap.
Beautiful.
That one happened when we were on break. And here we go.
Another
from the water. Look at, little water. Like, it looks like it would be easy, but not so much. You know, you see it breathe in there and have a little warble. Here we go. There's another one. That's a third angle of that wave. That wave was so good, they gave him all 3 angles.
Koa laying it down for Team New Earth Project. Very entertaining.
Yeah, and this Carissa Moore here. Another thing too, right? A New Earth Project is a great project. You know, they're trying to get all the plastics out. Here's Matahi on his first left. He's just like, yeah, whatever. So that's like cake for him.
And we also
Here we go, Kaileni. Oh, gosh.
Sick.
So heavy.
Hey, gang, we'll be right back with Team Japan. Stay tuned.
See you then.
Aloha.
Winter Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Aloha and good morning. This is Ezra Rodriguez along with Isaiah, Professor Walker. We are watching the 2023 Day 2 of competition, the main event in the team shortboard of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And currently in the water, Isaiah, is Team Japan.
Oh, we just saw a bomb come through, and I think, Ezra, we're seeing the surf coming up.
Right now, popping.
Yeah, it's starting to pulse, and that wave was heavy. Our Japanese rider just barely was able to cut. Look at that, second reefers.
Exciting. The Hui Japan right in time. These guys always got good vibes, you know what I mean?
Oh, man, I don't know if you remember, but I think it was 2 years ago, maybe, I can't recall right now, but Keito Matsuoka, he got the wave of the winter during the backdoor shootout. It was one of the heaviest, meanest barrels I've ever seen at Pipeline. So Team Japan, they charge.
Shinpei Horiguchi, Taiichi Wakita, Daiki Matsunaga, this is like a team with the brothers Kenshin Matsunaga, Jin Suzuki, and Shogo Harada. Wow, so very exciting as these guys were charging last year.
Oh, here we go, a replay from during the break. Oh, tossed it over the falls.
Ooh, was that Shinpei? Here we go, beautiful bottom turn into it.
Oh, see
how the thing guillotines down on him.
Right, and we're seeing, like I said, this swell just on the rise, pulsing right now, chatter on the bottom. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, these guys got started.
The lip landed right on his head.
I hope he's okay.
Wow.
As Team Japan, like you were saying, they also had, like Team Peru, they've had a time last year where the ocean just didn't stop.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and it's cool. We're seeing that now. Aloha.
Aloha, gang.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, gang.
So, yeah, we're excited to be 2023 Backdoor Shootout with mahalo, our Sinaloa chips. I didn't realize it until I was eating them. They're shaped like different kind of surfboards.
Yeah, since the Backdoor Shootout last year, it's just like, I used to be a Frito guy. Now I'm all about this now. Sinaloa. Thank you. Along with Monster Energy and Reason Eyewear Co. Mahalo. Keiki Bungalows bringing it to you live along with our big crew. Salt and Air Studios couldn't do it without Mike Prickett and his gang. Mahalo.
Yeah, we've been working with Mike Prickett, and I'm kind of all fanboy right now because he's got like the Emmy in his house over here.
I love it.
He won an Academy Award for a TV spot.
100-foot waves, cinematography.
HBO.
If you guys don't know him, this guy has built a lot of surfing careers. I mean, before you had all the coaches and all these your own filmers, Mike Prickett was the OG. You know what I mean? Right. He was on the North Shore and he was doing a lot of content for everyone.
Yeah, so mahalo to Salt and Air Studios, giving us all these different angles at Pipe. Right now we've got the drone angle, so cool. Like the water is crystal, the winds are really light, and it allows us to see like the transparency of the water here on the North Shore. We're so blessed with this beautiful day in the weather, looking toward the west end of Ka'ena Point. And so that's the end of the North Shore. We're looking towards Waialua and off to Ka'ena Point. On the other side of that point is the west side.
Yes,
Makaha.
The Wild West.
But even though it looks close, because the road doesn't connect there, it's a long drive.
It's not. When I was young, when they had Rel Sun's funeral, they opened up, I believe it's Kolikoli Pass, for all the North Shore to come through to her funeral to Makaha. I thought that was pretty cool. I've never gotten to go through the mountain like that. I was wondering maybe if you have.
And we're looking at just to the left of the screen, at the mountain there, Waialeale, and
Beautiful.
So that's
morning.
the highest peak of Oahu.
And there's Keiki Beach right on the sand over there by Keiki Beach Bungalows over there by Sharks Cove. Go book an awesome stay in Hawaii today with them. They're our headline sponsor. Thank you so much. Monster Energy, White Claw, Kona Brewing, Sinaloa, Mahalo, Haleiwa Juice. Thank you for all the awesome beverage. Odom Corporation, Aloha Salads, and Two Thumbs Tattoo. Brada Bo.
Has such a beautiful drone angle here. We're looking at, this is Oahu. There's, 7 main islands in the Hawaiian chain, but there's actually a lot more little islands past Kauai and Ni'ihau to Papahanaumokuakea, which is all these smaller atolls. I don't think people realize, but the main islands we live on, Oahu is the most populated of all the islands, even though it's not the largest island. So Hawaii Island, known as the Big Island, is the largest island as far as geographic space-wise, but the most populated island, we're on it here on Oahu. However, we're looking towards the west, to the southwest, and we got 2 different mountain ranges on Oahu. We've got the Waianae Mountain Range, which we're looking at right now.
That's beautiful right there, Isaac.
Right.
I don't never see that angle.
And then we're to the left of us is the Ko'olau Mountain Range. So essentially, the Hawaiian Islands were formed from what we call this Hawaiian hotspot, where there's a crack in the Earth's crust, and it basically, the volcanoes that are growing. So the volcanoes grow the island, but it's moving, right? So right now, the active volcano is still going on the Big Island, the southern part of the island. So kind of cool, just the island chain and the beauty of it. And here we go.
Oh, that was so late over the handlebars. Nose picked to the bottom of pipeline. Let's see where he pops up. And boom.
And
like nothing up for breath.
And
Board
actually,
intact.
this geography lesson here I'm giving about the creation of the Hawaiian Islands, it contributes to the reasons why the waves are so good here, right? Because when you have these islands that are essentially in the middle of nowhere, like Hawaii is pretty isolated compared to even a lot of the other islands of the Pacific. You go to the South Pacific, there's a lot of islands scattered around.
Yeah.
But Hawaii, because of the way that it was created through this Hawaiian hotspot, is very, very isolated. And so because of that, there's just deep ocean all around us.
Yep.
And so what we're seeing here is the result of storms that are overseas, and they're coming on where we see this rider here on this wave. These storms generate these large swells that travel all the way across this deep ocean until they come straight to a very shallow reef here on the north shore of Pipeline. So that transition, or that shift from deep water to shallow water that quickly, is what creates this energy that people will say, when they surf Hawaii, especially surf for the North Shore, it's a different kind of energy than most places. It's much stronger.
I hear
has
you,
that
Mr.
power, that
Walker.
mana. And it's because of the fact that it's going from deep to shallow. And that wave just went from deep to shallow too. And this rider hopefully isn't encountering the shallowness of the reef here at Pipeline. Here's another rider also trying to stall into that barrel, and
too much grab and not too good of a wave.
Right, so that reef that we're looking at right here, because this beautiful drone angle shot, you can see a combination of reef and sand. And because we just had that massive swell on Big Wednesday, and I heard Thursday was awesome too at the bay, that swell brought all the sand that was on the beach and pulled it out into the ocean. And so right now, Pipe is a mix of sand and reef.
The sand filled in all those ruts like a bar graph all the way up, right around. Pretty interesting. We got some amazing footage from Salt and Air Studios. These guys get to surf a bunch, but kind of unfortunate for Kelly. We never got to see,
Our brother showed up late to his heat, huh?
Yeah. Oh, he got. Where's Kainoa? Is he on the beach talking to him right now? Bro, you late. And by the way, you never catch one wave.
Apparently, he's not a morning person, so.
But we've all been there, and you got to give these guys props. Even the world's best, sometimes half an hour isn't enough time to make that connection with the Pacific Ocean at such a infamous wave. Sometimes it just takes time. And he's also such an expert. He didn't want to sell himself any lemons, too. So he was really looking over the ledge on some.
Right. So in the Team Japan, we've got Shinpei Horiguchi, Taichi Wakita. Taichi's actually grew up on the
Son
North
of,
Shore.
yeah.
Yeah. So he's, from Japan via the North Shore of Oahu. Daiki Matsunaga, Kenshin Matsunaga, Jin Suzuki, and Shogo Harada. So again, these guys charge for sure, and we've seen some of the best barrel rides at the Backdoor Shootout with Team Dahui Japan.
Yep.
And
so a lot of these guys are Team Dahui and also Team Dahui Wax, what makes up their team.
right. And if you're wondering why Japan in this event, there is a connection between the Hui and Japan. And there's a direct link to one of the Hui's founders, a guy named David Stant.
Oh, yes.
So David Stant is a big Hawaiian from Laie.
Yeah.
And I don't think people realize, too, because he's a big dude and he was a football player and a wrestler. College, he played for UH.
He was yoked. Like,
Brother's definitely an intimidating-looking person for sure. Here we have a rider up. See how the size of that allowed him to kind of roll in from the outside of the inside reef. Pulls into this one.
oh, as it just cones off super hard on him, as I want to say that is Shinpei Horiguchi.
Yeah, and Shinpei's been in this event for years. But back to, so David Stant, big dude, he surfs really well, like
Super
incredibly. Surfs big waves, surf pipe, Waimea Bay. He's been, his dad, Kavika Stant, was a real force to be reckoned with on the
big
North
time.
Shore. And his brother Darrow passed away recently, sadly, and a sister. And anyway, so they have a lot of football lineage. Even his nephew plays pro football. And anyway, so he was a football coach. So after his career in college football at UH, he moved to Japan and lived in Japan where he coached professional. They have a professional football league in Japan, and he was a coach. So he lived in Japan half the year, and was back and forth to Hawaii and to Japan.
And I think he's home now for a little bit. I mean, I don't know if he's going back, but I've been seeing him.
Yep, and so
surfing.
He's established kind of a little group over there of his friends, and talked about the Hui and perpetuated the clothing line and also the culture of it. And Japan, interestingly, has this very, affinity toward Hawaiian things.
Big time. We're all connected. Yes.
So, for example, we have what's called the Merry Monarch Hula Festival in Hawaii. It's probably one of the most prestigious hula events that takes place in Auntie Edith Kanakaʻoli Stadium there in Hilo. There's a lot of, every year, it's kind of the Hawaiian community really converges in Hilo. And well, I mean, they have halau from Japan who've participated. And so hula is a real kind of a big deal in Japan as well.
Super big deal.
Hawaiian music, hula, and also surfing.
You got it, yeah.
There's a replay. You can see where the sand just fills in from the reef, packs that closeout, no exit.
Packs it.
Love this roll in. Gave him time to think about it, to stand tall in that pipeline barrel. Whew.
Nice water shot from the gang at Sultan Air Studios. Good stuff, as this is Team Japan. And don't forget to go to dahuiwaxhawaii.com and go get your case of fresh wax today, gang. Thank you so much to all our sponsors, and thank you for tuning in. If you guys are coming out here, welcome.
Now, Ezra, earlier, we were talking a story about history in the 1970s and the establishment of the Hui Inalu. My apologies for not finishing all my
and your
stories.
uncle, yes. Let's go right back into that.
So, but if you want to hear all the stories and all the history lessons, you got to stay tuned.
Yep, stay tuned, gang.
So 1970s in Hawaii, 1975, 1976, very pivotal time in Hawaii's history. In 1975, they built the replica of traditional voyaging canoe called Hokulea. Hokulea is a double hull canoe, the canoe that eventually Eddie Aikau loses
Yep.
his life while they encounter some trouble at sea off of Lanai. But 1975, 1976 is known as kind of this era that historians call the Hawaiian Renaissance.
Renaissance.
There's a period when there was a revitalization of culture where, you know, and a lot of it had to do with the time period also with, you know, we had a lot of other Native movements, the Native American called AIM movement, where they occupied Alcatraz, to also, I mean, in the wake of the civil rights movements in the 1960s and 70s in America, in New Zealand, Aotearoa, you saw a lot of also kind of awakening of Native identity because, you know, especially in Hawaii, there was a realization that like, oh, wait a minute, hold on a second. As we've been colonized for the last 50 to 70 years, we're starting to lose a lot of the things that that our kupuna are, you know, like those that speak Hawaiian, fewer of them are speaking it.
Yep.
And so there was a little bit of anxiety about losing that identity. And so in the 1970s, you had a lot of kind of revitalization of culture. And it was raw, though, right? There's a lot of rawness to it, kind of like going on here. We got a switcheroo of...
I believe that's Krista, the one that has the hair through her helmet, popular Wahine photographer from the North Shore, always out there at Pipe.
She had a Ziploc bag. I don't know if they were switching, like,
maybe snacks or
batteries
something. Or batteries, yeah. They've been doing it so long. Everybody, just like how surfers prepare, they all have their different techniques.
So so this is when the Hui is formed too, and we have to realize that the Hui isn't like isolated from this whole story, right? Like Hawaiian Renaissance, we have the canoe that's built. We have also what's called the Kaho'olawe 9. There were these 9 Hawaiians that went and camped out on one of our smaller islands called Kaho'olawe, which was being used by the U.S. military for target practice, right? For years, they were shelling the island. And so in 1976, these Hawaiians got together, got on these canoes and boats and went from Maui to Kaho'olawe and occupied the island as a way of like preventing it, protesting it from these bombs. So the Hui is a product of this time period, and it's a part of that kind of energy of Hawaiians like wanting to really assert their sense of who they are and protect what they feel like they are losing. And the Hui is established right at that same time. And 1976 is also the year that they start this new professional surfing tour called the IPS, which later evolved to the ASP. And
IPS, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that whole kind of, in that 1976, you have, you know, that's when the first world champ, Peter Townsend is crowned. But that was the first that we have this concept of this kind of tour, this world tour that really culminates in these events in Hawaii. And so there was a lot of professional surfing competitions going on. And for some of the local community that lived here, they felt like that was encroachment on a space that belonged to them. Look at this bomb. Bottom turning under the lip, standing tall, loving it. Come on, let's go, let's go.
That was a Jerry Lopez classic. Nice standing tall in the tube, and he almost made it out of the doggy door.
Some soul arch action. Beautiful. You know, at the backdoor shootout, I don't know what you think. We claim it. That's a make.
Claim it. I mean, that is pretty much a make, but we will see. It's up to the judges' hands as we got an amazing judging panel like the Hui Backdoor Shootout has every year. And I wanted to ask you, you know, if there's any big trivia game or anything like game show here about Hawaiian culture, you are on my team. Where do you keep all this knowledge? I love it, man.
Well, I mean, if you're interested in this stuff, and I'm not trying to put too much of a shameless plug here, but Waves of Resistance, your
book is awesome.
Tells all these stories of the 1970s. And in fact, when we first started this conversation, I said that's what started the book, was just my interest as a youngster in wanting to know like a little bit more of what is this club called the Hui that my uncle Bobby Kaili was a part of and others. And there was a lot of kind of mystique around it and the black shorts and a lot of kind of like,
but it's all in there, like the way you have it in there. There's some like deep stuff.
Bottom turn. Beautiful. You can't see it from here. Is standing tall at this moment. Sneaks out. And then
just right there.
Gets clipped.
Here we go. Salt and air drone. Bretta Pat. Wow, that is a beauty rolling over sand. I mean, I'd rather fall on a sandbar than into a pipe rut.
Stoked. Here's the angle. We're going to see him stand tall. Just, woo.
Gorgeous.
Wow, you got all the angles. 3 different angles on that wave. That was amazing.
Good stuff.
Shout out to Dave Bowen, who's back there, like, working the magic.
Yeah.
Can hear him in there, like, go camera 1, camera 2, camera 3.
Orchestrates. Yeah, with his bar, and it's super cool watching these guys work all the way through.
Oh, look outside. You can see the sets feathering out there. Beautiful, clear morning here in Hawaii.
Team Japan's good vibes. They're going to have,
good vibes.
I think, their little intermission, they're going to have to get into position. Looks like a good couple of angles going to hit this pipe reef here right now.
Here they come, as I mentioned earlier, from the deep ocean.
Oh, the beach is getting excited. You can feel it as they start to approach. It's so clean.
Oh, is that a third reef feathering? Ooh, it's coming up.
Oh, man. And here we go.
That's what I love about the backdoor shootout. You know when it's on, it's on.
It's on, yes. Good job to all the
Because, I mean, this morning, even from the first heat of the morning, it definitely didn't have this kind of energy. So it's awesome to see Surfline calling it, this swell on the rise, this new
good stuff.
swell.
Thank you,
from the
Surfline.
west.
And big shout out to our Uncle Eddie Rothman. Good job, Uncle Eddie. I know it takes us a village to run an event like this. And, you know, he wants for all his surfing sons and daughters, he wants the best of the best. He puts a lot into this contest, a lot of time with his club members. So my hat's off to you. Thank you, guys. Hui He'e Nalu and the Hui in the house as we got a pin drop. These guys are trying to break the surface to get under as they're getting mowed over. Yeah,
that's the worst feeling.
The worst.
Like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get smoked.
You know, these guys can get smoked 2 or 3 times and they still get out there, reach super deep with the training they have to go and make it happen. As you can see from earlier heat, New Earth Project, not everybody got scoring capability. So every heat's different. They have 30 minutes. This is 8 heats, 8 team heats, and they'll be surfing hopefully 3 times today. So these teams throughout the event, the waiting period should be surfing 3 to 4, maybe sometimes 5 and 6, always pending because you know who's the boss, Mother Nature, Mother Ocean.
Well,
yeah, she's got the potion today. Look at that.
A lot of waves just kind of washed through there. Hopefully, maybe there'll be 1 or 2 waves they could pick off from this set, but it looks like mostly just dipping and bailing.
Look how big that whitewater is. I know it's so easy to watch, but I mean, when these guys are paddling, you know, when waves get bigger, and you know, because you're a great surfer, the water hardens up. There's so much currents and everything. So these guys are definitely stuck paddling, you know, just to make 10-yard mark. It takes some time, you know. That's why I always give surfing so much props, you know. There's a bunch of football players trying to make, you know, the 10-yard, the 5-yard line and stuff like that. With millions of dollars they get paid. Try to paddle 10 yards out at Pipeline.
Right.
In white, milky, 8-foot, 10-foot whitewater. Not easy.
Hawaiian Water Patrol keeping everybody comfortable and safe because they are the best. They know what they're doing. Oh, I may have botched it. Right when I said that, they almost tipped over there, but they got him solid.
Oh, I've seen some amazing recoveries, man. Terry Hui and his crew of nephews, they are swift, fast, and they're always innovating life-saving. They're always assessing what they could do better and more efficient, and it's absolutely awesome as you can see how they pick their lines. And when you watch these guys ride a jet ski and then you watch some average Joe, you can see the huge difference of, you know, how long they've been riding it. And it's just the way they touch the ocean when they're riding on the surface.
Well, let's go back to the 70s,
Yes.
1970s. Another thing is really cool for surfing history as well is that's also in the middle of another kind of revolution within surfing called like the shortboard revolution. Right? So
Gotcha.
it's the same time. All of this is happening in the same time where we're getting, you know, the professional surfing events through the IPS. We have a world champ for the first time. That's new.
Boards were changing.
Boards went from long boards to short boards, and there's so many different experiments with like from
What the fins were, were
two
right
fins,
then.
three
Two
fins, one. Well, in the 70s, mostly single fins actually.
Okay.
Then
But Simon
eventually-
Anderson's influence was
Right,
around there. Was
right.
it already starting or not
yeah,
yet?
little late, like more
Okay.
later 70s, early 80s. We're getting that, but you know, all of that converging just was real kind of an interesting time. This real kind of pot that was stirred up. There was a lot of emotion, a lot of change, a lot of newness, and a lot of energy for our you know, that time for surfing, and especially for Hawaii, as I mentioned, which is important to understand because it wasn't just about. You know, sometimes you hear stories about Rabbit Bartholomew, for example. People like to tell that story about how he had this encounter on the North Shore. And sometimes we like to isolate, like, oh, just they were mad at him, and so they're, you know, they shouldn't have been mad at this one. Anyway, but it wasn't just about one incident. It's you have to take into account all this stuff, and all this change and all this energy, and the time period and that feeling of loss for Hawaiians. And I think what exacerbates the Hui even more is the fact that Hawaiians had to deal with a lot of loss when it's from on land, with property, a lot of families losing land over time, with language and so forth. But during that time of colonization, when Hawaiians were struggling to maintain their sense of space and surfing, it's not erased. Even though that guy was erased right now.
And here's the recap of our amazing heat.
Awesome.
And we'll get back to that.
This is our Team Japan. This was the beginning of the heat when the swell was just pulsing.
Matsunaga.
Lip lands right on his head.
Oh, that was heavy. The heaviest wipeout of the event so far.
Another side slip. Oh, right to the bottom. Hopefully that surfer is okay. This heat was just pulsing. We saw second, third reef feathering, pulling into the barrel. We'll be back in a little bit with more surfing, more storytelling, and maybe I'll finally finish off some of these stories.
Yes, you will.
Doing about 1970.
Japan charging.
Team Japan. Definitely on fire. We'll see you guys. Stay with us for our next heat. Aloha.
Aloha, gang. It's my break, your break.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed platforms.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see, and the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this, it's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
I hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years, the recycling will be better, and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Aloha kakayaka. We're here at the 2023 Backdoor Shootout at the Bonsai Pipeline. Isaiah Walker with Kainoa McGee. And Kainoa, I knew you were on break on that last heat, but the surf pulsed. Like, there were second reef bombs, and our Team Japan, I don't know if they had some magic mana on their side, but the waves just started stacking.
Yeah, I saw that. And actually, Team Japan is one of my, if not my most favorite team every year in the shootout. I always say this is our bonsai warriors, right? They're just crazy, right? So what is crazy about that is Pipeline doesn't have any peaks named except for Wakita Bowl, right? And this is basically the bowl in between Backdoor and Pipeline that nobody wanted to surf. And back in the day, he figured, only way I'm going to get waves is surf this bowl, right? And 9 out of 10 waves was a closeout. He'd make maybe one of them. But in the world who has a peak at Pipeline named after him. And so now when the Japanese go out, they all go straight to the Wakita Bowl, and then they just charge. You saw that last heat, but they already knew they was going to be late. Nah, whatever. I was like going anyway, right? And then, you know, from that wave, the 12-point wave Keito Matsuoka got a couple years ago, they all want that glory, right? That wave,
that was
even
insane.
To this day when I talk about it, I get chicken skin about it. That wave was just freaking unbelievable. Like, any and everything that could go wrong went wrong, and he still made the wave. He still went, you know, fell out of the sky, hit the bottom, got in, put into the barrel, started going sideways, then got up on the foam ball, got sideways on the foam ball, then fell back in and slid a little right at the end of the wave, which actually you couldn't see until you had the water angle. And then what you don't realize is all those things happening in that wave is actually what made it even better, because then he was deeper for longer.
Right.
And then by the time he came out, there was nothing else left. And then you watch that, like every time I watch the replay, I get chicken skin. I'm like, bro, that wave was so sick, right? Similar to Kala's wave last year. Like, that wave was just amazing. And every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, like there's so many things that could have gone wrong, right? And they all did, but they got through all of that, pushed through all of that, you know, and made it. And so actually Kala had a wave like that just a couple of days ago before this big swell came in. He had one that, like, literally when he took off looked exactly like the wave he had in the Backdoor Shootout last year, except everything went wrong. he said it was all right until it wasn't, right? That's what his post said. And literally he took off. I'm like, what? He's going to get another wave like he got last year? And then it came off the bottom, and then, like, literally the wheels fell off and it all went wrong. And that just goes to show, right? Doesn't matter who you are. Pipeline doesn't care.
Right. Well, we have right now in the water, excuse me,
right, Pipeline
hammers. And right now,
he pulled through that. That was sick.
That looked like Makai McNamara.
That's a good call. I'm going to go with Makai on that one as well.
Yeah, so in Pipeline hammers, isn't it spelled hammers? No, can't.
It'd be hammer. Got to be AHZ, right?
Get on Holly went right up.
Went right got fired. Either that or the terrible way to put the name together.
Yeah, anyway, so Jamie O'Brien, Makai McNamara, Ivan Florence, Nate Florence, Kieran Jabor.
Yeah, and so here we have one of our brotherly duels, right? We have the Rothman brothers, the Monizes, Matsunakas, and the Florences. So in this heat, we have our Florence brothers. The only Florence we're missing right now is John Florence.
I don't you never like, or I don't know what's going on.
I guess he was too cool this year. I don't know, John. What's the deal, bro? But I was actually really looking forward because they had a Team Florence last year. Here's a replay again. Makai's wave, like from there, like no way he's gonna make it. And then you get the front view, nice long stall, and then here it starts to run, gets out, doggy doors it just as the lip barely tickles his head as he gets out. So fortunately for him, able to make that one. Will be one of the better scoring waves of the day. But yeah, I was looking forward to seeing Team Florence again. And when I talked to Mahina prior to the event, she's like, "Oh yeah, no, John." I was like, "What? No!" You know, like everybody wants to watch him. Even me, I'm a fan, right? I know that kid from when he was young. Seen him work his way up, but you know that's the whole point of this event, you know, especially now that we're able to have the WSL competitors in it. You know, who doesn't want to watch John at Backdoor and Pipeline, Kelly Slater? I mean, like those are, you know, two of the top names here out at Pipeline that come off the tour from the WSL tour and, you know, also made a name for themselves at Pipeline, you know, Pipe Masters, Volcom, you know, basically, I mean, obviously for Kelly winning everything here at Pipeline. But that was one of my, I guess, I don't know if disappointment is the word, but yeah, I was disappointed that that he wasn't surfing. Because it was awesome to see him surfing with his brothers all in the heat last year, you know, with Eli Olsen as part of that team Florence. So hopefully, John, if you're listening and you're watching, much love and aloha to you and your family. But we need you and your butt back out at Pipeline. So next year, I'm sure we'll see you at the Pipe Master, but we'd love to see you in this event again. It was great seeing you out here. Looks like
from our last heat, the
Team Japan charging. Like I said, like look at these guys. They're so unassuming, right? But you get them in the water at Pipeline, and they're just like, rah! The claws come out, the teeth come out. They're ready to rock. Like they're just like. And every year when I see them, they're like so excited. Oh, Kainoa-san. Oh, thank you. I go, what are you thanking me for? I'm just the MC. I didn't do nothing. But
you're right, though. So respectful, so polite.
Absolutely. Took the words right out of my mouth.
And which is cool. I mean, actually, I spent some time recently with David Stant was introducing me to like a lot of the Japanese surfers and like the Hui, the Japan, that they have a, you know, kind of a branch over there, I guess we call it. But
absolutely.
Just the amount of respect and that the Japanese have for Hawaii and Hawaiians. Like, you know, a lot of them really embrace a lot of things that are Hawaiian, and a lot of Japanese. Oh, look at this one.
Oh, is that Makai again? Really? He just paddled out right back into another one.
Falls right into it.
Oh, that was so sick. That was a good 1-2 combination right there. And as you can see, he paddled out through Backdoor. That doesn't normally happen well for me. I say it every year. Backdoor has a love-hate relationship with me. She loves to hate me. It can be 2 feet. It can be 18 feet. I'm still getting cracks stuck inside. I always tell this story. One day I was like only like 2 to 4 feet. Oh, here we go. Falls into it so late. Oh, that was so beautiful. And the thing is, like, I know a lot of these barrels, sometimes it's not as long as we'd like them to be. But if you look at the ride overall, just to make the bottom turn, you know what I mean? Literally falling out of the sky. Knees straightened out, all stretched out, just barely making it under the lip, and then, you know, riding it all the way through.
Yeah, now at the Backdoor Shootout, as we mentioned earlier, there's no jersey, so
yeah, forgive us.
Yeah,
we don't always know the riders.
And I'm starting to doubt myself. I was like, wait, that could be Kieran.
Wait, did he just? Oh, that's Kieran right there, I believe. I believe that's Kieran. But yeah, I mean, again, like you said, there's no jerseys, so we're giving it our best effort. And like you said, we don't. I would know all these guys by just the sight of them paddling before, but I haven't moved since we moved out to the west side and been busy working city and county lifeguard. I haven't been out at Pipeline, nowhere near as much as I would like to. And so, like, you know, a lot of these guys, if I haven't surfed with them a lot in the past, I'm not going to be able to tell them off, right? Tell, you know, who they are right away. But, you know, the guys that I had surfed with all that time, as soon as I see them already, you know that it's them when they're paddling. So bear with us. We're going to do our best to get the right names for the right riders on the right waves.
Inform our listeners that Kainoa McGee here, I mean, you have a lot of skills. I think a lot of people don't realize the diversity of the things that you do. And so if you didn't know, he was in both the stand-up and the longboard divisions at the Backdoor Shootout on day one that we had last week. And also we talked a bit about your bodyboarding prowess when you were younger, so forth. But one of the most shocking things I saw you, well, you were in the pool playing water polo.
My yellow Speedos, the gold Speedos. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I actually got that from a friend of mine. That was actually, I believe those are from Chris Love.
Oh, man.
Tutu Love, I call him.
I saw you at the pool. You come out with the gold Speedo, and my jaw dropped, brother.
Well, you should have seen my daughter's face the first time. Because I was actually training with them and their water polo team. And at first, you know, I'm a surfer. I don't wear Speedos my whole life. Like,
yeah.
And then...
Although some of the OGs, Uncle B,
Uncle B, and Uncle Brian,
Billy Blankenfield.
Amona, Billy Blankenfield, right? Those old school guys, they got it. You know, I never did, and I was kind of like embarrassed to wear it before. And then I started playing polo with my girls when they were in high school. We got a pickup here. Let's see who this is. Maybe that was Makai paddling back out.
Oh,
looks like a broken leash.
Oh,
broken leash or board. Can't tell at this point.
That love-hate relationship paddling on back door.
Exactly. See, I always get cracks. So yeah, what happened was I kept playing in my board shorts, right, in my surf shorts, and as I was like swimming away and like breaking away from the girls, and I was grabbing my shorts. I'd be like, "Keep grabbing my shorts. I'm gonna show up in Speedos one day." They're like, "Whatever, right?" Macho Hawaiian dad. No way he's gonna be in Speedos. And then I came out one day. I said, "Okay, that's it." I didn't tell him. I went into the bathroom, changed, and I had the towel on when I came out of the bathroom. And I whipped it open. And I was like, "Yeah!" I grabbed my shorts. Now they're like, "Ew, Dad, ew!" And it was the funniest thing because all the other guys all the coaches, right, the other guys that were, because there was a girls water polo in high school. The other guys all wear Speedos because they were water polo players. I was the only guy who was actually
wearing
a surfer going into water polo, where they were water polo players and they played in high school, and they surf as well. But I never did. And my girls started playing water polo, and well, screw that. I'm not gonna let them do something in the water that like I can't even do. So I'm gonna learn, right? And so I jumped in with their practices and stuff.
Yeah, this story is a good segue into talking about somebody that this event is honored and dedicated to, is Duke Paoa Kahanamoku.
Yes.
Who was an Olympic water polo player.
Mm-hmm.
He even invented something that didn't have a lot of traction, but I've seen it done before. I don't know if you've ever participated in this, but surfboard water polo.
Oh, love surf polo. Are you kidding me?
He invented that sport.
Yeah. Him and his brothers, they played with those 100-pound Olo boards, bro. Those things are nuts. And so we have, I wish I had the hat on me. I'll see if I can find it for the next day. But so every year we do that event as part of the Dukes Fest.
Yeah.
We do it at the pond side of the Waikiki Wall, or Kapahulu Groin. And the thing that's awesome about surf polo is you don't have to be a water polo player to be able to play it. It helps to be a water polo player to understand the rules, right? Like you can only use one hand at a time. You cannot grab the ball with two hands, which is usually what gets the non-polo players, right? But when you play a little water polo, like I didn't play much. I just, practiced and played masters and stuff while my girls were in high school. And when they went into college, I would play here locally. But, I understand the rules, so it's easier. But the thing that's good about it, the surfboard, is that it levels out the playing field. And so the University of Hawaii, actually, their head coach, Mo Cole, is Dougie Cole's wife, right? And he's a water polo player, all 6'8" or 6'9" of him. Like, he's a hammer, right? And even so on the surf polo, because grew up surfing as well, right? Peter Cole, legendary big wave surfer, sunset surfer on the North Shore. So what happens is the Wahine, the University of Hawaii, has two Wahine teams every year. They have an A and a B team, right? And so if we're actually playing in a polo tournament, actual water polo tournament against these girls, everybody outside of guys like Dougie and Craigie and, a bunch of guys who are actual water polo players, everybody else would absolutely get smashed. There wouldn't even be a competition, right? Like, these girls are world class. They go home to play on their Olympic teams. Like, a bunch of them played on the Olympics in the last Olympics for their home countries and stuff like that, right? So this is next level stuff. But most of them never surfed, right? So it balances out for us against them.
Like, hey,
right?
I get chance
yeah,
now.
exactly. But you throw them in the pool, you're like, oh, no, this is going to suck. I would use other words, but this is a PG family show, so let's just not go there, right? And so that's the thing with, water polo. Once I started, playing it, I was like, wow, this is by far the hardest thing you'll ever do that's not in the surf. The competition, and it's basically wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and literally boxing all in the water and all done underwater, right? It's only a foul if you get caught. And like, there's so much stuff that happens under the water. It's crazy. And when you're in water polo shape, there is no better shape you can be in, no matter how much you surf, no matter how much you train. Water polo is totally different. Here we go.
Going backdoor, standing tall.
Oh, so tall up there.
Go.
Got caught on the bottom, little warble, knees got straightened out. That looks like...
Is that Kieran or
possibly
Nate?
Kieran Jabor. Maybe even Nate, though. But normally, that looks like Nate. Yeah, that's Nate for sure. Oh, broken board.
Oh.
Water Patrol. Don't worry. We got the best water patrol in the world, Hawaiian Water Patrol, but he's just trying to get away from that wave. Oh, no, the board's not broken.
Just dodging.
Just trying not to get nailed. He's trying not to do a Kaino McGee. They caught in the head and they stuck it backdoor the whole time.
Now, one thing about Nate, he almost always has a GoPro in his mouth.
Yep, he has one right now. See, and then right back out. Yep, dip, no problem. This one would land on my head if it was me. Then look, nothing. Really? I never have that. It never happens. Oh, so late.
Standing tall, pumping it.
I don't know if you could see, but his foot placement was so much further up on the board to try and pump and get more speed. And, so for those of our viewers who are watching who, either are beginning to surf or, don't surf this type of waves or, are used to this kind of like cruising down the line. When you're surfing, you actually have to move your feet forward to pump, and especially in this type of wave in the barrel to get more speed. Or you'll watch, like, when they're doing airs and stuff, right? They move, they pump all the way forward, and then when they punt and do the air, they actually move their feet even forward to widen that stance. Yep, in the air, on the way up, whether it's a rotation or not, just to have that balance when they land and have a wider, stronger stance. But if you stand too far on your back on your board, or the board check, making sure they don't have any buckles possibly or a broken fin. But in this type of waves, you need to get so much speed to make it out of those waves that you'll see the riders pumping, but you don't always realize they're probably anywhere from a foot to 2 feet forward of their normal stance, because there's no way to make it and get more speed if you don't do that.
Yeah. So, you're talking about water polo in the swimming pool. Look, like right now it's so glassy.
Look at how
looks like a pool.
gorgeous that is. So this is what I was telling Ezra. So you see where the competitors are sitting?
Yeah.
There's that little like horseshoe of sand.
Yeah.
That sand we need to move over to our right and fill in all the holes where you see the far competitor to our left there. You want to fill in all those holes there. And then as it goes into where our water patrol is and all the photographers and stuff, that's where we want that sandbar. So all that sand that's directly under our competitors is one of the reasons a lot of the waves are closing out, because it's filling in the holes that we need to have in certain places for it to be just a little deeper so that the wave doesn't break quicker. But when the sand fills it in, right? See, that's what we need. We need holes out in the water. But these kids are doing. Send them in the water.
Move the sand that
Call
way.
Hawaiian Water Patrol. Take those kids, put them to work. Let's make it count. See, this is just something that when we're riding our ATV, we don't see and then go endo right into it over the handlebar.
Oh.
That's almost happened a few times, more than once, I can tell you that for sure. But yeah, so now as you can see, that this swell has a little more west than the last swell. You remember earlier?
Yeah.
He had that streak of sand going across from right to left. We were talking about that earlier. Now that's all moving. So this is what I was just talking about. So now all they have is that horseshoe in the middle. Compared to earlier, that whole reef was covered. So that's what's awesome about having the drone point of view, is that we can see the changes already just in heat 5.
Yeah.
Third heat is 2.5 hours in.
That's incredible how fast it can move.
So you see how this earlier it was bent out more toward the surface. Now that sand is all moving off the reef and moving in because the west is pushing it over from left to right rather than the north pushing it from right to left. Oh,
there we go. Right or up.
Who's this? Oh, it's Nate again, I believe. Wow. So you can see, like, these surfers want to do more, but the wave is so powerful and so strong. And you got the ribs coming up the side of the wave. Like, you could tell off the bottom, like, he wanted to turn, but couldn't. Sometimes the best you can do is just hold your line.
Yeah.
Right? And so, especially with somebody as experienced, right? Not only at Pipeline, but just in big, gnarly waves, Chopo, you name it, like Nate Florence, it's not that easy even for the best of them, right? Like I said, Pipeline doesn't care who you are.
Right. And so, apologies, we're trying to identify these surfers that could have been Nate, it could have been Mackay McNamara, but let's see if we get a better look on the replay here. It takes off.
Yeah, I believe that's Nate. Well, actually,
Mackay,
now that you're saying it. As soon as they said, yeah, that's Nate. Yeah, no. I was like, he bottom 10. I'm like, no, that's actually, that's Mackay. 100% Mackay. Oh, and again, right? Landon McNamara's younger brother. Bummer we don't have him. That'll be another set of brothers we would have in here. And, they all grew up surfing Pipeline. And so they're, well educated on what Pipeline is and are good surfers out there. And, that's how it's heavy when you see good surfers having a hard time.
Yeah.
It tells you everything you need to know, right? And, like, I don't know. I haven't seen any waves today that we would consider, quote, unquote, easy.
Right.
And like I said, this is some of the best pipe surfers in the world. They may not be the best surfers in the world, right? And not on the world tour or anything like that, but a lot of them are the best pipe surfers. Again, like I was saying with Ezra, that's the amazing thing about this event is it gets to showcase these people who would never have a showcase for their talents and abilities here out at Pipeline. So is that just me or
no,
the bus?
Yeah.
Oh, Fosse Fumea. Fosse Transit right there. Long-lasting legacy, the bus or the bus.
The bus. Awesome view of the North Shore on a beautiful glassy day looking towards Kaena Point.
Again, so now you see the angle of this wave.
Yeah,
now it's bending from
west
left
more.
to right. Yeah. So you now saw this morning, right? Still had the leftovers from that last north swell. So this is what we want to see. And watch by the end of the day, a lot of that sand is just going to be moved.
Oh, we're just talking about David Stant right there.
That's the guy right there. Team the Hui Japan. If you guys don't know, it's Stant family fame from the northeast side, right? I guess you would call that. The east side. He was actually a professional football coach in Japan for years and years, and former graduate of Kamehameha Kappa Lama. And they grew up surfing as well. His brother Daryl was a good friend of mine. And he's older than we are, but he's still, one of the influences when I was younger. Founder.
Right,
of the Hui, right? Original founder.
Did you ever know his dad, Uncle Kavika?
Yeah, I knew Uncle Kavika. Yeah. But by the time I actually really got to know him, he was older already. Yeah. But, bro, he was still one big man. Like, first time I met him, like, hi, Uncle, shake his hand. Ouch. But, like, people think I got big hands, but his fingers were all thumbs. Like, bro, it's so strong. Like, and not even trying. It's just like he's like Bam Bam. Right? For those of you of a certain age, you know who I'm talking about. Yeah. But, like, they would shake your hand and not realize it, right? That was his light, light shake, right? And, funny, my wife's cousin, her grandfather is like that. Uncle Mona. Like, it was, and you know, still even in his old age, you know, I think he's like in his 80s already, maybe even older. I forgot. We just had his birthday a little while ago. I could be wrong with that, but he still shakes your hand and you're like, damn. It still hurts like when I was in my 20s. And, you know, some, you know, the Hawaiians back in the day, like, they don't make them like that no more. They're built a certain way, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah, I know.
Amazing.
With David, like, a lot of people know he's a football player and stuff, but bro, a good surfer, like charges too.
Rips, yeah.
Like big pipe and Waimea Bay. In fact, there's a picture that I saw. Sadly, one of the surfers in the wave, Donnie Solomon, drowned at Waimea Bay. David Stant was riding that wave.
Right.
And
that same wave, right?
Same wave. So he definitely charged lethal waves.
You know, speaking of Waimea, Clark Little, Turbo, had a post the other day about his brother, Brock Little, who, of Eddie fame, right, had that big poster in Surfer, I think it was Surfer magazine, that, you know, went viral around the world. If there was such thing back then, like, it would have been massive, right? And you know, he passed a few years back as well.
Right.
You know, from cancer, you want to just send some love to Turbo and his ohana, his parents, you know, from us to them. Miss that guy all the time. Oh, look at this. Oh, so far behind. Let's see. Who was that? Not Jamie. Huh.
Let's call them Hamas.
Yeah,
All of them Hamas.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Kieran. Yeah, that's Kieran.
Yeah.
Well, how many buses get over here at Pipeline?
Trash.
Oh, hey, good call.
Trash day.
Good. That's true. Was trash day for us on the west side too, at least by my house. But yeah, that was definitely Kieran Jabor.
I think by the end of the heat, we identified everybody.
And sometimes not quite. You're on it. That was a good call. That was a good call on whatchamacallit, Makai and Kieran.
So yeah, we were earlier before. I don't know how much time we have left for this heat, but I wanted to kind of pick your brain, and maybe we'll have to talk later. But we're talking about what it was like in the 70s, and we're talking about the establishment of the Huiohe and Nalu and stuff. But we'll get more to that. I want to pick your brain on that era of the 70s. And but we're going to change heats now. We're going into our next heat. I believe it is Quicksilver with Zeke Lau, Joey Johnson, Cole Rothman, and Reef McIntosh. But this is a recap of that heat. And that, we believe, is Makai McNamara or Ivan Florence. But anyway, getting shacked with our Hammers.
The Pipeline Hammers.
The Hammers. And then we have this backdoor wave standing tall, pumping to try and make it out of that fast one, but unfortunately no exit. And then we had Makai McNamara again on this bomb going left, bottom turning slow, standing tall, hoping to come out of this one.
Trying to hold on.
Almost does. Got the water angle of this one, a la Larry Haynes and the water crew out there.
Uncle Larry.
Bottom turn into that pit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment with Team Quicksilver, the backdoor shootout. Aloha.
Aloha. So this was snapped.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Pine Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
Here for the Winter Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Alrighty, aloha gangi. We are back. You got Kainoa McGee here, welcoming back into the fold Mr. Ezra Rodriguez.
Aloha, gang.
We are here for the 2023 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're back for another year, and actually pretty slow through the beginning and middle of this waiting period, Ezra. But looks like today and tomorrow we may be getting some solid pipeline action, which we've been waiting for
All
a while.
orange bars from Surfline. Thank you, Surfline, bringing it to you always. And yep, we are into the Quicksilver heat number 6 of the first round surf.
Zeke Lau, Joey Johnson, Cole Rothman, and Reef McIntosh. So we're looking at this team here. It's the only team where we see only 4 names.
Yeah, 4 guys.
Which every year up until this year, you could only have a max of 4 guys in the water. But Uncle Eddie had extended it this year to each team having 5.
Awesome.
So Team Quicksilver at this point, I mean, unless there's 5 guys in the water and we don't know who the 5th person is, has only 4.
I got kind of excited because I seen Freddie P at the ceremony, so I thought he was the 5th guy. I
Freddie,
was like, Freddie, what do you say?
You're fired.
I thought you were coming out of retirement, just getting some pipe bombs for us today.
Well, this wasn't even count as, this is like still being retired and living the life.
Living the life.
Come out. Okay, so we're requesting an appearance tomorrow. Freddie P, we need to see you on Team Quicksilver.
I'm going to write you in right now.
We're going to both write him in. Fred Pataccia.
Yeah.
Fred Pataccia, your heat is now in the water. Fred Pataccia, you are late for your heat. So whoever's listening that knows Freddie, hey, actually, he still has a chance today to get into the second heat. Move your butt, get it over to the down to Pipeline at the Volcom House, and get out in the next heat for Quicksilver. Would be the 3rd to the last day of the heat, but would love to see Freddie P back out. I mean, this is basically free surfing with your friends, so it doesn't technically count.
Big
right?
time. No.
Still, you can still claim retirement. It's okay.
Yeah.
You can still get your retirement pay. You're not
Look at that
you're not
lineup.
coming out of retirement, Freddie P. But we need to see you out here utilizing the new format this year, which added an extra person. Instead of 4, we got 5.
Yeah, 5 guys this year. As Zeke Lau, Joey Johnson, Cole Rothman, part of the Rothman contingency, and the brothers, Makua Kai's brother, and
sir.
Reef McIntosh.
Oh, speaking of Reef McIntosh, I believe that
was
could
him.
have very well been him, because Zeke is regular foot, but he's not as tall as Reef. So we'll see. That would be the only. So looks like we got 2 goofy footers. Yeah.
Yep.
And 2 regular footers in this heat.
You also got hard charging Joey Johnson.
Joey Johnson. Hey, that guy actually has been a standout in this event. I think for the most part he goes under the radar.
Yeah. Hard
but
worker.
shines in this event because it's a perfect format for him. He's just like, oh, what? I guess I just go. Okay, cool. Whatever. Let's do this.
Works the day job, works super hard, and then he gets out there and plays super hard as well. Looks like Zeke.
Zeke, yeah. Oh, if he could have just got a pump in there. Here we go. This is up and riding. Koa Rothman. Trying to do the 2-hand stall. Oh, gets out just in time. Trying to go with the double hand stall there. Again, ooh, that one looked like reef.
Ooh, too deep.
Oh, no, that's with the helmet. Is that Joey?
Yeah, it might be Joey Johnson.
So, yeah, we were wrong. 3 regular footers and 1 goofy. Koa Rothman being the lone goofy footer in this heat. Yeah, again, like I said, it's been a while since I've been out there, so please bear with us, bear with me. When we get the names wrong, there's no jerseys attached to the names, so we're kind of just taking it as it comes, and hopefully I'm guessing the right name.
Yeah, but once you can see their style, because a lot of these surfers in this event, you know, they're absolute legends. They're all unique in their own way, characters of our shortboarding contingency. And, yep, Joey Johnson out there in the red helmet, and Zeke Lau out there in the red trunks. And Koa Rothman with the purple board. Koa Rothman looks like he's riding his brand new Paizel gun.
Yep. And coming up, we have Team Snap 5. Mason Ho, Seth Moniz, Josh Moniz, Benji Brand, and Clay Marzo.
Wow, exciting. Adding Clay and the Moniz brothers.
Wow.
Good stuff.
That's a great heat there. Excited to see what they have in store. You know, of course, it goes according to what Pipeline says is available, and you just got to make the best of that. So it's glad to see we got Clay Marzo in this event.
Yeah. And Mason, the champion from last year.
Yeah, multi-times the backdoor shootout champion. So
gotcha.
Super stoked about that. I was there the year he won his first one. Oh, look at this thing. Can somebody go? Please, no.
Here we go. Some sets coming in.
Yes, and look at the West. So now that's what we want to see.
We got
coming from left to right, baby. That's what I want to see. That's what Pipeline does. That's a West swell. You know, obviously these waves not pushing all the way through. We're still at the beginning part of this swell.
Gotcha.
So as the swell picks up, see the boil outside.
See it.
That's where you want to sit when it's about 2 to 4 feet bigger, because that's not really second reef yet. It's kind of like 1.5 or 1.5 reef, because where they're sitting now is, as you can tell, they're a little further out, obviously, than we were for the first heats this morning.
Hard to catch there.
Bigger waves, right? And so if you're not out far enough when it's a little bigger, then you have to be a lot further inside and sit underneath. So big comparison there to, like, say, the John Johns, the Nate Florences, the Kelly Slaters, Koa Rothman, and all of those younger guys. They all sit on the inside.
Yeah.
Where here we go, backside 2 right. Oh, gets spit out of that one. Joey Johnson. And I prefer sitting outside. Like, I like coming in from the outside with as much speed as possible.
Yeah, rolling in.
Where these young guys, innovation started with, Kelly, Brucey, Andy, and the guys of that generation, Shane Dorian, those guys riding the smaller boards, sitting underneath the shelf and literally falling into every wave. I prefer sitting outside and getting the bigger bombs coming in from outside and deeper.
And you can't get those on those littler boards.
On the little boards, no. And I prefer, sometimes you're going to sit in there. That's just how the waves are. But I love coming in, like, literally with my hair being pulled back in my head. And you can feel all that speed coming off the bottom. And you just see this huge wave come up. And, I admire what these guys are doing. I do that on my boogie board.
Yeah.
I do not do that.
Amazing career.
On my boogie board, not on a surfboard. Like, see, these are bigger, nice, it didn't stall too hard. There's a lot of ripples going across the warbles, we call them.
Yep. But for what's going on, that was a great pick by Joey Johnson.
Absolutely.
A completion, a frothy, white, watery beast, but he came out, he made the exit. So that's going on his scorecard. So
Yeah, and I think I referred to that earlier, how a lot of the competitors were actually sitting too deep for the left. So if you look where all the competitors are compared to where he caught that wave, he paddled way over to the left to catch that one.
Gotcha.
And it was still a big wave.
Yeah,
right?
smart.
And so what happens is that wave he picked was a west wave, but that it didn't come in at the west bowl. It pushed over more to what would be referred to as the northwest or almost north bowl, actually, excuse me. So northwest or west bowl, more toward the sandbar there, which allowed him to catch that wave and make it. Where a lot of these guys, right, he could have took off deeper, but the opportunity to make it, especially with all the soup in front on the wave before, he wasn't able to do that. Or wouldn't have been able to do that, excuse me.
Yeah, and exactly what you're talking about. You know, like on the Heat of New Earth project, they were too far over that bump. Like you said, Joey Johnson paddled right into that beautiful area of the reef or the sand, and he caught that vein because there's only a certain part of takeoff spots because of that swell direction you said.
Right, and the other thing, too, is because he was far over enough, it was a makeable wave, and it wasn't a smaller wave.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you go over to the shoulder, it's a smaller wave. Here's we got a replay. That was Cole Rothman packing another one. But, you know, a lot of times you go over there, the wave won't be as big, but because we have a building swell, that wave was basically the same size as these ones they're taking. Now look at the separation. Huge separation, right? You got Joey and Cole way over on the left being like, okay, if I catch it from here, it's going to be more makeable, but it's not going to look like a smaller wave, like you're literally shoulder hopping.
Yeah, but you don't need to be deep on the reef right now because that's right where they're going to be.
It's running because of all the north still in it that needs to get washed out from the last swell and the north that's still in it with this incoming swell. So there's still a little bit more north than we would want. Of course, like I said earlier, north is good for backdoor, but we want to have a good combination so the riders have the option to choose either or. Again, big separation, right? You can see like Zeke paddling for this, but Reef is like, Reef will just sit until until he sees a 10, and then he'll go. If no 10s come in, he won't go.
Quicksilver cap, you don't see him really come out of his, he's never groveling. He's, one of those kawaii boys. He cherry picks. He knows what he's looking for. He wants the best wave on offer as Zeke was moving about 10 yards away from Reef to the inside because exactly what you said, it is hard to paddle for right over there in that area as the jet ski is blazing towards off the wall. And there's one of our headline sponsors, the beautiful property of Keiki Bungalows. Hey, and don't forget, we got the best wave by the bungalows, $5,000 extra. And that was awarded to our 12-point ride last year, Kala Grace.
Right, the rich getting richer. What the heck? The guy wins the whole contest and then gets another $5,000 on top of it. But that's why I said, right? More than likely, it's going to be our winner that's going to get it because they're going to have the highest scores.
Yeah.
So look at this right here. Is it Reef? No, Reef looked at it. He wanted that.
Took a look at it.
That's a Reef type of wave, except it kept moving in and doubling up. If that was catchable, that's so a Reef wave right there. Here we go.
He's a big lad. He's got to fit him inside, too. So he knows.
He can fit in the small ones, too. I seen him. First time I went to Teahupo in Chopo in Tahiti. I was like, how the heck did that huge guy just fit himself in that? Oh, look at Zeke. Fit himself in a little barrel, like, it was a smaller day, 2 to 4, 4 to 6 feet. But, like, he pig-dogged it and got deeper and deeper and deeper as the barrel got smaller, but still fit inside. I'm like, what is this sorcery?
And stoked to see him because he had a bit of a free surfing accident yesterday, Ruck. Last year. We didn't get to see him on Team Quick because he got nailed in the eye pretty severely. And, you guys, city and county lifeguards, some of the best. Rocky Cannon was there to take care of Zeke, and he's back this year.
Yeah, awesome. So now, right, that left to right action instead of the right to left. You see how it's coming down, see how it breaks along the reef? Slowly but surely. So like how we were talking about the sand earlier, like look at the reef now, it's dark further over toward the peak.
Yeah, there's no, it looked like a graph, but now it's straight across. Wow, quick the change.
So what's beautiful about that and having this view, here we go, Zeke right here.
Beautiful
Comes
drop.
off the bottom looking, but pipe's not giving much in that one.
I was waiting for
I was going to wait for
backside
punting or
snap.
something.
Yeah,
Big power hack.
Zeke
But
always in it.
Hawaiian power hack.
Big time.
So that's what's awesome with the water quality today and the conditions. Like, look at that. Like, you can see everything. If there were fish there, we'd be able to see it. But what's awesome is we get to see throughout the day how everything changes. Remember earlier, they were sitting literally on the sand. The sand was underneath them while they were sitting there.
Reef's
now
still
that
there.
sand's all moving over, and it's exposing more of the reef. So what's going to happen is as it starts,
Hey,
oh,
Uncle
look
Mike.
at Pops. Yeah, Uncle Michael Hole right there.
That means
That's
Snap
whole
5's
family
coming up
legend.
next,
Yes,
huh?
sir. Right. So not only do we have brothers in this event, but we got father
Father
son.
and son.
Right?
I wonder if he's going to sit in on the snap.
I hope so.
You never know, right?
I think Uncle Eddie would allow a sixth rider. Either that or he's just board caddying. And then he
caddying.
could sneak in a couple of these on the sandbar when nobody's looking.
Yeah, I was wondering, how's this set approaching look to you?
Well, it's coming more from the west for sure, as we can tell. Kind of point there in the background, and you see the angle of the wave now bending toward us instead of away from us like this morning. So this one here, even though it's got a bend to it, it's still
There's a V.
trying.
Yeah.
It's trying more to come toward us and give us more west, which works perfectly because even like for the smaller, say the 4 to 6 or 8 foot waves, they'll create there. Look at reef. Backdoor, like, standing above us, complaining about this the other day. Those guys just paddle right out of
No, I
position,
know, but I
right?
mean, he had to dip pretty deep. I mean,
know.
it looked like real mellow, but he had
But
to
for
go
him,
on
it's
down.
no problem.
Yeah.
For me, I get cracks every time, no matter how far on the edge or how deep I am. Either way, I've
It comes
sat there
for you.
before and watched him just paddle right away from me as I get cracks and got to go all the way back around.
I think it was one of your second, is either your semifinal or your final heat. You had a Kainoa McGee wave headed towards you, but you were a little bit too inside. You remember that
Yep.
one? I said, here
Yep.
it comes. And that was like a little uncharacteristic for you, but you got it on the head. That was a big wave.
Oh, absolutely.
Right back out the back.
Well, I got from day one this
Yep.
year. Yeah, no. So what happened is I tried to catch the one before because we had been waiting. We've been sitting in a heat for like 10 minutes is a
10
long
minutes.
time, right?
Yeah.
So
it
this
is.
one started coming in. Look, it was going to be a good double and started to like double and teepee. So I tried to go deep
Baited
and fall
you
in, get in behind it. And then it fully doubled up, like not even close to catching it. Then I turned around and literally the wave I was waiting for just actually apparently looked worse than it was. So I paddled. I was literally lying down with myself and my paddle
I seen
in
that.
myself at my chest. And normally when I punch through the wave, I'll hold the paddle. But that wave was literally like breaking over my head as I was still paddling through. It was like going straight, like going out.
It
And
looks
so,
cool, calm, and
yeah.
collective, though.
Oh, no, I was not. I was trying not to get caught inside. And so what happened is I pushed the board through the wave and bailed the paddle, which I normally keep. Because what happens is the wave starts pulling, you can use the paddle to slow you down underwater. And you can push down on the blade to get you up to the surface.
All
and
technique.
So, well, that's learned from Uncle Brian Keolana.
Love it.
Out on the west side when they started doing the sub stuff out there, and in the video they showed him doing that from the bottom, and he used the blade side to pull you up. So I normally would hold on to it, but what happens is the wave was so quick and on me quicker than I wanted it to be that I pushed the board and through the paddle as well, and then dove through the top of the wave. And fortunate enough that I made it through the back, but then my leash stretched, and I was just like, yeah, this leash is gonna break.
25-foot leash now.
I think I went out with an 8-foot leash, came in with a 12-foot leash.
Oh, yeah.
Like it popped up, and it was like from here to the wall away from us still. I was like,
You got to reel them in.
Reel them back in. And then, I was more mad that I didn't catch that wave rather than getting cracks by it.
Zeke taking
trying
a look.
again. So you could tell, like, he's hunger. He's eager this year. Like, I mean, he's hungry, not he's
Yep.
hunger.
He totally wants the coveted title of the
Yeah.
2023 Backdoor Shootout, as he had to sit out with eye stitches last year.
Right, and he wants to put a good performance in just for himself.
Yep.
Right, he wants to, like, yeah, I'm back. I missed this. This is what I'm here for. So if you look throughout this heat so far, he's paddling for more waves than everybody put together. Like, he's not even waiting. He's like, I'm here. I'm gonna catch whatever I can. And so it's good to see that hunger from the young guy like this. And you can show how much this event means, even if there's no points on the line. The money and all is good, but I think it's more the bragging rights.
No, the backdoor
winning the
shootout,
backdoor
to win the
shootout.
backdoor shootout
Right.
is huge.
The Hui
This is
Backdoor Shootout.
a Kanaka He'inalu event,
Yes.
and big shout out. That ceremony was absolutely unreal.
Looked like chicken skin kind stuff.
Oh, thank you for
had to
coming.
work. I couldn't be there.
Yeah, Lana Kila, thank you for flying from the Big Island. That was an amazing ceremony. Everybody got chicken skin, and the waves were massive, clapping on the sand. And,
Yeah, again, so we want to send out our present sponsor is Keiki Bungalow. We also like to thank Monster Energy, White Claw, Kona Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, which we've been eating every day so far, right? Yeah, it's so good. Go check it out. This one is the surf one, the surfboard tortilla chips. So you got your boogie, you got your what is here, the swallowtail. You got, it almost looks like a skimboard.
Is this your model?
That's
This
the
might be
McGee model.
your model right there.
I gotta talk to them about royalties for that on top of the packages. Also, big mahalos to Defend Hawaii, Haleiwa Juice, Reason Cinco, Aloha Salad, and Yum, Two Thumbs Tattoo, and then Salt and Air Productions. Of course, Salt and Air Productions there, and Mr. Mike Prickett winning,
legend.
winning an Emmy Award
We
for
all
the
got-
100-foot wave.
We've been loitering around his
Getting
Emmy
pictures.
shelf.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen an Emmy before. The thing is
Not
real.
in person.
You let it go, you can break your
Yeah,
foot. The
easily.
thing is, not
Heavy
your
duty.
plastic trophy. And he well deserves that as well. And don't forget, you can get these amazing Backdoor Shootout sweaters, hats. Go check out defendhawaii.com. Defend Hawaii, always a huge supporter in all our Hawaiiana cultural events. So mahalo to you guys. And mahalo to all the Huio He'enalu members founded in
Absolutely.
1975. Go to huiohe'enalu.org or on our IG at Huio He'enalu North Shore and go find out, because some of the proceeds from the shirts and all the apparel, it goes to a great cultural cause for our young youth in surfing, canoe paddling, and all the Hawaii events that we have here in Hawaii. So help
Right.
support a great cause.
And if you want to donate money, it's a 501c3 nonprofit.
Yes.
So we have the Hui clothing line, which is for-profit retail.
Okay.
But then we have the Hui Ohe'enalu North Shore, which is the actual club that was
yes.
originally started by Uncle Eddie, Amona, Stant,
Uncle Terry.
Uncle Terry Ahui, and so here's a perfect shot
That is
of the
beautiful.
west.
I see.
So you see how right behind us
The
is
lines.
Kaiana Point.
Yeah.
That's the farthest west point here on Oahu. And as you see the lines now, they're bending
That
toward
degree,
us. Yeah.
right. So you almost want it to go 22 degrees into Sharks Cove. As you can see all that over there, the lines are just sending out towards us there.
So normally what happens is as the swell starts filling in, the waves are bigger at, say, like Insanity's off the wall. And as the swell starts moving closer to the island and starts passing the island, then the bigger waves will hit Pipeline. And so we'll start seeing that throughout the day, which we've already seen from Heat 1 to now Heat 7.
Gotcha.
The waves where they're sitting now compared to where they're sitting in Heat 1, they're way further out. Cole Rothman pumping, trying to, come on. Oh, he made that.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a make for Brother Cole Rotman.
Going with the little head dip on the end. Oh, that
Turning
was
in.
sick. Totally disappeared for not just a couple seconds, but a few seconds there. It seems like at the end of that wave. That was beautiful. I almost thought he wasn't going to make it. He got those couple pumps in, and then he disappeared. And a lot of times at pipeline, that's the part of the wave that breathes.
Yeah.
So if you could imagine, that's where it exhales. So the wave itself gets bigger inside, right? And then when it exhales, the bottom drops out. So that was well done there by Koa Rothman.
To make it out of that.
To make it through that section. Like, he had to pump, and we can't see it. Maybe we'll get a water shot of it. But you'll probably see him, like, kind of pump and almost hop through that one section there that breathed on the inside to make it through. I've had sections like that on my boogie board where I'd literally bunny hop through the section and land on the other side because I wouldn't be able to pump like I can on a surfboard. Here we go. Here's the water shot. So there's a pump, and right there, pumps again. See
he
that?
almost got clipped, so that makes it even more.
So you see him pump high right through. So here, and then he pumps right here. You don't see it, but from the water angle, that's why I want to see the water angle.
He easily makes it over, all Jedi'd out.
Exactly.
Easy to fall right there.
So what I had anticipated or guessed was actually what it was, because that's that part there that you're going to have to pump to get through, right? And it's almost like a bunny. So if you see it, if you watch it in slow motion, you'll see that he pumps up and the board's like almost out of water to get through that section.
Curb, and
then the chandelier is almost hitting him on the way out. So again, absolutely well done.
Just
he did a great job there,
Good
so like, see how more reef is being exposed on the inside. Zeke Lau.
Zeke Lau.
Oh, come on, pump.
Oh, beauty. And you already knew off his one pump that he wasn't going to make it.
Yeah, he just stood straight up and claimed it. Oh, that was beautiful. He had what we call the vision.
The vision. That was a beautiful pipe cone, but that thing was a little bit too in front of him.
Yeah. And again, right, with the strategy of being just a little further over because the waves suck you in, and then you keep forgetting about the sandbar, that the sandbar is making the wave break a little quicker on the end there.
He's giving you guys hints, you guys, if you guys are watching your screen at the houses. A little bit over.
Oh, and see, you can't see it from here, but that wave is kind of doing like a whoops kind of thing that you don't see. And the difference is these waves have moving whoops. Here we go. And right there, he knew.
Just change the
angle. Watch this angle right there. So he sees it, he pumps, and he's like, running away. Yeah. A lot of times here at Pipeline, especially with this type of swell, building swell, northwest direction, that's going to happen a lot more.
Yeah.
Especially, first day of competition for our shortboarders. So it's going to be exciting to see as the swell starts filling in and those waves become more consistent. Then what happens when it becomes more consistent, the chances of them being in a better position because it's more consistent and coming in more often in that place, they'll be in the right place and be able to make those. Because
right time.
They're going on whatever's coming in, but you look right now how it just gets flat.
Yeah.
But as the swell builds and it gets bigger, right where they're sitting is actually going to be too far in. They're going to be pushed a little further out on the reef and a little further down toward the right, closer to what would technically be quote unquote the channel pipeline, depending where you are. But see where the next heat is sitting?
Yeah.
When the waves get bigger, that's going to be the place to sit, because can't tell, but the wave is bending like this from where they're sitting right now compared to where the competitors in the next heat are. You can see it on this wave here. Look at Reef looking at it. But right where he is,
Reef.
right past him, there's a bend, right on this side where Zeke is, or excuse me, Koa.
And Koa.
So Koa's on the other side of the bend.
Gotcha.
Right? And they're, maybe 5 feet apart?
And he still tried for it. Still, yeah.
Well, but what happens is, here's a heat recap. So we're counting down this heat, 1 minute left. We got Cole Rothman here. This is that double hand drag, trying to stall and get into it. Beautiful, beautiful vision, nice big spit. Right, just when it looked all nice and dandy and easy, the north comes in and look at
Joey Johnson injected in the belly.
Here we go, Joey Johnson again. This thing was sick.
That was his make.
Yeah, with all the soup there. Here we go. See, this is the one wave just bottom turn. Didn't give him much, and then we were waiting for a big turn on the end, but he didn't have what it took, so he just jumped off his board.
Brother Zeke, and here we go. Cole,
this is that sick one right here. And the pump, so you see how the board, the front of it just pumped up. All righty, we're heading out, guys. We're going to be back in about 6, 7. Nah, 1 minute.
1
We'll
minute.
see you then.
Aloha.
Aloha's.
All right.
Nice. Stop.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Aloha and welcome back to the 2023 Hui Backdoor Shootout, Day 2 of competition. We're in the main event of the team. 8 teams going head-to-head. Hui Wax, Team Japan, Team Quicksilver, Team Volcom, Team Snap 5, Team New Earth Project, Team Tubos, and Pipeline Hammers. And currently in the water right now is Snap 5 with Mason Ho, Seth Moniz, Josh Moniz, Benji Brand, and very exciting, I'm with Isaiah Walker and be waiting. The 6th guy is Clay Marzal. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Looking forward to Snap 5. Snap 4 team last year. Anyway, the Snap team last year, they did amazing.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see a lot of the same guys on the roster. Good to be with you guys here. Hopefully you're enjoying your Saturday.
Aloha, guys.
Here in Hawaii, beautiful weather on the North Shore. Glad you can join us on Surfline and on our wherever you're finding us online. So, Backdoor Shootout 2023.
2023, we're here.
And we had the first part of the waiting period, the waves were too big.
Too big.
So we instead went live at Waimea Bay. They almost had the eddy, but
Didn't, but we're back here.
But we're stoked because this morning, the waves were we had the one dying swell and a new swell coming in, and Surfline called it. So we have this new rising northwest swell.
And you can see the sets.
Yeah.
A lot more west in it.
And so we've seen a lot of great waves being ridden today. Some guys getting caught inside by some of those sneaker sets as well. And we're looking forward to a full day of competition today and possibly tomorrow.
Yep. Maybe these guys get to surf 2 to 3 times, depending on the conditions. And we got a champion out there from last year, Mr. Mason Ho, in his team Snap.
Yeah, Mason's done amazing things he's such a entertainer.
Yes, he is.
And maybe that comes from his roots. The whole family has got a lot of talent when it comes to surf, but they also have that
Characters.
level,
Yes.
that layer of entertainment. His uncle was the famous Don Ho.
That's right.
An entertainer from Waikiki.
That's right.
Tiny Bubbles.
They are related. Tiny Bubbles. Mr. Don Ho. Epic view of the Jerry Lopez Proving Grounds Volcom House. Volcom A and Volcom B.
I got a text from Akua Rothman. He said, "Hey, bro, you said the wrong name for the mountain. Huh? It's Mount Kaala." That's what I thought I said. We have these cool drone shots, and there's a shot of. But my son right now is on Kauai, so I had Kauai on the brain. So I call him the Waianae Mountain Range. Mount Kaala is our tallest mountain on the island of Oahu, which still is really not very significant in comparisons to, say, Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea on the Big Island that are like 13,000 feet. Some of our
Change your breathing, change your whole everything. Some people, they don't know.
Whereas Mount Kaala, I'm not too sure. We could Google it, but I'm guessing around 3,000 feet compared to 13.
Gotcha.
In fact, all these islands before, they're as they age, they shrink. So if you can tell, the older the island, like Kauai and Niihau are the older islands, the island actually starts to shrink and settle. The ultimate, fate of an island is to become an atoll. So if you go to the South Pacific, you'll see in Tahiti and so forth that those islands eventually, as they settle and they sink, the reef become the next sort of inhabitable places like Kiribati and what that are just all that's left is the atoll, the reef. So that's why the islands, the further southeast you go, the islands are usually bigger. So Maui is bigger than Oahu, which is bigger than Kauai, because the nature of the islands is to shrink.
I heard you can fit the island of Kauai into the Lake Tahoe, but when you're up on the gondola, it just doesn't look humanly possible. But a number of people have told me that.
I'm not sure about that, but
when you're on Kauai, it's one of the smaller. It's not tiny. When you go up to the Kalalaos and whatnot, the island is massive. So to kind of eyebology see it fit into the lake, I don't think so.
Eyebology.
One of the Ezra words.
They do say that all the islands of the island chain, could fit onto the Big Island. So the Big Island is big enough to house all the others. To puzzle
it in.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
In fact, the district of Puna is so big, it's apparently bigger than most of the other islands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's some killer facts. I bet you a lot of listeners did not know that.
Right. So Hawaii, we got so much beauty as far as the land, but also the ocean. And we're talking earlier how the volcanic nature of of our islands contributes to the fact that we have such incredibly powerful waves here, because our islands are isolated in this Hawaiian hotspot in the middle of the north portion of the Pacific Ocean. And so these waves are coming from deep water, traveling miles from the Aleutian Islands mostly. We get those northwest swells coming from, a couple thousand miles away. And then they travel through this deep water. And as swells travel through deep water, they move fast and they organize well. And then they detonate right here on our shores at Bonsai Pipeline into shallow water. And a beautiful drone angles, you can see that transition from deep to shallow.
You see the sand, it moved. It was staggered earlier, and now it's becoming a dome around the reef. Super interesting. Also in this heat, we have a family legacy, Seth and Josh Moniz. And you know whose kids that is? The legendary Tony Moniz.
Oh, yeah.
And their mom's a legend, too. What's up, Auntie Tammy? How you guys doing?
Aloha.
Super good to see your boys out there in an amazing team, Snap 5, with last year's champion, Mason Ho. And also, I heard they're giving $5,000, Keiki Bungalows.
Yes.
The best backdoor shootout wave by Keiki Bungalows, $5,000.
No, that's awesome. Have that extra.
What an extra bonus. Good stuff.
Yeah, $5,000. Nothing. That's quite a few sandwiches.
Some disciplines, that's you can win an event and make under $5,000, you know, so $5,000 for catching the best wave. And it's not always the winner, like you know, Kala Grace, he got a 12 last year, you know, on that one of those amazing pipe bombs. He slowed it down. He got totally covered. He won the $5,000, but he didn't win the event, but he did get a 12. So that's why this, this field of competitors and this format of team is amazing. Raises the bar for sure.
And one thing that's cool about that, I mean, you get the 12-point ride. Sometimes that 12-point ride is more memorable than winning the event.
Oh, yes.
Right. Like the year that Keito Matsuoka got that 12-point wave at the backdoor shootout. I can't remember who won the event, but I remember that wave.
Yeah, you remember that wave.
Yeah.
Like last year, I remember Ballaram Stacks wave, too. It was a huge one. Along with me and you talk a lot. She didn't come out, but I would probably not paddle into Bethany Hamilton.
Bethany.
What's up, Beth? Missing you this year. But absolute charger. That was a very big wave.
Was incredible.
As I see the Moniz brothers, they're frothing. They're paddling all over the lineup going shopping because, you know, as a surfer, when you're watching a lot of the other heats, like, you know, one of the best surfers in the world, Kelly Slater, he was shopping. You know, he didn't like anything. I've seen him lean over.
Taking his time.
You know, any average human cattle would have went over the falls, leaning over that hard, assessing the situation. But, yeah, here we go. If you guys are joining us on the beach, it's going to be a beautiful day on the North Shore. Luckily, we still have some beach.
Yep.
They could be right up against the houses. So, ladies and gentlemen, come out. Come join us.
Now,
come support the North Shore.
Were my eyes deceiving me? I'm looking at the lineup, and I swear I saw somebody look like Michael Ho.
Huh? Oh, you are correct, but I'm not too sure if he's in the heat. Do you see him in the lineup, or was he coaching?
I don't know.
What if he's one of the ads on there?
Maybe. Why not?
But we have Clay Marzol. Maybe he's switching out with Clay Marzol. That would be pretty entertaining.
Yeah. I mean, is Mason in the water right now? Well, then maybe he like substituted for his son. Oh, here we go. Pumping.
Seth Moniz.
Sethy boy, come on, let's go.
Oh, traveled all the way to the end of that one.
That was close. Looked like he was coming out because he was pumping and looking for that exit.
Yeah. And so quick the current takes him back that way.
Remind me a little bit of, do you see that wave of Joey Johnson earlier in the season? Where it just like, he just looked like he was not coming out.
He worked so hard. He was so stoked on getting that wave. And, yep.
It was one of the best waves so far I've seen, and some of this footage is just how long and how deep he was in that one. You'll see this replay here. Getting to work, pumping.
Nice
trying
travel.
to make it through that section.
Got really clampy, really tight to where it'd almost be an impossible exit, but the velocity and speed that he was coming, you never know with the Moniz.
You just have to, here's where we make that decision, right? Okay, do I keep trying to paddle through backdoor, or do I just take the Circle Island tour?
I mean, over here, it's super nuts. But I mean, you know, all these places all around the world, a lot of locals tell you, run the beach. You know what I mean? Go around. And, you know, sometimes when you're from Hawaii, you think you can duck dive and make it all the way out to the back. And sometimes it's just smarter to play walk around.
Now, we saw that outer reefs breaking outside Pupukea, and then I think
there's
may
that
have been
west
outside of a third reef at Pipe, and then here we have a second reef. Let's see if our competitors can find one wave from this set, hopefully. Maybe more, hopefully.
That was a really deep west set. As more heading in, and you guys are watching Snap 5. Mason Ho, Seth Moniz, Josh Moniz, Benji Brand, and Clay Marzal.
Now, if you don't know, Snap is a film, like a surf film, surf flick, or surf movie. And the Snap series was kind of an older series. I remember like Andy was big in those.
Big time.
But then Snap 5 is more recent. production that came out, and I don't know if you had a
Got
chance
the
to see it,
hottest
but
guys.
it's insane.
It is insane. I love that movie. And I'm excited for Snap 5 as they added Clay Marzal to the roster this year. And me and Isaiah are just maybe questioning, is Uncle Mike, Pops,
out there too.
Pops Shakur, is he in this heat? We shall see. This guy, so much history. He lived all around the island, and, you know, at his age right now, he's one of the frothiest Groms. I mean, he's ready to just combo you, and, you know, he's still competitive at his age.
Oh, my gosh.
And,
It really gives everyone else hope, myself included.
Yeah.
Because this time, I mean, I'm going to be 50 this year in 2023. And, I mean, when I was young, pro surfers' careers were done at 30.
Right.
Like, I remember
yeah.
Sean Thompson retiring. I think he was 30 or 31 or something, and it was kind of like, all right, and most people, their careers were done.
But at least we remember them. Nowadays, it's like you're quick to be forgotten. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's cool, the longevity. I don't know what changed, if it's just our diet, maybe also like health habits, like our surfers now, or maybe they take their health and their, you know, as athletes,
Look at
living
him,
living a lifestyle that can allow them to, you know, have longer careers. But I mean, the fact that Kelly Slater, I mean, he's a year and a half older than me, and like still killing it. And to have Uncle Mike out here at Pipe and still killing it. And Mike is, I don't know exactly his age, but I know he's probably in his 60s.
Yep, he is. And you know, it's interesting. You're a surfer, so you're still doing the right thing, marinating your bones in, you know, the fountain of youth. That's what it is for us in surfing. It keeps us young. It makes us, you know what I mean, work on ourselves, challenge us. Situations in the water are like everyday situations at work,
right,
or in your regular life. And it's like, you know, super good. Like, you know how the Hui Nalu has a nonprofit. It's great to teach our youth about this stuff.
Okay, I had to Google Michael Ho's name to see how old he is. 1957 he was born. I'm a historian, not a mathematician, so but I know that, like, this, he's in his 60s. Born July 13th. We share the same birthday.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So anyway, so Uncle Mike, aloha, and so keep inspiring us by doing what you do.
These guys are legends all over the island, him and his amazing brother Derek Ho, because when I lived at Beach Lots next to Kurt Hammett from Metallica right on Hinalea Street, I would hear stories when the waves would go off outside Rabbit Island all the way outside Waimanalo at all these breaks. I would hear the Ho brother stories, you know, raised in Waimanalo, real good surfers.
Yep.
And so they have, you know, they have set foot everywhere on this island. They know every nook and cranny. I've seen them in little corners in town that never used to be so popular. And really good to see him, Mason, and Coco still doing their thing.
Yeah.
And the way he's out there, it looks like he is in this heat, so that's awesome.
Yeah, because there's 5 of them, and that's how many are allowed.
I don't see Clay yet, so.
You're blessed with beautiful weather today, where it's sunny, but it's not scorching hot.
It's not scorching hot. I do feel the cool breeze. That is awesome. Thank you to Hollywood Juice and Reason Scene Co., where you can see them. They made an amazing pair of Hui shades. So go check them out. There's a few different versions of them. Reason Eyewear, Scene Co., Energy Evolution, Zen, and Earth Natural. Mahalo for the polarized eyewear. Thank you so much. Aloha Salads for the last 7 years been feeding the crew at the Backdoor Shootout. Mahalo. And locally owned Two Thumbs Tattoo. Thank you to Bretta Bo. Thank you for all your support. And Haleiwa Juice supplying the North Shore of Oahu with quality cold pressed juices. Thank you so much. And Keiki Bungalows, bringing it to you live. Keiki Beach Bungalows. Book your staycation today, whether you're Kama'aina or a visitor, but you're going to have to do it a year in advance. This place is awfully popular. Also, Keiki Bungalows is bringing it to you again, a $5,000 wave at the Backdoor Shootout. The Keiki Bungalows best wave at the Backdoor Shootout, $5,000 for that surfer. So awesome stuff. And I'm not going to mention it right now. Massive prize purse is underway for the winner on Sunday. And, you know,
Right on.
just like this team format, you know, it's like, it's just different. It's awesome. It's just elevating all the surfers. They get to surf 3 to 4 times in certain years, sometimes 6 times. So all pending on the swell in the direction, because the staff at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, they want each and every surfer to get an even playing field.
That is Clay Marzo right there.
That
so
is.
He is in
he
the
is
heat.
in the heat, and that was a beautiful under the lip stall to bunny hop out of the barrel on 6-foot whitewash.
So cool.
Super entertaining. So if you guys haven't checked out the crew in Snap 4, go watch it. You can find it on YouTube and online, and Snap 5 is going to be coming out soon. Super excited. And you also have the champion from last year out in this heat, Mr. Mason Ho.
Yeah, we were talking recently about Mason and the movie Through the Doggy Door.
Yep.
And if you haven't seen it, go check it out. Really cool documentary about Sheldon Paishon.
And you have a few interviews in there as well.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. I was able to be part of the project. So
Big time.
providing a little bit of historical context and, you know, because it's about the west side and growing up on the west side. I mean, I'm not from that side of the island.
The raw side.
The raw side, but you've spent a lot of time there.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the watermen are created, and a lot of stuff has been innovated like this side, you know, Uncle Terry and Uncle Brian.
And it's not just surfing. It tells a pretty heart-wrenching story of poverty.
Yeah,
really.
it is.
I mean, it's a struggle where it talks about him growing up homeless in a tent on the beach.
It's no joke over there.
Yeah, and just, you know, kind of another side to Hawaii that people don't realize. You have local people here who many of which, you know, struggle with hard times, and so it really is a story of him being able to survive and to pull out of that situation. Here is a replay of Clay Marzo. Goes to the
Beautiful.
bottom,
Zip.
snap, check, turn right under the lip.
And he was really smart to break out of that fold, as that thing could have clamped him on the head. So he does a little speed ollie over the foam. And, you know, where Sheldon grew up, that's, you know, you act up out there, you could get dirtiest of lickings, just like the North Shore. So always, guys, always come with respect.
Oh, look
it
at this
takes
backdoor
you
wave.
a long way. Ooh, I believe that is Josh Moniz. He is ready to pump down backdoor like his dad, Tony Moniz.
Oh, it's a
How's that duck dive the guy just went underneath after the thing just fully barreled? I wonder if he came out the back on that one. Very impressive.
Let's see if Uncle Mike's in the spot for this one.
A lot of large surf happening right now as we speak from the drone angle here on the left. No takers. Yeah, so if you guys are just joining us, starting off the day was Team Tubos, followed up by Team Volcom. And then we had a new ad this year with Kelly Slater, Carissa Moore as the New Earth Project. And I feel that, I feel like today, just seeing a lot of the waves, double Koa Rothman and Koa Smith, they had a couple of real good pipe waves that they've exited on. Yeah, exits are a little bit seldom today. There's a bunch of exits, but, you know, these guys got to make it happen.
Right.
And 30-minute heats, gang.
So, yeah, at the Backdoor Shootout, we try and bring to you surfing action, but also a little bit of history and culture and talk story. And we dedicate this event every year to Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku.
Oof.
And we're talking a little bit earlier, Kaino McGee and I, about how he was an Olympian. And one of the events that he was on the team was with the water polo team. So, so he was an Olympic swimmer mostly, and his best division was the 100 meter.
Yep, 100 meter
And
freestyle.
and so when he first he broke the world record when he was, I think he was like 18 years old, and he was living in Honolulu. Of course, so he grew up on the beach in Waikiki at Kalia, Waikiki, which is over near the by the, what is that, the Rainbow Rainbow Towers over there.
Learned how to surf from some little kids
Hilton.
down there. They taught
And
him.
so but he's such an avid surfer and waterman as a young child, that when he's 18 years old, he's the fastest swimmer. He's the fastest swimmer in the world. There was a gentleman that was in Hawaii who knew, was in the swim community, the competitive swim community, and he saw Duke swimming one day, racing with his friends, and he was so intrigued by how fast he looked that he said, "Hey, would you mind if I clocked you and we timed this?" And they tried to make it official, and got it like a club race and timed him, and he couldn't believe that he actually smashed the world record in Honolulu Harbor doing these races. And anyway, so the story goes on from there, where he eventually does go in the Olympics and earns a few gold medals and really brings a lot of pride to Hawaii.
Big time.
But as he's traveling swimming, he's also stopping at all these places and surfing, and in many cases introducing surfing to these places like New Jersey, parts of Australia, and he goes to New Zealand and to a variety of places where he puts on these exhibitions. And if you've never seen surfing before, I mean, those of us that are watching today, as you know, surfing is very exciting.
Super.
And it defies a lot of what you would think of, riding on water. They called him the guy who could walk on water.
It demands respect.
And so it's, imagine seeing it for the first time. And so it was something really cool that he became, some called the Johnny Appleseed of surfing. But
he was also rescuing on his visits, rescuing tons of lives.
And hopefully nobody needs rescuing right now. These sets are going to mow everybody down.
You were also a part of the Waterman.
Yeah,
I seen you.
Yeah, so the
That was a
movie
great
Waterman,
movie.
and you can see it on PBS. They have, they've shown it on their.
You learn a lot about Duke that a lot of people didn't know, and they pieced it together really well. Great job, you guys, and the cast.
There's a replay. I think this is the one of Josh where he had to straighten out because it was just a closeout.
And this guy coming back from injury, I didn't want to tattletale on him when he was supposed to take it easy months ago. That guy was doing full-blown errors at Lonnie's and Chun's. I was tripping out. I was like, take it easy. This guy's back.
What was his injury?
Josh back.
Where?
He broke his tailbone or something way more serious than that, but he was out for a little while. And just to see him coming back in the water, I just, I love to see surfers, real surfers, they need to wet their gills. That's their lifestyle.
Yeah, and their dad, Tony, when I was a kid, Tony was somebody we looked up to. Great at big wave surfing, small wave surfing. Always had the kind of signature red and yellow paint on his board.
Right? He was at the ceremony getting chicken skin. So good to see him and Tammy, Auntie Tammy, another great surfer. And let's not forget about Sis. Yeah, Kalia Moniz. She held these gang of brothers together, you know what I mean, to be a sister in that pack. I grew up with all of them when they came down to the beach 91, 92 in Waikiki to start their surf school, and all worked together as a family. Amazing stuff as this pipe cone just mows over with white water.
Yeah, these are a lot of energy right here, that pipeline.
Happened to Team Japan as it came in kind of quick and started moving everybody around, but these guys, they were taking it.
But look at the difference, from when we first started at 8 o'clock.
Exactly, yeah.
That's something about the North Shore here on Oahu and in Hawaii. You get a rising swell and the conditions can jump up real quick.
Big Bro McGee, it's only 4 to 6 now.
Yeah, he's calling it 3 to 4.
2 to 3 to you. Who, you?
This morning.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Here we go. That was Seth. This is the recap. Driving down the line as he couldn't make it out not so much scoring capability. A lot of heroes out in the lineup I wanted to see, Isaiah.
And here we have Clay Marzo in this recap. Snaps it under the barrel, under the lip, pulls in, travels through that barrel, and then right before that sandbar section closes out, he
Best
exits.
one of the heat.
There we have Josh Moniz closing out on him, but he nonetheless had a great heat. We're going to take a break. See you soon. Stay with us at the Backdoor Shootout. Aloha.
More opportunity. So, oh.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe it. As far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this, it's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
You got to go by.
Hey, gang. Welcome back to 2023 Backdoor Shootout. We're into the main event. This is day 2. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and I'm sitting with my big bro, legendary Kainoa McGee. How you, brother?
How's it? Back in the loop. Let's do this. What team we got up right now?
We have the last team of
The
the
Hui
firster,
Wax.
Da Hui Wax. And don't forget to go to Da Hui Wax
Hawaii.com.
Go
They're
get
actually
your case.
discounting some of the prices and
Yeah.
trying to blow out a bunch of wax. So like I said,
Yeah.
I've been using that lately. It's working really well. I like the real sticky. I believe it's the black.
Great
There's-
formula. They
There's
have.
a black and there's a red. I like the black. That one's really good. Also, it doesn't flake off the board
It
as
doesn't.
easy.
Yeah.
It does. It does some if you like leave it in the sun for too long or whatever.
You're not supposed
But
to do that, but it does take heat. It
Yes,
does take
yeah.
some heat more than the other ones where you'd be scraping.
Yeah,
your
because it's
boards
a
off
little
earlier.
more smushy.
Yeah.
So even if it gets soft, you can add a layer over it, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't just flake off, which
Yeah.
a lot of times we have issues with. Again, this is one of our co-ed heats, so stoked to see.
Oh, yes.
Moana Wong.
Moana Wong.
Wong in this one. So we'll see what she can do. Carissa got a few waves earlier, but again, the conditions are really challenging today as we're getting rid of the last north swell and this new northwest swell is filling in. So exciting to see. She actually had a gnarly wipeout earlier this season at Pipeline. Yeah, I was actually in bed for a few days and everything. Like it was
Like
from
before
what
the Pipe Masters or
Yeah.
afterward?
I think, remember. Yeah, actually it was before. And so she got out, I think, the day before the contest started, and got a wave. I was looking at a post that she sat like for a while, like like an hour or two before
She's
she
very
finally
calculated. Yeah.
very and if you watched her surf last year when she was winning the Volcom event at Pipe, the Volcom Pipe event, as well as the Pipe Masters, she was very calculated in all of those as well. And that's the thing about surfing Pipeline. I meant to talk to her, but I didn't have any time to really hang out with her this year. Or the past few years, we were able to talk story a little bit here and there. But that's the thing about Pipeline. If you're going to be a pipe surfer, that's going to happen. Injuries are going to happen. You're going to bounce off the reef. You're going to go over the falls. You're going to, scare the living bleep out of yourself.
Yeah.
Just getting caught inside it. And that's those things that you need to get comfortable with.
Yeah.
And, one of the sayings I always use is you have to give some to get some.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
So as long as you can still go home in one piece, it's a victory. I got pieces of me all over that reef in there.
But some people don't come back after they lose a piece of themselves out there,
Yeah, exactly. And, and we've lost some, loved ones out there as well, I think the
all kinds of
latest.
sizes.
Yeah, exactly. And on days when, and that's the thing, I think, as big wave surfers and you start to surf bigger waves, you get kind of comfortable with what's quote unquote smaller to you, right? So your context of what you're surfing changes, where 6 to 8 feet is fun. 8 to 10 feet, 12 feet is fun, right? After it gets like 15, 20, then it's like, you're hyper focused on that stuff. But when you're so hyper focused and the bigger waves are so much more challenging, that these so-called smaller waves, right, aren't as big of a challenge. You don't worry as well. And I believe that's the times when you actually get hurt more often than not. I don't see it happening so much when the waves are super big. Of course, look at this. Is that Benji Brandt? I mean, no, wrong heat. Sorry. That looks like
Emil
Zarmat.
Yeah.
We've been hearing a lot about this kid, too. He's Tahitian as well, right, from Tahiti. Been seeing a lot of his footage, a lot of his stuff online. So I was actually excited to see him surf live here at Pipeline.
Putting in the work. Got into it.
Just like got to see Matahi the past couple of years. And, like I said, they grew up surfing a wave like Te Ahupo. This is nothing. And here we go.
Yeah,
West,
I see it.
baby, West. That's what, and that's where I like sitting outside here. But there's a peak where that white water is breaking, so you see the wave behind it.
I see it.
When it breaks over there, that's when it hits the reef, and you can get a good first reef wave coming in from second reef. But when it's further over here, so over here is basically like that's like outside back door, where you want that wave on the outside to switch over a little bit. Like this first one, look at
but that intermission of you guys traversing from the outside, lining you guys' self up, that must be the biggest nerve.
Yeah, that's
right there.
the thing. Like you look at it, like, nah, I'm good. Oh no, I'm gonna fade. And you're like, oh no, I'm faded too much, right? Or vice versa. You pull in, and then in Tahiti they call it moila leash. Moila leash basically means your leash is getting barreled, but you're not. Right.
Gotcha.
So it's when they say moila leash. When they say moila leash, it's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing.
Right? Although like they're saying it with all this excitement and stuff, they're saying it that excitedly because it's a bad thing. So, but
they right in the shoulder.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And so if you look at this right here, this one's hitting the inside. There's too much soup. This wouldn't even be worth the competitors going. But now you can see, right, when those west ones start coming in and it starts getting more consistent out there, you'll see guys in the heat actually going to sit further out than where they are now so they can sneak those in. Most of those sets weren't very good, but that first one, we couldn't see the end of it, but it looked pretty damn good from what I could tell. Again, Emil.
Beautiful.
I don't know if it's Emil or Emil. But look at the style. Just look at that. Oh, and then it just, so now we can tell it's west because it's starting to bend out to sea.
Yeah.
And you saw that little warble in between him and the end of the wave. When that warble goes through the wave and you're behind it, the chances of making it aren't very good.
He had nice confident style in there.
Like I said, this is in context. This is easy for them, right?
Yeah.
Grew up surfing Teahu pole and, all those Tahitian reef breaks. You end up being that confident in this kind of surf. And that's
Playing
why
with your stance.
Yeah. And I love seeing the Tahitians every time we come here and vice versa. I love going there. Like, it's so different, but the same, right? And it's mainly the same frame of mind, being able to surf that type of wave and having the confidence to do so. From what I understand, this is probably his first contest at Pipeline. But like you said, confident, no jitters, just
no jitters,
well within himself to be able to perform. And, they just need the wave. Same with Matahi earlier. And, from all my years of surfing, bodyboarding, boogie boarding, and all of that stuff, being around these Tahitians and, being able to be fortunate enough to go to Tahiti a few times, it's, basically French versions of ourselves.
Yeah.
French speaking, French speaking versions of ourselves. So like you go over there, you don't miss anything. But everybody asks, so what's it like? And I'm like, it's like Hawaii 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Like people are just randomly walking around with hakuleis and, lei po'os and leis, just regular leis and stuff just because I asked my friend, how come they wearing that? Because, they have it in their yard. And, that's what's really cool too is, first time I was there, I stayed at Remana Van Bastule and we just grabbed the ulu from the tree because it was ripe. Yeah. And then literally just built the fire and just threw it right on the fire. I was just eating uru, or they say uru. Yeah. U-R-U, right?
Bread,
or we say
fruit is amazing, cooked the right way.
So we call it, our spelling is U-L-U. And there's an uru with an R, actually. And I was like, wow, this is freaking awesome.
Yeah, it's like a bread pudding and the viscosity of it. It's just different when you roast it in a pan. Turn them into like little pineapple triangles. Oh, perfection. Little salt
and butter, some sea salt.
And butter. Oh, brah. Bye.
Butter makes everything better.
It's almost like, why are we 2 scoops ricing it all the time? I should just, ulu down sometimes.
Ulu up, get ulu and colored up.
Brah.
Here we go. But look, see, he's sitting outside. So I don't know if that's Pops. Looks like that might be Pops Michael Hole out there still yet.
He's filling up.
Hopefully he tags one from out there. I mean, I don't. Nobody's.
He was in that heat,
care.
Correct?
Well, he paddled out in the heat, but did he catch any?
No,
I think he might just be waiting. Like if one comes, he'll go, but he don't want to get in. Here we go.
Oh,
the 12-point winner of last year. Oh, look at this.
Can he come out? We can't see from this angle. Looks like he did.
Oh, he kicked out right there.
Yep, we'll
Can't wait for the water angle.
Wow,
yes.
Here we go. The Hui Wax.
Oh, this kid, huh?
Last heat of the round.
Oh, look at this thing. Oh, look at that weird
Billy
funkiness.
Kemper.
Billy
3-time big wave champion.
He back to back, actually.
This guy's training regimen is next level, and that's why he is Billy Kemper.
Baga is reapy.
And don't forget, man, order your wax now. There's a deal going on the Hui Wax.
Hawaii.com.
Let's go.
Make sure you put the Hawaii, not just the Hui Wax.
And to all my store surf shop friends, you guys are sitting there watching me and Big Bro right now. Go order up, man. Let's go.
Exactly.
And thank you to the Monster team for giving us the Monster Energy Zero Sugar. I know you guys have been seeing it all over the internet, all over. This stuff is real good tasting, and it takes you to that place. Why fly away from battle when you can smash like a monster? Thank you, Keala Wohi.
Yeah. Here we go. This is the wave. Kala's wave. Like super. Oh, he's chasing. Oh.
Since he put in that work, this guy slows down in the barrel.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I've been impressed.
His Billy again with that slabulating quadruple up on the inside. Just beast of a thing. So now you can see the energy that we've been waiting for, the energy that we're used to for the Hui Backdoor Shootout every year. This is what we've been waiting the whole waiting period. This is why we didn't run, 10 out of 12 days or whatever, because we were waiting for 11 and 12 to do this. And mahalo keakua. Keakua bless. Like, look at, this is just starting to turn into pipeline. Like, you can see, so deep. That's Pops right there. Michael
Pops?
Ho. Yeah.
No way.
Oh, nope, that wasn't. That was, sorry.
Makua Kai, I want to
Kai,
say.
was it? Yeah.
Wearing a blue jersey and his helmet.
Sorry, I seen the wetsuit. I got all excited. I thought it was Pops. But no, that is definitely looks like Makua Kai.
Looks like his paddle as well.
Yeah, that's definitely Makua. Wow, that
Kai.
was sick. So you saw how he took off behind the peak, maybe more likely taking off on the right and going left. And that's when the waves get the best. Well, anywhere that's a barreling type of wave. Here we go. Far behind, way behind the teepee. Yeah.
So he got
that was actually easy for him.
Yeah.
But again, in context, right? Not very easy. Really hard. There we go. He got Pop sitting outside. So hopefully he packs one from out there.
But smart by Makua Kai because he would have got a pocket ride if he never took off so deep. And that's something about being, you know, some of these guys were born with that, you know, they weren't born with that reflex.
Emil.
Oh, I don't want to go.
Emil.
Beautiful paddle in.
Oh, no grab. No grab. Oh!
No grab to grab. That was sweet.
Raw, that's so heavy.
He was flying on a clamper.
So heavy.
No way of making it out of that one, as we have currently in the lineup Makua Rothman, Kala Grace, Moana Wong yet to take a wave, Emil, Cesar Mack, and Billy Kemper on a beastly thick lip at pipe. So scores are starting to come on down as Joey Johnson, Cole Rothman made it out of a couple. Earlier, Makana Pang and Jake Maki and Team Volcom coming out of some beautiful ones, along with in the New Earth Project, Koa Smith standing out in that team format. And don't forget, these guys are all surfing on their, you know, their teams, but they're also going for that Covenant title. You know, it's just, it's designed this way so they get to raise the bar of their own surfing. They're actually surfing against everybody in the competition, right?
Exactly. More so than a normal advancement type of format because they're taking the top 2, 3, 4, who knows, whatever they end up taking. It's going to be their top waves from an accumulation of every time they've surfed. They're out there for half an hour to an hour at a time, just depending. It looks like is Kala Grace again?
Ooh, no helmet.
Oh. Good no-go, actually. That was a good no-go. It was one of those. It was all good until it wasn't. So, see Moana Jones, Wong sitting on the shoulder there, her and Makua. So, they're both sitting in the same spot. Makua's looking for rights and she's looking for lefts. So, Makua, on his last wave, basically, like I said, took off on a right to go left to get in behind the teepee to get deeper. And in order to do that, going right, now he has to do the opposite. So you see him, now he's paddling away because the sets are coming in more west. But he was sitting there. Hopefully he could sneak a backdoor one where he could take off on the left and go right. Here's Emil pulling so deep, no grab. Grabs right at the end there. And unfortunately, both of the waves he caught kind of did the same thing. They kind of just pinch right at the end.
After, he almost could have blown through that thing with his speed.
But the thing, too, is that could be one of those situations, again, when he went through that spot inside where it breathes.
Yeah.
He might have just compressed and went down. Or more than likely, it spit in his face as well. So that's the thing. Most people don't realize that pipeline is so powerful. And when you surf a powerful type of wave like pipe, Te Ahu pole, and, you know, all these kind of heavy barreling waves, a lot of time before it actually spits, it actually inhales. And so there's a spit that comes in at your face and then it blows out behind you. It doesn't happen all the time, but a lot of times when it does, it actually stings your face as it's going in and then stings your back on the way out, which is the best feeling ever. 2 reasons. One, because it's sucking you back. So it means you're getting deeper in the wave. So when it blows you back out, you're literally as deep as you could possibly be because there's no wave left once it blows out and spits. And the thing is, when that happens, you're just like,
there's no real oxygen in there for you guys when it's sucking in. So you guys make sure you guys don't
Just
take a breath at a certain
that time.
Not at that time.
So that's the other thing, too. When it hits your face, 2 thoughts go through your mind. You're like, oh, no, I'm going to get sucked back in too deep. Or it just happens real quick, and then you feel the snowball pick you up from behind, and you're going like, yes! So part two, now it's spitting back out, and then you're like, oh, look at that
Emil
one.
let it go, but he was taking a look. Bad position, way too deep.
But it happened the same thing as his other two waves. So that's why I'm saying in that bend, they're a little far behind. Again, see where Kala was and where Emil was. If you go down, look at
that ringer.
Ooh.
That thing had some stuff on it.
Yeah. And so where Kala was compared to where Emil was, there's a bump in between that you can't see. Kala was behind it, Emil was in front of it. But in front of Emil, there was another bump.
Gotcha.
So that's why he didn't go where normally he would turn around. But the experience he had from his last two waves, he's like, bro, I just did that twice. I'm over it.
I see more reef again now.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's backing off a tad.
Yeah. So it's pushing all that sand over, which is going to help. Yeah, which is going to gums, exactly. Which is going to help as the swell rises because the waves are going to bend out and over toward the sandbar more.
Gotcha.
If the sandbar wasn't there more, it would be more pinchy, which it is right now because of the size of the surf. But as the surf gets bigger, that's all going to clean up and everything's going to flatten out, and it's just going to get amazing. That's when we'll start seeing those 10-plus rides, 10s, 11s, 12-point rides. Got a text here from my boy Eric Apple. Aloha, brother. Thanks for tuning in. Today, I would like to wish a hau'oli lahanau, big happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Old Fut to my dear friend, Sonny Garcia.
Oh,
it is his birthday
strong.
today. So I believe, if my public school, Kamuki High School math is correct, he's 53
really
today. Yeah.
That is so awesome.
He is. So I'll send some love out to my nieces, Kyla and Logan, as well as his boy Stone Garcia.
Aloha, Stone.
Also aloha to Loen, the Tainanis family, and the Toy Tu'us. Hope you guys are all well today.
Sonny Garcia playing field. Right
Thinking of Dad today, and big happy birthday out to him. I love you guys, and hope to see you soon. And also, big aloha love to the Keiki, to Lovey Love, to Sunny, and to Tita Lehua out there if you guys are watching. So, again, happy birthday, Sonny. I love you and I miss you. And hope to see you sooner than later.
Yeah. Wow, me and Mike Prickett from Salt and Air were just talking about him on our break.
Yeah, so funny how that happened. Then I sat down at the table with you and the text came in.
Wow, chicken skin, Sonny strong, bro. What a generation.
Hashtag pray for Sonny.
Yes, Sonny has done so much for our community and our surfers.
So I believe that's Team Tubos paddling out for their next heat, second heat of the day. This was our first heat of the day. I'm sure they're more stoked now because the Peruvians, they're a little bit cuckoo, these guys. They charge as well. And, one of the guys on the team is my friend Martin Jerry. He's actually a city and county lifeguard out there in District 3 on the North Shore, so I want to say some love to him and his family. His dad is actually a shaper, a really good shaper, so he rides all this.
In this heat?
Yep.
Or rotating with...
he might. I don't know if he's in this heat, but he's on the team.
I also noticed Kalani and Rivero.
I seen that as well. So, I'm not sure how they're working out, but I just wanted to say a big buenos dias to mi amigo.
Aloha.
And... yeah, like that kid rips, and he's small in stature, but he won one of the paddle events there in Peru, and surfs small waves and rips, has like a really good style, really powerful. So
and he charges.
Yeah, and he charges. So I like watching him surf.
I'm excited to watch him today.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, and he's actually a great guy too.
Look at these sets, Kainoa, as they're coming into the lineup.
Exciting. I like seeing this.
Hui Wax has taken the lineup, and our new swell is filling in as it's getting big and girthy, and the white water on the inside is no joke as well as it's pulling the sand off the reef. You are watching 2023 the Hui Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Keiki Bungalows, the Hui Wax, White Claw. Mahalo, brother Aiden and Tristan. Always coming in. Remember, if you drink, drink responsibly. Kona Brewing, mahalo to all our friends at Kona Brewing. They will be brewing the freshest Aloha in Hawaii since 1994. And mahalo, gang. Big Wave Golden Ale and Longboard Ale, some of the biggest favorites. And remember, drink responsibly.
Longboard lager. So their lager is my favorite.
Gotcha.
I like that one for sure.
Very popular up there on the west side as well.
Yes. Very
Shout out
popular
to
in my
Aaron
cooler
Kim.
and my refrigerator.
Always taking care. And Defend Hawaii. Go on defendhawaii.com to get all this killer merch from the Hui Backdoor Shootout this year. Haleiwa Juice supplying the North Shore Oahu of quality cold pressed juices. Reason Seamco. Reason stands for respect, energy, evolution, Zen, earth, natural. And thank you for the Dahui polarized eyewear. You can find it on dahui.com. A lot of people are messaging me and Kainoa about where do you get these hats. Go on dahui.com and defendhawaii.com.
That's the onesies, or the twosies, I should say.
And Aloha Salads. That was an awesome meal. Oof. Day one. Oof. Some good stuff from them. Two Thumbs Tattoo, locally owned and operated. Mahalo, Brother Bo. Thank you. And Salt and Air Studios, Mike Prickett and the Salt and Air crew giving it to you live on surfline.com. And thank you, Surfline. Jeff Hall and the gang over there, always tuning in and keeping us updated.
I don't think people realize how much work goes in. One, to a contest like this, and two, a show like this.
No, they
like if they saw the operating room, right? The showroom, whatever it is, and how much work, and being a producer and director of all of this, it's not easy work. Like you got to manage all the cameras, you got to manage the sound, you got to manage the replays, you got to manage the angles, right? You got to get, first of all, the cameraman got to set up on the right places, right? And then they got to get the right shots right here, like we get to see the Hawaiian Water Patrol taking out one of our competitors there. I'm not sure if that's from this heat. Looks like from this heat or the next heat. Might be a competitor getting to the beach just a little later than he wanted to. Yeah, because that's already 5 guys in the water, so that's probably one of the team tubos, which in Spanish just basically means tube. So aptly, perfectly named for here at Pipeline. We have 8 teams, the Hui Wax, Team Japan. And actually, Team Japan is like Team the Hui Japan. These guys all rep the Hui. They're super excited. Like I said, one of my favorite teams, if not my single favorite team every year.
Calculated surfers, these guys.
Absolutely. Well, calculated crazy. Right? Like, this is crazy. Okay, I go. Thank you.
It is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and then we got Team Quicksilver, Volcom, Snap 5, a New Earth project. Team Tubos is going to be coming out next, and then Pipeline Hammers. And as we said, all these heats are stacked. Like, even if people listening, oh, look at this. Oh, that was so late. That was
falling
so
from
sick.
The sky.
Oh,
that was either Billy or Emil.
I believe that was Billy. That was so sick. And the thing is, like, that drop is so late, and look at this
blue
thing.
Rails on his board. Let's see.
Let's see if it when it pops out.
Emil.
Oh, yep, Emil, you're correct.
Bro, that whitewater's no joke.
No.
Over.
No, and it's so frothy, like you can't even dip. There's too much movement. So you could see the water sweeping from right to left, from off the wall over to Gums Reef there. So that's a good thing because it helps you to paddle yourself out of harm's way, out and around. But there's so much water moving now. You can see, how all the reef is now more exposed, and they're sitting further out in the lineup. Look at this, so late. Oh my goodness, but just to make it into the barrel. Well, absolutely beautiful thing. Look at that.
Boom, he did it. And he got ejected.
Oh, and he jumped forward. Usually you jump forward toward the light of the tunnel.
Yeah.
At the light at the end of the tunnel, he actually jumped forward into the lip.
That was a heavy wipe.
I don't think he planned that. I think he probably caught the edge and got too high. Yeah, no.
Did you see? He got squared up in the shoulder. You know they say open up your shoulders, relax. He opened up his shoulders and took the pipe lip.
Too much.
Oh man.
And like I said, that's what's beautiful about this event at the Hui, the Hui Backdoor Shootout is there's going to be names that people who are watching right now don't even know. But by the time this is over, they're going to be fans. They're going to be new fans. They're going to be followers. They're going to be all about, watching these guys that you don't see, throughout the year.
Oh, yeah, this is the real deal.
Here we go. Oh, here. No, see, so over here, look at Moana.
Right where you told him to sit.
Yeah. Oh, no,
Here
it's
we
racing
go.
again. No, it's running away. But now we got that bend. So now, literally, we're on the end here. Oh, look at this. If you caught that from the outside. Look, this is catching every.
Here
look
we
at
go.
this. That drop was so heavy. Oh, get out.
Who was that? Kala Grace,
Wow,
I believe.
that was Kala.
And Makua Kai, he's wearing a helmet, yeah?
Yep.
That was him on that last
Yep.
one. Looked like he changed his board almost, but not sure. We'll get a clip of that as their lineup is lively out there in
so
their
you
30-minute heat.
this is what I like to see. You see all the movement on the inside,
Uh-huh.
and then you even see on the outside where Pops is sitting, Michael Hole. Here's a recap coming up to the end of the heat here. At Temeo's first wave, it pinches him right on the end. It's so beautifully done. And
Beautiful
he squeezed.
vision.
He got as small and as tight as he could, but it still
Technique.
wasn't letting him make it. Here we go. Kala Grace with his first wave flying from behind. Gets spit out of that one.
Hunting for his 12. So, hey,
And then
gang,
Makua Kai.
we're going to take a quick commercial break. Me and Kainoa McGee will be right back bringing you the action.
Oh, looky. Oh, geez.
That was one of the, I don't know, some people recovered.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
Here for the Winter Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
And we're back. Did I get the beef jerky out of my teeth? I'm going to make sure. Aloha, gangi. Kainoa McGee here. Welcoming back Mr. Or should it's doctor? Isn't it doctor? We keep saying Mister.
Yeah,
right?
well, I mean, I'm not like, a PhD is like a useless doctor.
I would be. I'd be putting DR before everything, bro. Again, Dr. Isaiah Walker. This guy knows and has forgotten more stuff than I can even remember.
Oh,
So
my
again,
memory's not that great either.
Thanks for letting us into your living room or your car or at work if you're watching us on your phone, computer, tablet, whatever it may be, gaming console. Who knows what you guys are watching, but hopefully you're watching us here on the 2023 The Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of the Duke Paoakalani Kahanamoku, which we talked about earlier, was not only Hawaii's, but I believe the world's first and original waterman.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, hello, there we are.
Hey, that guy. I know that guy and that guy.
Hey, handsome, man, you bugger. You get plenty here. That's good.
I know, plenty.
Both
It's
of
funny.
us.
As we get older, I notice everybody keeps saying that. Oh, but you get plenty hair. And I was worried about it because my dad didn't.
Oh.
He had the reverse mohawk. Oh, here we go inside.
Come on.
Oh, he tried to doggy door that. Looks like that's Team Tubos. Again, I'm going to have this guy right here. Gabriel Villaron. This guy, after the contest finished on the first day, had one of the best waves I've seen all year, a backdoor wave. And then Seth Moniz came behind him and got 2 sick ones as well. But his wave, Gabriel, bro, that wave was so sick. He was so deep, so late, like on his tippy toes, everything. And then the wave just kept sectioning and sectioning and sectioning. And when it came blown out, like everybody was like, what? No way. So, like I said, look out, even though a lot of people probably don't know these names outside of, oh, here we go, replay. I guess this was during the break. Oh. And that's the thing. You can't even outrun it, even when you straighten out. But this is the pipeline we've been waiting to see. I wonder if that was my friend. That might have been Martin Jerry.
That's the last one we just saw, yep.
Yeah. That closed out on him. Yeah, but that's what I was saying about these Peruvian guys. In Peru, they have amazing waves, and they have a lot of big waves, too. And so these guys will be one of the teams that will be charging. Look at this. And now we're seeing the pipeline that we've been waiting for. So I'm super happy about it because I wasn't sure what we would get with this weekend, especially how the day kind of started off. I mean, like in the morning, this was a set right here.
Yep.
Now these guys are like not even in position because it's breaking so far in. And that's what we like to see, right? We want this rising swell. Again, out back there, we still got Michael Pops Hole out there. I'm hoping one comes in and he packs it from back here because even the competitors, although the wave may line up for them, they'll tell him to go. I mean, he's earned it, right?
Yeah.
Switch stance at Pipeline, winning the Pipe Masters with the cast on and switch dancing. It's just, you don't see it anymore until you probably never see it again. Not at that level. Like the year he won the Pipe Masters that year with the cast on his arm was one of the most memorable Pipe Masters to me.
Me too.
Not just because he did all of that, but he was getting sick waves. Like he wasn't like getting extra points just because he had the cast. Like he was packing it like from so deep and just getting the sickest waves.
I remember that. I was a little kid. I remember just how that, really
I remember
stood out.
when you were a little kid.
Yeah. You get uncle status when you paddle out and surf during the Hui Shootout.
Nobody says nothing. Water Patrol gives you a ride out. You're somebody, bro. You're somebody. Here we go. Paddling hard. Team Peru, Team 2.
Mean drop. Explosion.
Oh, gosh. That wave was so good, but it's so hard when you're that late. There's not much you can do. And the worst place you can be at Pipeline is taking off on the shoulder.
Oh.
You want to take off behind the peak. Because if you take off on the shoulder jacks, right? So the peak and the shoulder is actually 2 worst places to take off because it's so steep. When you take off behind, there he is.
Rolling.
Yes, that's what we were waiting for. Go get him, Pops.
Yee.
Doggy.
Come on.
Yeah, look at the old school style. Look at him standing straight up. He's like, yeah, I got this. Don't worry, I know how. Whoa, dodging. Whoa. Dodging. Oh, water hazards over there. Obstacle course coming off that wave.
I had to Google him to see how old he was. He's going to turn 66 this year.
Wow, look at still going. That's what I love to see. Oh. See, this is the pipeline I love. When you can sit outside at like first and a half and or second reef, and then just come in and just pack those if you can get them. That's the thing, right? In a contest, it's right now not very smart strategy to do so. I mean, Pop sat there for almost, 2.5 heats almost?
Yeah.
You know,
Just
and
for that
to
one
finally
wave.
get that one wave. And then the wave doesn't barrel, so it's not much of a score anyway. But
On a
when it
free
does
serve.
get bigger, yeah,
Right on.
I can't wait. So, yeah, hopefully tomorrow's bigger. I'll be at the beach tomorrow. Hopefully I get to get some of that
Some
after.
replays here.
Oh, I so wish he could have got off the bottom of that one. It's like he was going to take off, he was going to grab, and then there's like a little ramp literally that he had to go down. So kind of smart that he didn't grab, because if he grabbed, he would turn a lot earlier and probably earn on that bump that skipped him down the wave. He would be flying.
Yeah.
And going like head first toward the reef. That would have been bad.
That's the water shot
look
of
at
Uncle Mike.
Oh, so fun. Look, see? They're claiming it for him right there. They're like, raising their hand. Yeah. Whoa, watch out,
watch out, cameraman.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So good. So good. Go back out, man. It's all good, Pops. Do whatever you like.
So
You earned that.
I love the backdoor shootout.
Yeah, want to say also a lot of love and aloha out to the whole family. You know, we lost Uncle Derek. What is it? Like a year or so now?
Yeah.
Ago. So Tanya and his family, Derek, Mason, Coco, Kai, McCaw, you know, our love goes out to all of you as well on a day like today. Definitely remembering Uncle D. It's the type of stuff he would love right here. You know, and even till, you know, before he left us, he was still out there surfing. He was surfing bowls that week. When Pipe would be firing, he'd be out there surfing, still charging.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a legacy that they live. It's, you know, living through their Keiki, his niece and nephew, and his brother is still holding the torch. His older brother is still carrying the torch. And we just want to send our love and aloha. Miss you, Uncle D. Love you. And right there, big bro, caught one for you. That was for you. And again, we love you, Tanya, and the rest of the whole Ohana. All of you, all of the whole Ohana.
Yep. Derek Ho, when I was young, he was world champ, the ASP world champ, and definitely looked up to that guy. Not only, I don't know if everybody knows this, but not only was he a pipe specialist, but brother would rip the smallest waves.
First time I actually saw him surfing was rock piles. I was like, I mean, not rock piles, but Rocky Point. Like, oh, this guy's ripping. And his was, you know, he was obviously younger then, and I didn't, this when I first started surfing the North Shore, so I didn't really know who everybody was. And then they're like, oh, that's Derek Cole. I'm like, oh, okay, no wonder then. Because like we said earlier, right, some guys are pipe specialists, big wave specialists, and they don't surf small waves very well, but that definitely wasn't Uncle D.
No,
right?
and that's what made him, I mean, so amazing too. Actually, a lot of our Hawaii surfers like this, because there was a time period where when you're on the ASP tour, it was pretty much small waves. You had the OP Pro and then a bunch of events that were kind of in smaller beach breaky waves. And so you had like a separation. You had the guys who charged, and then you had the guys on tour that were, you know, that ripped small waves. And but Derek definitely had, you know,
He was a world champion.
He's the best at pipe, and he won events at Sandy Beach too. So
Gotcha Pro, I was there. That was the last TDK Gotcha Pro.
we used to have pro ASP events at Full Point.
Yeah, there was a massive too. Was no like small thing. This was back in the 80s. So in the 80s, surfing was massive. They built the biggest scaffolds, and they had, like, it was just unbelievable. And I was sponsored by Gotcha back then. So, like, you know, you had VIP access to everything. And, it was sick. Like, loved that event.
Hitting the lip right in front of the Devil's Rock there. And
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that's actually the year when a friend of mine who's actually one of my brotherhood in lifeguarding, Dexter Shimabukuro, had come on the scene, and they were calling the inside reef. They named it Dexter's Reef, just because it was basically how people like do the Huntington hop in California at Huntington. He was one of the few guys that would ride the wave all the way through and then connect it back to a right, which nobody knew there was a right on the inside until Dexter started doing that. So shout out to my boy,
there we go,
Dexter Shimabukuro, City County's finest, Honolulu's finest. Oh, it's just fighting to get his balance. Ended up on his toes and couldn't get back down. A warble there on the bottom. Like, that would have been one of the better waves we've seen today. Well, he got drugged way in. Couldn't see him. He disappeared. I don't know. Sorry, folks. I don't know who that is. Cannot tell. That wave would have been super sick had he made it.
Yeah.
But again, that's what it is about pipeline. Let's hope he's okay just getting a ride. Get him out of the impact zone before the sets come in. That's the worst thing, right? When you get cracks and you eat it on your wave, the ones behind is just like add injury to insult to injury. It looks like he's going in right here off the bottom. Oh, hits like a huge warble. You're going to see it come up the side of the wave right there. It sucks up. So it's like Teahupo'o, they always talk about the veins in the reef.
Yeah.
So pipe has those too. It's just not as pronounced. Oh, broken board. Oh, that looks like Gabriel Villaran. What is it? Sorry. Villaran, yeah. So, yeah, definitely. Oh, gosh, that was sick. And so what happens is you see the veins in the reef, right? The veins in the reef actually create those warbles that we keep seeing our surfers catching an edge on. And so you can, it looks from the land, or as we're looking at the monitor, like it's all, they're going to get this one. It's going to be easy. And then they bottom turn and everything else but easy happens.
Yep.
Right there. Look at Hawaiian Water Patrol. Boom. On it. Look at that. Really?
Nice.
Rah. So easy.
VIP.
Is that Veeks?
No, I was saying VIP access to...
No, but I think on the ski that looks like
Kavika.
Veeks. Yeah. Mr. Foster. Got him and his wife a part of the event for the first time this year, so excited about that.
Well, Kavika's been with the Water Patrol
forever,
every year.
He's OG. And so they have taken over the Menehune Classic at Haleiwa.
They've been doing
every
that
year.
for years. That one and the HIO one too.
Right, and the HIO. So it was, I love being a part of that. Usually I help Water Patrol for that event.
Look at this set.
Oh,
go.
So taking off on the... Oh!
Hammer time.
Oh, wow.
Look at this one behind it.
So this is sitting at 1.5 reef right here.
Yeah.
That's it. So when you're sitting out there, you get in a lot earlier.
Come
on. If this thing lines up on the inside, which it won't, which you just go, oh, oops, I think I'm going to kick out the back here. But see, now we're getting started. This is where I get excited. I like it like this.
Just to roll in from 1.5. I haven't heard it like that.
Yeah.
So you get, okay.
Because
it's not quite second reef.
Exactly. It's not quite second reef, just like ain'ts. It's not quite backdoor, but it's not quite off the wall. So it's ain't because it ain't backdoor and it ain't off the wall. And so, that's the little things you learn, right, when you surf, when you become a pipe specialist or pipe surfer, you surf it all the time. This, that's basically what it is. It's 1.5 reef because it's not first reef, it's not second reef. It's right in between. So 1.5, 1.5, whatever it is. But it's still breaking outside. So people would say, oh, that's second reef. No, that's not second reef. It's not. It's actually second reef off the wall. No, second reef off the wall.
Oh, okay.
And then it rolls in, right? So you see the set in the back. Oh, so you see the set in the back, how far back that is? That's outside of off the wall. So second reef pipe, the peep actually swings over.
That stayed, though.
Oh, no, that's the thing. If he could have made that, we would have been looking at our first real big score, definitely on the excellent range, possibly more had he made that. But that's what happens when it's this size and on a rising swell, starting to turn more west, is people will be like, oh yeah, it's breaking second reef. No, that's not actually second reef pipeline. That's second reef off the wall. That's why when it rolls in, it's not fully lining up on the reef and our competitors are having a hard time getting in because it's breaking so far back.
Deep.
When it's second reef pipeline, like legit second reef pipeline, it's actually breaking outside of
Backdoor.
Jamie O'Brien, Mick O'Brien's old house, right back there. So it's like outside, like you said, of backdoor, in between backdoor and pipe. But then when it's huge pipe, we're talking like 15-foot plus, then the lineup is actually the off-the-wall trail.
Go.
Look at it. Oh,
Like that.
same thing. No. Dang it.
Almost.
See,
Just couldn't knife that
That's where the
bottom
boogie
turn.
board comes in handy, brother. No gotta worry about standing up. You just knife that turn under the lip right from the
Oh, look at
takeoff.
these sets stacking.
See, that's not second reef.
That's outer.
Yeah, that's
off the wall.
1.5, 1.5 reef.
See if somebody
See it?
get one of these though.
So see,
you're
outside
right.
that second reef
Kinda
off the
missed
wall.
pipe, yeah.
But as this swell starts building and the swell starts moving past the island, it's gonna move over. The peak's gonna start moving over like this one did. This is actually one of our first real clean out sets where the competitor's inside there. See that?
Yeah.
We can't see it from the monitor we're looking at it, but if it panned over more, you would see that was actually second reef pipe, the point further out. And so with this angle we have, you can tell it's that because the right tapers off like that, and then the wave carries through on the left.
Wow.
Oh, I love it. So good.
Here's a replay.
Here we go. So heavy. Oh, just buried. There's no way.
That one just spit it, got it out.
Both of those where they got in late like that were just so good. But, you know, some waves aren't meant to be surfed. That's it.
You know, but and some guys, like I noticed Mason Ho will ride like a 8-0 or something.
Last year, was it last year, the year before, he rode like a 9.2. It's like literally grabbing rail all the way up on the nose and on the inside reef, not necessarily sitting on the outside. But then you get the best of both worlds because you can paddle outside to the 1.5 or even second reef and catch it. But yet he's skilled enough, right? You see him ride these little 5-foot boards. And then, you know, he's freaking pig dogging and riding this massive board, which is literally twice as big as he is.
Yeah.
And handling it with no problem. It's in the blood.
I wonder, like, if that guy was on something, if Mason was on, like, a longer board in that wave, he could have been able to get in earlier and then...
Well, you got to be further out.
It'll be
further out, then you get in earlier because the bigger board's going to paddle better.
Yeah.
But further out so that what happens is the wave peaks up just enough to let you in, and then it backs off. And that's the transition point that Ezra was talking about in the heat before, is you get in and what we call buttering into the wave, right? Because it get in all nice and smooth like butter. And then you can kind of fade, or depending what the wave's going to do, you can do something to set up that inside wave to make it happen.
All right, so I see the next heat paddling out.
It's going to be heat number 2, Volcom, Balaram Stack, Noah D, Makanapang.
Yeah, Jake Maki, my nephew, basically texts me. He says, "Give me some clarifying here." He's like, "Hey, uncle, I was in the white helmet, and so Kainehe has the red helmet. Noah Dean is the big regular footer, and Makani has skins, goofy foot. So that helped me out. Anybody else want to text me? Give me some insight that'll maybe help me a little bit.
Help a brother out.
Help a brother."
Here we go. So that's the thing. Now we're going to see possibly some of our competitors riding a little bit bigger board. Maybe the guys on the inside adding a couple inches, maybe 2 to 4 inches, not much more than that. For the guys who like to still sit underneath. And then, you know, guys like myself who want to sit outside, you'd see a lot bigger board. And the whole reason, here we go. Oh, come on, get off the bottom.
This.
Nice big bottom turn.
One.
Pump. Ooh.
No exit.
Can't find it. And so this
It's gonna happen.
This is where you're gonna see equipment change playing a big part in strategy here, and what these competitors are willing to do, or where they're gonna try and sit, because those bigger waves, the 1.5 reef and second reef, are starting to come in more consistently, and with the rising swell should start coming more consistently now. You can see the energy right? The water, there's still a lot of movement in the water compared to this morning. It was
Yeah.
like nice and
Yeah,
flat,
you could
real
see right
Malia,
through it.
right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's so
Who's talking
beautiful
with- yeah.
and it's so calm. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
this is so awesome and dreamy.
Not
and then
anymore.
now we're seeing real pipeline where there's energy, right?
Yeah,
These guys are
bubbles
sitting
everywhere.
and just
Yeah.
when they start getting comfortable, the sets start coming in, and then they got to keep paddling. So that's a good thing. Means we're getting a lot more waves. Oh, that's just the over on the sandbar. Those are the ones that, if you get lucky when you're paddling back out, you can sneak
Get one.
those. Yeah, and get one. But see, look at this. With a bigger board, those are totally catchable from a little deeper and a little further out. You know, this one's not very good, but we should start getting more waves like that that are going to become really good and going to start hitting that reef a little more west, getting the sand washed off the reef and having the sandbar exactly where we need it to extend it when you come off the bottom. So even if you don't get the barrel here on the reef itself, it could slingshot you into a sandbar bowl.
Yeah.
And I've gotten some of my best waves out at Pipeline on that bowl.
Yep. I feel like we're gonna see a diamond in the rough today. I remember when Keito Matsuoka got
Yes.
that one bomb. I was actually commentating during his wave, and it was like this. There was like a lot of waves moving everywhere. There wasn't a lot of waves being ridden, and then this gem just kind of appeared.
The one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Ezra and I were talking about that earlier. I had Chicken Skin talking about it because that what I said was there's so much that went wrong on that wave that made it right because he, in the end, made it. Right here, late drop off the bottom, pumping, and it just runs away from him. But, you know, like he airdropped. Then he came off the bottom. The board went sideways, right? And then he got it back, and then he ended up on the snowball. Then the board went sideways again. And then he popped off the snowball, landed in the bottom, and then the wave ran, and then he came out after. Like, those are the things that happen that when they happen, it makes the wave even gnarlier, one, because you went through all that, but two, because you're deeper. Every time that happens, it slows you down rather than speeding you up, right?
No, I remember as soon, like his first drop, right when he hit the bottom of the wave when he was dropping, he kind of caught a rail.
Yeah, I don't even know how he made that. Here we go. Oh, look, quick little insider. Oh, pump. Oh, he made it all the way to the end, but wouldn't let him out.
Yeah, the kind of, even Ezra and I were talking the other day about the Peter Mel and that wave he had at Mavericks. Similar thing happened where he caught a rail, caught an edge, and he almost like
on his toes,
died.
like, on his toes, almost fell face first flat onto that massive.
But then that little bobble put him
deeper
in the meanest part of the wave.
Exactly, and so it's, you know, obviously if you don't make it or you eat it, it's a bad thing. But when you do, it's usually your better waves. One, because you thought you were gonna eat bleep on that, right?
Yeah.
And then two, you didn't think it was makeable. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, it's so
I might
deep.
make this.
No, first you go, oh, I'm so deep, I'm not gonna make it, and then you go, oh,
wait a minute.
wait, what? I might. Before you even can think it, you're out, and you're like, what? No way, that just happened there.
Oh,
Here we go,
it's
baby.
barely out there now.
Yes, Uncle Happy.
Oh.
That's what I like to see. Now, okay, take out the big boards, guys. Let's go make use of these waves. Because eventually those things are going to start bending on the reef. And look at it barreling it. That's legit. That second reef there.
Yeah.
And what's odd enough is that this is a northwest swell, but it looks a lot of west right now, my friend. And I am happy about that. And so you can see the difference in where this swell they're forecasting was at like 313 degrees. And then that last swell that came in that was really north and was all right. And what we were seeing this morning, that is now, looks like it's totally washed out.
Gone, yeah.
That's just about 20 degrees difference.
Different, yeah.
And look at it. It's night and day different because when the swell was big, you couldn't even surf it. It was just like all rolling through and all junky. But this is getting to similar height that last swell was for the past few days. But look how much better it's lined up. Just
even,
that 20 degrees made all that difference.
Even the foam from that last wave, you can see the
it's tapered,
A-frame, yeah.
Tapered into the west swell.
Watching this one again.
So sick. Oh, those are like he pulls in here. He's like, okay, I'm gonna slow down. And he's like, oh no, it's running. So he pumps, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna be good. And then it starts running again, and he tries to pump, and then it just, like you said, it's pinching on the end right now, and that's still the little remnants, the little remnants of that north swell coming in. So once we can totally get that out of the way and get that swell totally blown out, we're going to start seeing some amazing rides. And I think hopefully they start looking at what's going on and changing where they're sitting in the lineup, because they're all too deep as is from what we can tell. Obviously, like, if they make that wave from where they are, it's going to be amazing. But the reality is we're coming up to the end of this heat, and there's that bump going across the wave in the middle, right? So it's the heat recap here coming down to the end of the heat. We're seeing all of these waves that these guys are just, looks so good. But then when you get to the bottom, it's not. Here's a little one of the makes on the inside here. He's pumping. I'm sorry, that's the one that he tried to doggy there, didn't make. And here we go, backside with that little skip right at the takeoff.
Just gets annihilated.
Here we go,
Papa Mike, not in the heat with the Peruvians, but they're going to share it with Uncle anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, look, everybody raising their hand, everybody's cheering, everybody's stoked, except the camera.
On this one, you can see him dropping down, pulling in the barrel, catches an edge.
If he didn't catch an edge, we're looking at least an 8 for now. Look at this thing. Oh, she's so pretty.
Yep. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more action at the Backdoor Shootout.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. Need a 60-foot face at an exposed spot.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe it. As far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this, it's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years, the recycling will be better, and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Aloha. Welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2023. We are into our round 2 of our shortboard division. We have 8 heats, and we have live action right here rolling in from the second reef. We have a rider up. Ooh, this is Makana Pang on the inside. Oh, gets bucked off of that one right on the sandbar section.
Leans back on his back leg and shoots the board through the rest of the tube.
So we're watching Team Volcom. So we have Balaram Stack, Noah Dean, Makana Pang, Kainehe Hunt, Jake Maki. Mikey Red's also on the roster, but I don't know if Mikey's still over on Maui. I know he was catching some of those big waves at Peahi.
He's all over at it, brother. Also, Kaimana Henry was surfing with the Team Volcom. Maybe he's taking a role of just coaching the team this year. Kaimana Henry, another big power surfer. So Team Volcom, the proving grounds over there under the watchful eye of Ty Van Dyke. I know a lot of these guys actually went up to Maui,
right,
and to their home hood to watch some massive waves as we were sitting at Waimea with Surfline calling the shots. That was a good time, Isaiah. Oh, so plenty white water. As you can see, the back of our waves here in Hawaii. When you see the back, you can see all that regurgitation.
Oh my goodness, look at this.
Wow, they're going to get hit on the head, Team Volcom, but they're well prepared. They've watched this stuff just come in flurries.
Yeah, we're seeing these are roll-throughs. Looks like from the third reef. So
oh gosh,
a lot of energy out there, which is exciting because that's when we get some of those big gems, those diamonds in the rough. So I was talking to Kainoa McGee.
I heard you say
the
that.
wave of Keito Matsuoka.
Yeah.
A couple years back. It was kind of like this, where there was a lot of energy, a lot of whitewash, and then that wave came.
Yeah. Nerve-wracking. These guys are paddling like 20 to 10 yards back and forth trying to shop. So someone is going to lock into this diamond in the rough. And I feel that, New Earth Project, that's what Kelly Slater was looking for. He didn't see anything, so he didn't take anything. So
and it's amazing how much smaller the waves were in that heat.
Big time.
So it's awesome that everybody gets a chance to surf twice.
Yep.
And maybe
three times
maybe more
today. Yeah. So there's a bunch of killer stuff as we're into the team event. Some of these teams will surf 3 to 4 times, maybe even 5 to 6 times. So awesome. Right. Aloha, gang. You can find this killer apparel on defendhawaii.com. And a lot of people that are asking for the hats, go to dahui.com, where you can find a lot of the other Dahui apparel. But this year, Defend Hawaii always coming in clutch. And don't mistake aloha for weakness. Yep. Right on, gang.
Yep. So we'd like to thank everybody for joining us on this Saturday. And hopefully you're able to, be outside today. Also, it's beautiful in Hawaii here. We've got light winds, 12 to maybe bigger surf. Some of those sets were coming in really big.
Come out to the North Shore and join us.
Kainoa was calling it 3 feet.
Yeah. But it's 3 feet, 3 to 4 to my big bro. So, yeah. Guy's a waterman legend, Mr. Kainoa McGee. It's been really fun, and it takes a small village and community to run an event like this because we've had a lot of waves on offer, but we're waiting for that, it needs to materialize.
Yep.
And today we are on.
So we got a great view here. Thanks to Salt and Air Studios for giving us all those angles from the air, from the water, from the beach, from a variety of angles. So they're putting in a lot of work right now. So beautiful day here for surfing competition. And the Backdoor Shootout is very different from most of your normal surfing professional competitions where there's a team format. So in the end, there will be a team that wins and an individual that wins. And this is amazing drop here. That is my boy, Jake Maki.
He's the white helmet, correct?
Oh my goodness, that air drop, that barrel, so
this
big.
Kid is next
gaping.
level.
Yeah, this was during the break, and this was the one we saw Makana Pang sliding into this one from the second reef. Look at how tall that wave is.
Nice
Granted,
dial.
he's not a tall kid, but nonetheless, that wave was humongous.
It was. It was a full-on push pipe cone, as that is the son of Dennis Pang.
Dennis.
Awesome waterman, paddleboarder, surf shaper.
Not to mistake Dennis and Glenn. Sometimes it'll be Glenn Pang, Dennis Pang. They're both awesome shapers from Hawaii, but not the same guy.
Yeah, Billy Kemper is the athlete that's been riding for Glenn Pang.
Glenn Pang lives in Wahiawa. He used to own the board company called Performance Hawaii.
Okay, awesome.
Actually, Glenn, I used to ride for him and ride his boards. He was my shaper when I was young.
Oh, cool.
And, but he went above and beyond just being the shaper. He kind of like Hanai'd me and my friends.
Oh, good stuff.
Particularly my friend Randy Dudelau, and he and I would come from Big Island, and
I know that name.
Uncle would let us sleep at his house and feed us, and his wife Karen would take good care of us. And so big mahalo to these guys like Glenn and others that just open up their homes and help. Like you said, it
You
takes
weren't
the
breaking
community.
all his boards, were you? He's a real hot label right now too over the last few years.
He's been the primary shaper for Town and Country for a while. So aloha, Glenn, and the other Pangs out there, including Dennis, who's been shaping boards for years, and his son Mokana must be proud because Mokana's been actually he's been at pipe since he was a little kid. So
driving
cool
dad nuts, I'm sure. You know.
Even though he's still young, he's been at pipe for so long. He's considered one of the specialists and regulars.
I can't see him, but Uncle Dennis is probably pacing around in the yard what dads do. Unless you're Mason's dad way up on the coconut tree where you cannot see him.
I don't know. You see Mason's dad was out at Second Reef watching from the backside.
I walked out of the booth, but he was like right there. Instead of on a palm tree or high up on a roof, he was in the lineup.
Right.
In his Warriors wetsuit. So awesome stuff. Love seeing all these living legends on the North Shore. So much has changed, but so much has still remained the same. All these last name legacies and surf experts. And you are currently watching Team Volcom, and they have quite a stellar team over here at the Proving Grounds. Thank you for letting us use you guys' yards. And also to the Chandler Ohana. Amazing. They're raising some new generation over there. And, so I'm excited to see Noah Dean. You know him as a great video edit, surf film guy / above the lip, but this guy chases barrels all over the world, and he's set to go out there with Makana Pang and the young Kainehi Hunt and Jake Maki.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, that was Jake on that last wave. That was such an elevator drop, and I'm sure he wanted to pull into that barrel, but the angle that he had on that drop didn't allow him the timing to bottom turn or to knife it on the drop. So I'm telling you, though, we're going to see a wave of the winter, I think, today. Just imagine if that one did work out. Like that had the makings of the kind of a 12-point ride that we're looking for. Again, to clarify, the backdoor shootout, we do have 10-point rides, but if you have something that's above and beyond, we go up to a 12.
Yeah. And this is a very important heat for Team Volcom, as this is their second surf of the second day of competition. But this is, their day. This is the main event, and we're going to be moving into Sunday. And thank you to Surfline. It looks like they got all gold bars all the way across. Good. So,
yeah, I saw that. So we got the view here from the drone and taking a little bit of a break, but you can see that there's going to be sets. And so the question is, where do you sit, right? Do you sit out on the second reef or paddle for these inside ones? This might be
Kanehi. Hunt.
Oh, look at that pump.
Big, tall frame. Beautiful man work through the tube, getting to where he could get in the barrel. Great stuff by Kanehi Hunt.
Here's another rider. That looks like ball stack getting blasted. Now you see him, now you don't.
And this guy's an amazing fish hunter, free diver. So, the guy's got some big lungs,
right? Which comes in handy.
Oh, big time. But still, at a place like Pipeline, doesn't matter if you got a 5-minute breath hold, everything changes.
Right. Yeah, it's not, the danger is not being held underwater. It's hitting your head, right, on the reef. When we were talking, Kainoa and I were talking earlier this morning about Bullet Obra, and he told me the whole story.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was in the heat. I remember that, too, and I remember him, coming to his aid. Look at this one. Is this going to be a backdoor wave? No.
Ooh, who's in the red helmet again?
The red helmet is...
It's either
I think
Jake.
it's Kainehe. So that may
Okay.
have been Noah Dean that you saw earlier.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Roll in Mokanapang. Grab rails, a little turn. Let's see
That
what
was
happens
nice.
on the sandbar here. He's going to pack it.
Opens up his wings into the doldrum of the closeout. Taking that one, a little Sion Malowski into the closeout. Always like to remember, live like Sion. And here we go. The camera guys. Yard sale. No. But, you know, it's really dangerous for them, too. They get their fin just caught in a little bit of whitewater. There you go. Back on over. And then you never want to be the guy that you got to get Uncle Terry and his nephews involved to save you.
Right.
You're kind of on your own. You can get it right out.
Jake pulling the eject button. That explosion we're watching from the drone.
Look at all the sand, Isaiah. And where is he? He pops right out the back. Tombstone. And look how quick. Hawaiian Water Patrol. I'm okay.
That must add to a little comfort level too,
Look,
you know? Oh,
pin needle drop again. Now he's on the sandbar left of pipe. That can't be too easy as he just got sucked back about 10, 20, 15 yards, excuse me. Calming his mind, doing some breathing. And, you know, I've seen Jake just stuck in some heavy positions in his life. And I know he's no stranger to you as you know him from the surf programs, huh?
Right. And he's originally from Big Island, North Kohala. I think I said earlier Kona. But when you're from Hilo, everything else on that side is sometimes seen as Kona.
Yeah, we all live on our sides of the island, but we're one big ohana.
Yeah. The second reefer.
Yeah, so if you guys are coming out here, please come out and support the North Shore community. Also, come check us out over here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2023, day 2 of competition. And if you're visiting, just make sure you don't leave your brain on the airplane. Have a good trip. And, yeah, welcome to Hawaii. 'Tis the season of big waves and watching out for one another. As we play in the ocean, the fountain of youth. And here we go, beautiful drone shot, someone from deep.
Love the rainbows that you see in this.
So you were saying this is Noah Dean, huh?
I think so, yep.
Great pump action in this barrel, backside.
That was Balaram Stack. We're just pulling a disappearing act on us.
Never know what you can get. You know, he knows this wave well.
This was Mokana's wave. He grabs his rail on that turn, hits the sandbar here, and decides to do the Hail Mary.
You know, that was a very beautiful ride, just the way he made it for what he had on offer.
Here's the water angle. Let's see if it gets.
Right there.
There's his turn.
I like that turn. And then
that double up.
Arches, opens up his wing and just gets nailed.
And that was Jake Maki getting tossed. Woo. You know, it's tricky out there, right? These are some of the best surfers that are regulars out at Pipeline. And, you know, just goes to show that how difficult it is to make the drops at Pipeline, to get into the barrel, especially on a rising swell like this with occasional whitewash roll-ins from second and third reef. So
yeah. And they're in a team format where they're kind of just surfing. You know, this format's amazing. They're just surfing against all 8 teams, but they're surfing with, you know, around their clothing teammates, you know. And they got half an hour to do it, and they all want the Covenant title of the 2023 Backdoor Shootout. The payout is huge. And don't forget, the bungalow wave of the day of the event. They're going to be 5 Gs, and that's awesome. Thank you to Keiki Bungalows, always doing great things for the North Shore community. Book your stay today. Book in advance.
If you can.
Yeah, if you can. Place is smoking beautiful. And, wow. Here we go, the beach. Make sure, guys, when you guys come down to the North Shore, take everything that you brought in, take it back with you. And watch out for everybody and their belongings down there, as the ocean can play tricks and it can be very dangerous no matter how beautiful. And yeah, looks like the beach is going to fill up. Another crowded Saturday on Hawaii's North Shore.
Well, we're here at Pipeline, but we're commemorating Waikiki's legend, Duke Hanamoku. Something to point out, too, is that he didn't just surf in Waikiki. I mean, that's where his family lived when he was young, but we came back to Hawaii. You know, these guys would surf around the island.
He had a
There's even
crew.
stories of them surfing in Haleiwa. Rabbit Kekai would talk a lot about them, the Beach Boys going out and surfing Ali'i Beach quite a bit. So
Uncle Rabbit.
But Duke, of course, really, sometimes they refer to him as the father of modern day surfing. And a lot of that is because as he was traveling the world for these various Olympics, and he was in many different Olympics. The first one he was in 1912. Kind of a cool one because he was pretty young. He was like 20, I think, years old. And he was pretty much dominating a lot of the events in the pool. And another native, a Native American named John Thorpe John Thorpe. Sorry, excuse me. It's been a long day today, but Thorpe was like the guy dominating all the land sports. So you had these two natives representing the United States in the Olympics that were in the water and on land, just sweeping up most of the gold medals. But as he was going to these various Olympics and even like other like world swimming events, and also he had a desire to be in like a lot of films and stuff, so he traveled quite a bit, but he always went surfing no matter, you know, wherever he was. And a lot of really cool stories of how he introduced surfing to many different beaches around the world. Ooh, look at this. These guys are all gonna have to dip this one.
Wow, what a great drone footage. As you can see, you don't get to see that kind of angle from the sky that much. And don't forget, gang, go check out thehuiwaxhawaii.com. There is a deal online, so go order from our family member John. And the Hui Wax team is, you know, going to be coming up in their second round later in Heat 8. So the Hui Wax, consisting of Makua Rothman, Kala Grace, Moana Wong, Emio, Cesar Mack, and Billy Kemper. How's that, the Hui Wax team, gang? So go order your wax today. There's a great discount online right now. And for everyone texting, want to find out where are these amazing shirts and apparel, we also have black hoodies, defendhawaii.com, and also go to dehui.com to go look for your Dehui hats and all kinds of stuff on that website. As we got a bomb set heading towards us, Isaiah. Whew, it's amazing. Team Volcom, look alive. Ballaram Stack, Noah Dean, Makana Pang, Kainehi Hunt, Jake Maki, and alternate Mikey Red.
Wow.
We'll see. I mean, I'm waiting to see your diamond in the rough.
Oh, look at this. Guys. Look at this. Look at this.
You never know.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Looks like Noah Dean.
Noah Dean.
Oh, it's going to hit this sandbar coming in here. He's about to see this double up. Oh, he's going to pack it. Oh, almost hit the coconut tree.
Right? That like emulated a lot of like just Bruce standing firm during his Volcom days. That was killer by Noah Dean. Really good to watch him surf live today here at the Volcom.
And what this means is that wave went so wide toward Ehukai that the camera wasn't even expecting to have to go that far, and no coconut trees were right in the way. But here we go. This looks like Makana Pang, another good one. Nice. Gets a little layback jam there. Is going Cuts down the line.
Beautiful speed he's carrying.
Oh, eject.
Knows to eject off of that one. Might even take a couple on the head on the way back out. Ballaram Stack. Beautiful front side carve as he's at that 1.5 zone at the reef. Not quite second reef. And that one doesn't really make the connection. But learning a lot from Big Bro Kainoa McGee about, like, you know, when there's few and far in between while the swell raises, there's these little dead spot doldrums that you can't really catch waves at. So these guys know where to sit and where to play. 30-minute heats. Thank you to Keiki Beach Bungalows, Monster Energy, White Claw, Kona Brewing, Sinaloa Chips, And thank you to Odom Corporation, Haliva Juice, Reason Scene, Aloha Salads, and Two Thumbs Tattoo. Mahalo, mahalo. And don't forget our opening ceremony. January 2nd was amazing. Brother Lana Kila and his crew for flying all the way from the Big Island.
Yep, Kalekoa, Kaeo, and Alana Kila, Mongawil.
Unreal.
Kapolei Flores and so many others. They did such a good job, and it was
Really
super
good
cool.
job.
And I've, if you watch during some of these highlights, the commercial breaks. Here we go. Here's a replay though. I believe this is Noah Dean's last one. This is where he packs this inside. Oh my goodness! Just a Hail Mary, glory barrel just for the view.
Yeah, beautiful nonetheless. I know these guys are looking to pack 12-foot rides, but they're doing everything they can for the waves on offer. And you know that that edit of the ceremony from those two young Dahui guys was absolutely awesome.
Here's Makana.
Oh, Larry Layback.
The one he has to jump off because it's shutting down.
He had a good amount of speed to do something as well if that wave would just offer him up open face. As Makana Pang is no stranger from coming from far behind the foam monster in the barrel. That's why he's out here surfing pipe, because he is good at it. And all of these guys put in their time. And even if we didn't have cell phones, like say we didn't have cell phones, Coconut Wireless, I mean, we all gathered to the beach. Once you missed your phone call on that dial phone, you miss your ride to the North Shore, those kind of days. But these guys, if never had cell phone and all this technology, they'd still be doing what they're doing because they were born to surf.
Yeah, this is so cool. I mean, for a lot of our youngsters who are watching and listening, maybe take for granted a little bit, but what it means to have live action like this. I remember we would have to wait for the video to come out.
Oh, yeah.
Go
or the
rent it at the
newspaper
store,
magazine. Oh, so-and-so just won the kind.
Yeah,
wow,
like,
congratulations, like 2 months later.
Totally.
But you know what? Surfers were really popular just by writing and stuff. And, hey, guys out there, don't forget to read a book to your kids. Reading, you know what I mean? You're a professor. You should be...
Yeah.
Instead of scrolling to the depths of hell on your phone, we all use it, for business and stuff. That's one of the shallow things on your surf contract. Make sure you got Instagram followers and Instagram. But just to say, don't forget to read and do all that good stuff, Old school is the good school, let me tell you.
There's a really cool reading program that actually, Turtle Bay, they had a competition and all the schools participate. I recommend if your kids are in school, look for the Battle of the Books.
Okay.
Essentially, where all the kids who join that, they read about, I think they each have like 10 books or something they're supposed to read. And then they have this, they have this competition where they ask questions and answers. It's pretty exciting. So anyway, I agree with you, reading to your kids.
Yeah.
And
My
having them read.
16-year-old just breezes through books, makes me feel bad, and it's really neat to see my 13-year-old Kamala always, Dad, I really enjoyed this book, and it brings a grin to my face, like, ooh, she went into the book. And then you big things today, like, never get singed out. Use your imagination. That's part of why we love to surf is, you know what I mean? That big imagination beyond adventure. And let's always keep it popping. Good vibes only, guys. Saturday at the Backdoor Shootout, day 2 of competition, brought to you by Keiki Bungalows.
And we're in our second round. Those of you curious of how this event works, there's team division. So in the end, there will be a winning team, but also there's an individual category too from the team. So the surfer who accrues the most points tally together, and usually it's the best 3 waves. It depends on how many days we run and how many heats they run and how good the conditions were, depending on the number that we end up picking at the end. But we'll end up having like a ranking for you, hopefully by today, that'll show who has some of the highest scores throughout the day. And so the event is not a single elimination event like many of our events that you'll see in professional surfing, but this is more, you accrue your best scores by everyone surfing the same amount of times, and you're out there with friends, so you're not battling for priority or for positioning and any of those things.
Well, we just flew by our buddy Rocky Cannon, one of the hosts with the most.
We miss you, Rock.
Hawaiian Water Patrol. Yeah, brother Rock. Doing it up live for all these people on the beach. You know, sometimes that could be the most intimidating thing on the live microphone. Not hiding in the booth on the balcony. But look at this. Beach is filling up, you guys. Come out and support the North Shore.
Yep, so the Backdoor Shootout 2023. Super cool to be here. I know that being in a surfing competition, you're at the will of Mother Nature. And look at this. Looks like a Balaram stack. Staying low on that drop. Has to straighten out.
Uncharacteristic now that he's hunting. He already hunted 2 ones that dropped off into sea. Closeouts. So, there's the gang. Look at all the boards getting sunburn on the head. Right in front of the Chandler house. Mahalo, Chandlers. How you guys doing? Amazing, talented house that is over there. Thank you for letting us use your yard. There you go. Monster Energy, Hawaiian Water Patrol, and Hui He'enalu in the house. Thank you to Keiki Bungalows. And
as a recap, that was the free fall of Jake Maki. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pull under that one. This was the first wave of Makana Pang. You can see him fading, and look at the height of that wave.
Wow, what a pipe pusher here. Not a great place to fall, but nothing but a chicken wing on a string from Makana. Oh, beautiful technique by Noah Dean.
And then we have this roll in here. Looks like Balaram. No, this is Makana's wave where he pulls into this shore break closeout on the sand right in front of the cameraman and women.
I like that wave.
Oh, Jake again over the falls.
Yeah, so Noah Dean and Makana Pang getting the best out of that exchange. You guys, we're going to go do a quick break as Makana lays it down. We'll be back, guys. You guys just stay tuned. Aloha.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
with the classic, yeah? Welcome back.
And we're back. Aloha Gangi, Kainoa McGee here, jumping back in on with Mr. Ezra Rodriguez here.
Aloha.
And looks like who we got in the water coming up here, buddy?
We have Volcom. We have New Earth Project, the first this year. Kelly Slater, Carissa Moore, Koa Smith, Kai Lenny, and Matahi Drolet.
Wow.
They're back.
Yeah, every heat, every team is just like, wow.
And some of these individuals need scores. And this is their second surf, so exciting.
Well, waves are bigger. More west, which we've been talking about. Well, I've been talking about, probably driving everybody crazy already. But it's getting, more to the pipeline we're accustomed to seeing here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We got the size now.
Yep.
We got the direction.
Exciting.
And we got the riders. So thankfully, at least today it was holding more to what this event is geared toward, this type of waves, because we won't run it on days, right, outside of the sup and longboard. We won't run the shortboard on days like that.
It's been heavy decisions,
Here we go. Outside, from way outside. This is what I was talking about. This is where I would like to sit.
Up and riding.
Way outside.
Is it Kelly?
It looks
Kelly-ish. And Kelly just went over the falls.
Yes, he did. Got a little clippy clip.
Oh, but great charging, just like where you said.
They're all sitting closer to over there, all at the still at like the 1.5, 1.5 reef.
Right.
Not in a competition, even in this type of competition right here. Here we go. Let's see. We got up and riding. Oh my goodness. Yes, please go.
He's going. Who is it?
Oh, big, huge bottom turn. Kind of stall for the barrel there. Like the Tahitian said, Moila Lee.
I want to say that's Kai Lenny doing a board change, but not too sure. Don't quote me on that, as we're going to watch some amazing replays from Salt and Air Studios. And we're here today because of Keiki Bungalows. Thank you to the Backdoor Shootout and Hui Ohe'e Nalu.
In memory of the Duke Pa'oa Kalani Kahanamoku. Here we go. So I was talking about that earlier. We're going to see some equipment change from our riders here. And definitely everybody's got, a few more inches on their board than they did earlier, sitting a lot further out, able to chip into some of those, 1.5 reefers. And here we go. See this one here. Yeah, definitely it was Kelly.
Yeah.
So much chunky monkey. But again, see his board? It's a little smaller. So when you surf bigger waves on smaller boards, it's good because it's maneuverable when you get into a nice section.
Yeah.
But with all this chunky monkey on it, you can see how the board keeps bouncing a lot. So it's hard to get a rail set the way you want it to. He comes around here, and then right here, he literally gets caught by the lip as he's trying to come around it.
Yeah.
That's what happens with the smaller board. You're not able to draw as deep and bigger lines because the board wants to pop out every time it hits one of those chops.
How big of a board do you think Kelly picked today, knowing Kelly? 6'1", 6'2"?
Nah, that could be like 6'6", maybe that one.
Okay.
Maybe 6'8" max, if even that. It looked really small, as you could see by the way it's chattering off the bottom with all that chop. So he's one of those guys who definitely rides smaller boards out here.
Yeah, I was thinking 6'6" was kind of big for Kelly nowadays, but maybe.
I think if they're planning on sitting where the roll-ins are, he'll add the little extra inches. That's what was one of Andy's favorite lengths as well. Yeah. He'd have like 3 or 4 of the exact same board every year because he'd break most of them. So you want to have the backup ready to go. But, when they were sitting underneath, that was probably the biggest they would go. And then if it's second reef, probably closer to 6'8" to 7 foot, maybe.
Yep.
But, again, that was like in the 90s and 2000s where guys rode bigger boards more commonly than they do now. Like everybody's so caught up in the allure of the shortboard. That's the one thing I say when I do surf lessons. Want to say shout out to my surf school.
Yeah, you guys.
I work for Ohana Surf Project, OSP there in Waikiki. I'm actually supposed to be working there right now for the 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock class. So thanks for giving me off today so I could enjoy being here with everybody tuning in internationally, nationally, and locally. But yeah, and that's the thing. Everybody, when they're learning to surf, like they want to get on the smaller board so much faster. The thing is, the smaller board is better if you know how to use it. But if your ability is not up to the task of the smaller board, then it's a waste of time and money to go to your smaller board. Take the time it takes. You got to, like they say, right, you got to crawl before you walk. You got to walk before you run. And that's the reality of it, because if you don't take the proper steps, you can jump up and ride it, but doesn't mean you're riding it good.
Right.
Right. And so to waste your money and not actually be able to utilize and maximize the potential of that smaller board is the biggest mistake a lot of these people make. I mean, they'll show up to like their 5th lesson with like a short board. I'd be like, yeah, really?
No, but that's the thing about being a surf instructor. Hey, man, I want an advanced lesson. You pack them up, you take them right back to home base and start from scratch. The guys that want an advanced lesson, it's not always what it seems.
No, and that's the thing, even because they show up with the shorter board, you can tell just by looking at them.
Once they paddle.
How they walk with the board.
Yeah.
You can tell, like, you know what I mean? You're like, no, it's going to be one of these, right? Oh, look at this thing. Oh, that was so
beautiful.
Stood straight up in there.
Koa Smith
Definitely.
or Matahi.
I think that was Matahi. Wow. Because Cole will have a hammer down for sure.
Yep, roger that.
And that's what I was saying earlier about Cole being one of the guys always wearing a helmet out here. I was just watching one of his posts the other day. He's actually wearing like a soft helmet.
Yep.
So it's in between nothing and a hard helmet. And he actually had a major head injury himself that, thank God, he was able to recover from. But he was telling me that, you know, he made a post online about going through depression and about all kinds of crazy thoughts he was having and how much of a dark place he is. So I'm super happy, super proud to see where he is, because he put in the work that he needed to. And, you know, when you got stuff going on with your brain, you can only do so much. It's not like, you know, you can like, oh, poof, it's going to come back. You can do push-ups or sit-ups and your brain's going to get better. It's not, you know, when you have an injury to your brain or damage to your brain, it'll heal when the brain's damn well ready to heal. Like there's no other time. And to see how he is now and where he is now from, you know, where he was about a year ago, I believe it was prior to last year's shootout. And, you know, so I seen the post and I was like, wow, that's so heavy. And then when I finally reached out to him, you know, he was like, yeah, no, I'm better now. Thank you so much. You know, because, you know, we've dealt with it. Family has dealt with, you know, suicide and the surf industry. We've had a share of, you know, people we've lost because of it.
Mental health.
And, you know, people talk about it. Reach out if you need to. Oh, that drop was so heavy.
It was sick.
Oh, but that's duck soup. That's playthings for Matahi.
Yeah, but
like, watch this here. Detached, got the backwash, got the warble, the pump right off the bottom, and then another warble in there where it breathed again as he's trying to jump through that section.
Through it. It was
right
neat.
through, like nothing. Like he's on his toes, like all bent out of shape and still handling it. No problem. I believe that was Mr. Nolan, the Keolana on the jet ski, Hawaii Water Patrol.
Nice.
Big shout out to all the West Side Ohanas, the Pu'us, the Goveas, the Keolanas right here.
Big time. That is him.
Watching him and his brothers on the ski is very entertaining, bro. These guys are really good at what they do. And so they're out there again for Brother Mel's contest. And I was just watching them, like, having the time of their life, you know,
Big
like
time.
The stage for surfers is out there in the surf and on the waves. These guys on the jet skis, it's their stage too. Like
they work together.
Everybody's watching, right? Everybody's watching. And to see how good these guys are and how easy they make it look, right? Just like our surfers, they make it look so easy, but we know from experience it's not. And just because you got the jet ski and it's got all this horsepower, there's still a lot of things that go on. You know, when there's too much foam or too much soup, then it cavitates and you have no traction with the jet ski. So it's basically dead in the water until you can sink it into the hard water and get in and out of places. You know, also sets coming in from the north, sets coming in from the west, sets coming in from the northwest. Oh, got the cameraman here, got the surfers here. So what they're doing, even though they make it easy, it is not. Here we go. It looks like we got...
Let's see. Is
this
it
Kai Lenny?
Kai
Yep,
Lenny.
definitely on a bigger board than his riding earlier.
That's what I thought. Okay,
Yeah, that
board
was a good call.
change.
He's on a white board compared to his standard blue, his blue board with the red stripe. He actually said, which was inspired by Ferrari and their race team, or actually, excuse me, the Red Bull race team. The first time he went to go watch one of the Red Bull races, he's like, oh, I want my board to look like that.
Formula One.
Yeah, and so most of his boards look like that and they work like that. So I guess it's working out. Good job, Kai.
Talking about foam, you know, earlier, like how guys use it, you know, the Irons brother is a great example of that. Those guys could ride. You know, they could jump off and borrow our longboards and, you know, almost retire some longboards. I mean, they would jump off. Like Kai Lenny, he can jump right off his stand-up paddle, jump on his board. I mean, your stand-up paddles are pretty thick, that's why, and wide.
Yeah, so his board, that was a brand new board that he made with KT for this, I think prior to and possibly for the Backdoor Shootout. I don't want to say he made it just for the event, but the timing seems pretty right on time, right? It was like the week before, 2 weeks before he started riding it. And he basically shaped it off his favorite 6.2. And so that was a 7.2 right there. Matai talking about getting exploded in the wave.
I think he told Kelly that, oh, no, Badu.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so that board was a 7.2, 24 by 4, right? And he's like probably 100 pounds lighter than me, right? And probably about 6 inches or so smaller, and he's still riding a 4-inch board. So it tells you, like, because my preference is 4.5, but the board I'm riding right now is 3.5.
At 23 wide or
No. Mine would be wider than probably like 28 or 27 or 28. Gotcha. But, you know, I'm just riding a stock Jimmy Lewis board that Jimmy gave me a few years ago. So super blessed and stoked for that. Mahalo's Jimmy. I sent him some pics from that day and some video. You know, like I said, I didn't get, oh, look at this.
Wow.
Like, yeah, I wouldn't even waste time. I'd be on my 9-foot board already.
Wow.
Be on my 9-foot board, 9.2 Kyoki or 9.4 Paisel Padillac.
That's why I really admire when these guys jump off their small boards and rise up. They ride their big guns, or on Big Wednesday, some guys are really comfortable with their gun, and some people look like they dusted it off and never ridden it for a long time. Because big waves change your style. And when you don't have a sheet with names on it, it's kind of hard to tell. Because your favorite surfer is kind of having a different experience, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I've been so fortunate. Moving out to Makaha, I've never surfed my big board so much. And, you know, even when it's smaller, like 4 to 6 or even 6 to 8, I'll take out like a 8.3, 7.6 or 9.2 or 9.4. Just because at Makaha, because it's such a big fat wave that when you paddle in, it's hard to get into. Then a lot of times it'll peak up, and then when you come off the bottom, it gets fat. So similar to what happened with Kelly, if you have a smaller board, it chatters off the bottom. You don't have enough board to pull you through that big bottom turn and the big top turn that you're going to do on the bigger board. So I'm super blessed that, you know, I got a board from Bob Hurley and his family. So aloha, Bob. And Hurley Ohana, he gave me a 9.4. And then in 2018, when I got invited to the Eddie, I also used the 10.4 that he has that I still have. Bob, by the way, if you want it back, I'm waiting for you. He let me borrow it, and that was, what, 2018?
Borrowed
so it's four years ago, now 5 years. And, hey, anytime you want it back, it's all yours. But I hope you don't. That's a 10.4, 21.5 by 3.5.
A Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, and then the 9.4 is basically the same measurements. It's a 9.4, 21.5, 3.5. And I love those measurements. They work well. Sonny also gave me a board. There was the board that he rode in the last Eddie.
Happy birthday, Sonny.
Yeah. So it was the board he rode in the last Eddie, the big yellow board. It's a Widowmaker. Yeah, I got that from Sonny for that event.
BYB or?
No, that one's a Brett board. So big shout out to Brett boards
Local
made
shaper.
right there at Sunset Beach on the
Legend.
North Shore, like literally across the street from Sunset Beach.
Makes
So
skateboards too.
yeah, and super stoked. Like Sonny and I always had a nickname for each other. We called each other Fat Ass because at different points in time, we'd be fatter or skinnier just depending on what our diet and our training regimen was at the time. And so that's always something we refer to each other as. And then, so the board he gave me, it's like a 10-6 Brett, 22 by 4 with like triple layer, 6 outs, top and bottom. I told him, brah, where's the paddle? He's like, what? I go, brah, you can give me one board this big. And, paddle, this is a sub board. This isn't even a prone paddle board. He starts laughing. I go, yeah, fat ass, right? And so what happened is it was set up as a thruster. Like Sonny was one of those guys, was a creature of habit. Like his short board was a 6'4". Like the smallest board I ride is a fishy 5'7". I
don't know. You ride 5'7".
And then the smaller version of that board is the 5'3", which is actually my favorite board. They're actually the CI Channel Islands, Al Merrick, the Average Joe's. So I love those with
a good model.
Yeah, with the TLC Pro, the Tough Light Carbon Pro setup works really good. I love it because I love what was that before? They had the biscuit.
Right.
So it's
like
kind of
that
similar
board
to
too,
the biscuit, but with the way the glassing they set up on it is more flexible, so you could do better roundhouse cutbacks. When the original Tough Light construction was just super strong and really durable, but it was harder to do roundhouse cutbacks because you didn't have enough flex in the tail. So with the Tough Light Carbon series that they came out with, there's more flex in the tail, so you could do big roundhouse turns and every other turn in between. So I love those. But like I said, Sonny is a creature of habit. He loved riding a thruster. Like that's all he rode. And when he would sup, he would only go sup up and down in the river. Like he wouldn't get it in the surf. I kept trying to get him.
Never seen Sonny on a
surf
quad?
and stuff. Nope.
Doesn't have one.
Might have seen him on a single fin or a twin fin back in the day, but not regularly. Like me, I'll ride whatever the board calls for that works best. So like all of my guns, and that's the story I'm getting to, is the board I got from Sonny was set up as the thruster, and I tried as many different fin setups as I could, all my favorite fins, even ones that I never really used. Yeah. And I just didn't get the feel I wanted for it. So I called Brett and said, hey, Brett, I got that board from Sonny that you made him that he used in the last Eddie. Is there enough room to put quad boxes in it? He goes, bro, that board's so huge, get choke room. You can put as many fins, as many fin boxes as you like. I'm like, hey, shoot, I'm going to bring it to you. And to his credit, I got the board like a week or two later. Right. So he added the back 2 boxes, and so now it opens up all the possibilities. I don't have to just run with the thruster fins. I could go and put quad setups on it. Yeah. And just so happened, I put a quad setup on it that worked insane. And oddly enough, I was going through my fins, and this is the thing people don't actually realize as well. When you're riding bigger waves that have so much more power and a board that's so much bigger, you can get away with riding smaller fins. Right. I personally run large fins all the time. Let me take that back. Most of the time on my shortboards. But like I said, I don't care what it is as long as it works. And so I was looking through all my fins. I was like, what are these? And I actually ran into a set of clay marzos that I've had for a while that I've never used.
Curtis fins are good.
Yeah. And but the side fins, I looked at them, I'm like, oh, wide. These things look sick. Okay. No, they're medium-sized fins.
Medium, but
they just
wide,
they just look sick. I like the way they were set up. I'm like, I don't know why, but I feel good about these fins. And for the Eddie that year, I was fortunate to get a lot of love. Like I said, I got a board from Sonny, a board from Bob Hurley, and then Futures Fins. Much mahalo to Brian Robbins and the gang there, the Ohana at Future Fins. Big shout out, mahalos. They sent me a bunch of fins. Quad setups, front fins, back fins, a couple Twiggy Bakers, which I really love. I use that on the Twigs. I actually used that on the thruster setup on a board that Akila Ipa made me, that his dad made for him for Christmas in 1989. What? And that board,
that's legend.
The actual board, he has it. And that board is in pristine condition. Wow. Like the board is so awesome. He said, here, try ride this and let me know how you like it. I go, hell no, I'm not trying to write that. That's history right there. I'm not trying to write that and break it.
But it does. It's functional history.
So, no, it has a wing.
Yeah.
It's a wing pin.
Gotcha.
No, it's a wing pin, not a sting. It's a wing pin, right? And I was like, okay, whatever. and he didn't have the Aquila fins for it from the BC fins that he makes for that. So I had the Twiggy set up, the thruster, and I was like, oh, I'll just try these. And the board worked insane. It was so good. So he made a 9-1 and a 10-1 from that board that his dad, that Uncle Ben made him. And so I tried the 10-1 version, which is, you know, obviously not my dimensions and stuff, a lot smaller. And I wrote it. I was like, bro, I love this board. This board is so sick, this, that, whatever. And so he actually made me a 10-1 with my measurements, and the measurements I used were actually the measurements from Bob Hurley. The Paizel Padallac that he gave me was a 21.5 by 3.5. And just so happened I was going to order that board, and then he had a canceled board order that was exactly the same dimensions.
Wow.
But 10-1, and I was actually going to go around 10-4. So I was like, yep, I'll take it. And then I used that board out at Makata the other day, and it's just magic.
Let's not talk about your longboard surfing.
Oh,
when I was
whatever.
Coming in, practicing for Mel's, you had me in a combo situation, and I just walked up on the beach. Your TJ,
that TJ Pro
is working
Firewire
great.
surfboards.
How you guys?
Big mahalos
Thunderbolt
out to Dave and the Wahana there at Hawaiian South Shore. It's actually a demo board.
Yeah,
So
but you're ripping, bro.
I borrowed it for Uncle Mel's contest, but didn't enter, and I still had it then. And then I was
Taylor,
able,
big bro, is ripping on that thing.
I need one.
Day.
Send me one. Send me a couple just in case I break one, because I used it at Pipe during the longboard event too.
Nice, nice roundhouse cutback in your backdoor shootout thing. Just stab that thing.
No, it's the board, not me. So I got lucky. And it's funny. So the waves were supposed to be big for about a Mills, and Dave tells me, Dave from Hawaiian South Shore goes, hey, whatever you do, don't break the board. I'm like, bro, you just cursed it. Like, oh, so much pressure now. Like, don't break the board. I'm like,
they're hard to break, but that pipe where Keegan was, that thing just took the carbon in half.
And that's why I told him, you know, and then I called him saying, hey, I got into the longboard event too at the shootout. And you have any of your vendors that might have a demo board or something I can use? He goes, what about the one you got? He goes, yeah, but you told me not to break it. And he goes,
I'm sure we'd figure that out.
Right. And then he goes, you know what? Just use it, bro. Just use it. If you like that board and it works for you, just use it. I was like, what if I break it? He goes, don't worry about it. Just go for it. But try not to break it.
I know you'd like the new TJV as well.
Yeah, he actually has that one. I'm actually going to go. So I'll be in town sometime this week, Dave. And I'm going to switch out. I'm going to trade out the TJ Pro for the V and try that one. That one, I believe the one I have is in the black construction. And the V that they have is in the red construction. So it's a little more flexible.
You're going to love the Xeon construction. This stuff is all next level.
I'm excited. And for me, right, like you too, right, being bigger guys, that's what's awesome about technology is it helps to level the playing field out for guys like us.
Big time.
Right? Like even in small waves, like having these boards, like for me personally, like a lot of people, they like their boards a little heavier. I want mine as light as I can get it because I'm the weight.
But they are calibrated. They people say, oh, they're so light, but there's like nothing on the board that doesn't need to be, and it just makes it the best.
Absolutely. They're using the theory of KISS.
How come Kelly coming in? It's like they got pushed out in the current from that.
No, they did.
Set. There's like a lot of kettle boiling of water currents just reverbing him way outside, so it looked like he was fighting his way back in.
Yeah, so what happens when big sets come in like that, the whole rip literally from off the wall down to back door, look at that thing, gets stuck out over the reef, right? And as the waves keep coming in from off the wall all the way through pipeline, there's the chatter. So that's what you're seeing on the wave that Kelly caught. And what happens is it's similar to, like, I don't know if you've ever been to Port Escondido, but after every set, there's always a rip that goes out through the peak.
The living daylight out of me.
But after, you know how every set, right? After, it sucks right back out.
Gotcha.
And so what happened then was similar to that. So they can see like this, how the wave is still kind of like chattery if they were riding it. That's because that rip's still pulling through there. You can't see it because it's moved a little further in. That last set broke so far out that Kelly and Kai were talking story as they're fighting the rip to come back in.
Yeah.
You know?
Crazy.
Yeah.
I know they got sucked out a bit.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, like how we're talking about board technology. KT's got a lot going on up there in Maui. you know, with the KT foil boards, the surfboards, and then the Quattros.
Stuff looks good.
Sup board, yeah, it looks sick. And like me, I'm all about technology because I always need something that's going to help give me an edge that I wouldn't normally have, especially in smaller waves.
Yeah.
Right?
Technology got me off the couch.
Yeah, exactly. 6'2", 250. That's not going to help me when it's 2 foot. But if I got a board that weighs 2 pounds, and you know floats like I'm 150 and paddles that good, I'm all in. You know, so
construction.
Yeah, absolutely. So you know, it's everybody was like all freaked out when Clark Foam just shuttered their doors and said, we're out.
The frenzy.
Right? But I'm so glad that they did because it's brought us all this new stuff. Like, I don't even use PU anymore if I don't have to. All my guns were. Like I said, I didn't order any of those except for from Aquila. But you actually want a little more weight on your bigger boards, so I don't mind that as much.
Yeah.
And you got thicker glass. But like my short boards, they get too beaten up. They look like a golf ball by the time I'm done with it, and they get flexed out too soon.
Look at
so,
your feet.
Yeah. I wear a size 12, know what I mean? And so I don't like PU for my short boards at all, if I can at all get away with it.
Coming out of the screen door at your house.
Just sit on it. Get butt implants on the board. Okay, so here's where my foot and my butt goes perfect. You know, and that's the thing. The EPS or, you know, all these newer epoxy type boards, they last longer. They have more flotation. But what I noticed is when you get them brand new, sometimes they don't work. And it takes a few sessions, few different setups.
Break them in.
Yeah.
It truly is
Kelly,
true.
Kelly and Trav Lee hooked me up that same year as well.
Trav.
For the Eddie, I needed a bunch of short boards, so on the smaller days I could surf as well. Here we go, heat recap coming up here. This is Kelly's big wave there. We're talking about all that chatter.
Still
and
yet to
you know,
get
he
on the
wants
board.
to dig the rail in there, but he can't because there's so much going on. And that's where a bigger board will allow you to cut through. One with the weight and one with the length. It'll allow you to cut through all of that chop.
Look at this angle. It doesn't even look like pipe till here.
It's crazy here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is pipe.
Yeah, there. It's pipe.
Right? Come to the inside, and then it gets caught right there, and it goes over the ball.
Boy.
Of course, this is what we're talking about, right? Pipeline doesn't care who you are.
Yeah.
Best in the world, not only the best in the world, the best of all time, but one of the best at pipe ever, right? And that still happens. So everybody out there, don't feel bad when you suck on waves. Because they have to say everybody, no, it's not Kai.
No, Matahi, but Kai
This is
Lenny
the one.
had a couple.
Here we go. This is Kai Lenny.
But no real big scores on this one as Kelly's still in the hunt.
Yeah, so these are the ones you have to catch from outside when they peak. All right. We'll see you guys coming soon.
Join us again. Aloha.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Wide Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see, and the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this, it's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
I hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
All righty. Aloha, Gangi. Kaino McGee here. Back in action. Woo. Now it's talking, baby. I got Mr. Walker here with me. Dr. Isaiah Walker, that is. Let's get it straight. It's not Mr. It's Doctor. It's a PhD, and he earned it, so give him his props. So it looks like we got the heat coming up here. We just had a new Earth project with Kelly Slater, Carissa Moore, Cosmic, Kai Lenny, and Matahi Drole. We are now looking at Team Japan. Again, one of my, if not my favorite team, because these guys are crazy. You saw it in the first round. They already know it's going to close out. They know they're going over the falls, but they still go. They still go. They're all about it. They got Shinpei Horiguchi, Taichi Wakita, Daiki Matsunaka, Kenshin Matsunaga, Jin Suzuki, and Shogo Harada. And what's cool about this team is you got guys like Taichi Wakita, which is Wakita's son.
Yeah.
Right? And like we spoke about it earlier, Wakita Bowl, this, that, and all of that. But what happens is Shinpei is the team captain, and he's like the old man of the team, but still charging. Like last year, he was charging a couple sick waves. And these guys come in so stoked before the heat, after the heat. Oh, they just bowing the whole time. Oh, Kaino-san. So, arigato, like so stoked, you know. And like I said, they go out there and they make the most of whatever they got out there. And actually, the first person I've ever seen with an impact wetsuit was actually Wakita.
Oh.
Takayuki is his first name. So Takayuki Wakita. Wakita is the last name. But he's the first person I seen because where he surfs at Wakita Bowl is always closing out. So he's guaranteed bouncing off the reef more than anybody else because the waves you're catching, like I said, 9 out of 10 were closeouts. And so he's the first person I saw with the pads on the suit, you know, and then, you know, now it's quote unquote an impact suit, you know, and everybody's making them. But he's the originator of that from as far as I know. I may be wrong. Somebody else may have done it. But as far as somebody who used it on a daily basis and who I seen using it all the time, definitely was Wakita. And he was an innovator that way. Like I said, did enough to get himself his own peak named after him at Pipeline, which nobody else has. With all the famous names that have come through Pipeline, he's the only one that has his own peak.
Yeah, kind of cool. We've been talking a lot about different families and different generations of surfers. That within these families, we saw Uncle Mike Ho paddle out and catch that second reefer. And he's got kids, of course, in the event. And then talking about Taichi Wakita as the son of Takayuki. And they also have he has a sister, Sarah, so their daughter is also an amazing surfer.
She's also a pro surfer ripping.
So really cool to have these generations of surfers and be able to keep that legacy alive for your family. Look at these third reefers feathering.
Okay, so now we're at legit second reef. No more 1.5, 1.5. That's third reef. But those are actually, this is where, like I told Ezra just before you came on, I'd be taking out my 9.2, probably my 9.4, possibly my 9.4 Paizo Padillac, or my 10.1 Aquila.
Oh.
Just to like sit outside. And the whole point of riding the bigger boards is, like I was saying, I'm blessed that my boards work really well and they turn really well. So the whole point of riding a smaller board is because it turns better. Most of the point is.
Right.
And it's easier to handle. But when you have boards like I have that turn really well, I don't lose anything by riding a longer board. I gain, one, because I gain more paddling power. Two, because I have more board to pull through the choppy turns. You know, like in the last heat, we seen Kelly's board was chattering a lot because he was riding a smaller board on these bigger, much more you could see all the texture going up the face of the wave. As you see the sun hit certain part of the waves, you can tell it's not smooth. It has all like these little whoops on it, and that totally affects the way you ride. This one's more of a north peak. It's going to come in and it's going to push more toward the right. So you can see everybody start paddling, especially the guys sitting at backdoor. They're going to move over a little to get out of the way. And the guys at pipe are just going to, you know, dip their way out. And it broke so far out that luckily it's not top to bottom on their head. But I've also had that happen, be sitting out at second reef and just get clean and be like, what's going on? I'm out at second reef. Look at how far out I am. Why am I getting
Caught
a
inside.
15-footer on the head? Like literally top to bottom. People don't realize that. They think like, oh yeah, I'm going to sit at second reef because it's easier to get in, right? We had all these
Softer,
conversations when I was younger about, you know, trying to go on jack stance pipeline without using my hand to grab the rail and stuff like that. You're like, yeah, you know, everyone's like, if you sit further out, it's easier. Well, that's a lie. So some of them are, don't get me wrong, just like some of them on the inside are easier. But what happens when you sit outside at second reef, which people don't realize, is if you see the spray coming off the back of the wave, this is at first reef, watch how much higher the spray is at second reef.
Yeah.
So the wind's even stronger. So what happens is when you take off, as you're going down the face, the wind comes up the face of the wave, it goes under your board. And so all of a sudden now you're free falling again on like a 15-foot wave at second reef pipe when it's supposed to be easier. And on certain days with the right swell direction, it teepees on the outside and barrels just like first reef pipe.
Here we go.
So there's a lot of faces to pipeline. Here we go, up and riding.
All right, one of our surfers from Japan.
Nope.
Team Japan out there in the water.
Let's see if we got some. So this is where having that bigger board, it allowed me to paddle over to get to that wave further out rather than kind of sitting inside. And it by using such a bigger board, it also makes the decision for you. You're not going to sit on first reef with a 9 to 10 foot board. So like, yeah, I'm going to second reef, right? And so it makes that decision easier when these waves come in. But even when it comes into like the 1.5 reef, you could already be on that wave a lot easier than a 6-foot board or even a 7-foot board for that matter.
Right. Well, a lot of action today. And I don't know, do we know when the peak of this? I guess I should open up my Surfline app and check it out. But I'm guessing because tomorrow, I'm curious what tomorrow is going to look like. I know it's got a bunch of gold bars on Surfline. Here's a replay of this last one. Looking for something, decides to kick out.
Yep. So here we go on the app here. Tide's pretty low right now. Going back up, looks like it bottomed out. Then looks like our buoys are our buoys look yummy. 18 feet, anywhere from 7 to 8, 10 feet by 18 seconds. That's very awesome.
Yep.
It doesn't, I can't see where it's going to show where it's going to peak. Looks like, hold on, I'm looking at the blue here, 8 feet, 18 seconds. Looks like it's going to peak today at about 6 p.m. Through midnight. And looks like it's supposed to hold all the way through tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, the way it looks, all the way through Monday even. The blue line going all the way across is holding, and it doesn't start dropping till Tuesday. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. So, yeah, hopefully, according to this forecast, we get what is forecasted. You know, worst case scenario, just tomorrow. We'll see what these surfers have in store for us. I may actually have to get up early and go surf before the contest. I don't remember the last time I did that.
Beautiful drone view of our island is cool. We started off in the morning looking at the sunrise, and now we're seeing the sun head down toward the west and looking at Mount Kaala. Earlier, made a faux pas. I had Kauai on the brain. I said, why Ale Ale? I was like, because my son right now is on Kauai, and they're over
okay,
there.
that'll do it.
So, I don't know. Anyway, I know the difference, but I was spacing out a little bit. Sometimes you volley out too much and you say
Exactly.
something wrong.
Standard.
Here we have it. A rider gonna
Oh, what did I tell you? They're gonna go. I was just gonna say he's not gonna make this. He's gonna go over the falls. I literally was just gonna say it, and he jumped. But like I said,
send it.
These guys are just all about going. Like they'll go over the falls rather than pull back, just because. Like
bonsai.
This is why I love these guys. Team Japan is my favorite. Like every other heat that's happening. Just because they're in the wrong place, the Japanese, they're just gonna go. Like they don't care. They're all about it. Warrior spirit.
Yeah, very cool. So the North Shore of Oahu, they sometimes call it the 7 Mile Miracle. We was talking the other day when we were watching the live. We were doing the live with Surfline. Hang on, let's look at this review of this one. Oh, here we go. Water angle.
Look at and that way it wasn't in any way, shape, or form makeable. That's like the worst place to be.
Oof. But Ezra and I were talking about when we were doing the live for the Waimea Bay on Big Wednesday, how the North Shore is kind of in some way, I don't know if you agree with this or not, kind of it's bifurcated into two. Like you have everything north of Waimea, it's kind of its own feel.
Call it upside and downside.
Upside and
downside. So upside is past, basically. Well, depending where the person you're talking to. So, like, if they live Wailua and stuff like that, you know, past Haleiwa is, like, upside. But mostly past, so say, like, because a lot of the surfers that come from town and stuff, they don't go too much further past Chuns and stuff like that. So,
Haleiwa,
usually from there,
Chuns.
yeah. So, from there up.
And the waves are kind of different. I mean, you have further paddles for most of the spots on that side. And then a lot of the surf that we're looking at really close to shore. I mean, Pipeline, you know, Rocky Point, a bunch. All these spots are really close to shore. Here we go. Let's go.
Just
make
charging.
it around.
Oh, so gnarly.
No can. Almost though. See if we got a taker on this next wave.
Right, just try. And then, again, this is the thing too, right? Because a lot of those sets that came in broke further back, that these guys are still sitting a little deeper, but the ones that are going to be better and more makeable are further over. So that's kind of the game they're playing right now and trying to figure out where they want to sit. And like I said, the equipment will determine most of the time where they're going to be sitting, or what equipment they decide to use is because of the decision they made of where they're going to sit. So where these guys are, they're still pretty deep considering the type of swell we got and the direction of the waves right now.
We have a shot of the military. There's a academic
Coast
book
Guard.
that I really like, written by Phyllis Turnbull, and it's called Osei Can You See How the Military in Hawaii is Hidden in Plain Sight. Which is an interesting concept. Like, in many ways in Hawaii, we're so used to it, but we don't realize how militarized, especially
Are you kidding
Oahu
me?
is. It's just
Fully
everywhere.
militarized. And the thing is, because people talk about it so nonchalantly and so easily because it's been around forever. But, you know, that's the reality of the situation, is that
right.
That's the reality.
Yeah.
Like, you know, there's bases everywhere. And like you said, there's bases on other islands as well, but, you know, a ton of them here on Oahu. Look at this. You know, namely
my
on Kauai,
goodness.
Barking Sands. Turn around, turn around,
Oh.
turn around.
Bonsai.
Oh,
He's
come
going
on.
for it.
No,
Make it.
no. Oh, I wish he could have got off. Every wave we've seen like that today so far,
Yeah.
that wasn't made, if they would have made it, is at least
I
an
know.
excellent score or more. Oh,
So
I was
close.
so hoping he was going to make that. Oh, man, so close. And again, that's pipeline, right? That's why I always refer to her as the beauty and the beast, right? There's the beast right there. And then, the beauty is when you actually make one of those and you pack it. Here we go.
Oh, live
Getting
action.
in.
No.
That looks like the
That
next
was-
competitor. But
yeah.
so you see how you got all this warble going down the side of the wave and the flex out in the
Prevents you
wave.
from knifing it.
Yeah, exactly. You're basically turning into a big
little wave.
fat. It's not even a chop. It's like a wake,
Yeah.
right? Like if you're, downwinding, how you ride all those little bumps. That's basically what it is. But it's going sideways across the wave and across you as you're trying to go through it. And usually what happens is when you come through those warbles, here we go, take off. Oh, he was basically under the lip when he took off and hoping. And that's the thing where being a front sider, whether it's going left or right, is so hard because you can't sit on that inside rail like the guys, like Kelly does, Andy Bruce, and just
your leg,
park
your butt.
pig dog it, park your butt, your knee, with your shoulder, whatever it takes. Mason holds very good at that too. Jamie O'Brien, if that's the type of wave right there where a backsider would definitely benefit more than a front sider.
Right.
Speaking from experience, watching too many of those perfect waves go by, and you saw how he kicked his board at the end of the wave, and not just like
A little frustrated.
beep, 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 beep. That'd be underwater. That'd be me underwater.
Because it stayed open too, though.
Oh, but look how much cleaner now. The ones that are hitting the inside, right?
Yeah.
So on the outside, see all that texture going from right to left up the wave. So you see that texture in the lip. It's not a clean, perfect lip. The lip actually has steps to it as it's breaking. And that's all that texture that we see going up the wave.
Look at this one. Come on, let's go.
Somebody turn. No, closing out. Good call. But this one, you could pack it right there, but I'm pretty sure it just goes into a whole
Looked like
closeout.
two. I was a little concerned, to be honest, this morning because the winds were really light and almost variable. And when it gets like that, then the afternoons sometimes get onshore.
Yeah.
But it looks like the trades have kicked in.
Shh, secret, don't tell nobody. If I do it in the water, they're like, oh, bro, thought the winds was going to turn onshore, but the thing's still offshore. I'm like, shh, shut up. Don't tell nobody, you're going to jinx it. And that's kind of how the winds have been the past few days. Even out on the west side, it'll come on a little and be like, yeah, but no. And it just stays like that. Worst case scenario. And then best case scenario, it turns around, and here we go, straight offshore. Because even the first day of competition, when we ran this up in the longboard division, it turned and did a little bit right after the contest, right? Like when Gabe got his, Gabriel got his wave, and then Seth got his two waves, and then whoop, turned right offshore again.
Yeah.
And so that was awesome. And, we're fortunate enough to get that condition because later that week when that big swell came in, even though it was a terrible direction for pipeline, the winds weren't helping at all either.
Yeah. So, a lot of waves, a lot of energy, a lot of waves that look like could have been potential 11, 12s, but not quite yet. And hopefully, we still have the afternoon, and we have a lot of really good, talented surfers on various teams coming up. I think next we have the Pipeline Hammers, and they'll be paddling out right around now. Jamie O'Brien, Mackay McNamara, Ivan Florence, Nate Florence, Kieran Jabor. So we're looking forward to that in the next heat. But we're right now, Team Japan, Shinpei Horiguchi, Taichi Wakita, Daiki Matsunaga, Kenshin Matsunaga, Jin Suzuki, and Shogo Harada.
Yeah, so interesting to see what Jamie, Ivan, Nate, Kieran, and Mackay are going to do in this heat, because that wave that our Japanese competitor just got is the kind of wave that Jamie O'Brien lives for, surfing backside out at Pipeline. So I'd like to see, obviously, Team Japan as well, but I'd like to see our competitors start being able to put that together. As hard and as difficult as it is with the waves coming in the way they are now. I mean, look at, they're at 1.5 bailing already. Look, that's third reef. And then this is like legit second reef coming in right here. And so he's going to have to jump and bail again or just swim through it. But thankfully, it's not top to bottom. So you can get, I'm not going to say it's easy to get through because the wave might still catch your board. The white water might catch it. But it's still, you're not getting pummeled top to bottom. You know, like when this swell actually hits its peak, being in that position, that wave eventually is going to get top to bottom. And you can literally get dragged all the way to the inside. And that's just one of those things that comes along with surfing pipeline. You have to, whether you like it or not, it's going to happen. And as much as you try to avoid it, if you're trying to be out there and trying to make any impact in the lineup whatsoever, you're going to have to put it on the line at some point and risk it for the biscuit, I guess is the saying, right? And look, that was that competitor who was on the outside.
Oh.
All the way to the inside, and then everybody's like, oh, why didn't the jet ski just leave him there? That's why. You know? And look, they're on the inside of First Reef jumping off their board, just to give you a comparison to what it was this morning compared to what it is now, right? This is not even, So this is exactly what I was talking about.
Right in the pocket, just worst case scenario.
Yeah, no, look at it. But at least right there, he just popped up. Oh my goodness, that was heavy. Another one.
Oh,
hey, been there, done that. Look, and it's doubling up right where he is. So is his board gone? Either broken leash or broken board. Is that his board right there underwater? See, and that's what I was saying earlier. Even by having the jet ski, it doesn't mean you're going to be out of harm's way the whole time, because the ski's limited it to what you can do. Again, with all this soup and all this foam here, it's just going to cavitate. And having it weighed down on the back with somebody on the sled makes it a danger to everybody. The ski, the operator, the catcher on the back, as well as the competitor himself. So now they're going to have to go pick him up out there, take him to shore to grab either a new board or a board with a different leash, grab his old board if he likes that one better, and then take the leash off another. So hopefully he's got his caddy on the beach right now, and people go, what do you mean by caddy? So similar to like golf caddies. Before you go out in heats, especially in waves of this type of magnitude, right? This type of likelihood of breaking your board, breaking a leash, you always have somebody. Doesn't even have to be somebody specific, but just be like, hey, boys, if I need, this is the next board to bring out, right? And usually you have at least one backup. And depending what kind of board, what size of board you ride, you may have a couple backups. Here we are bringing him in all the way to the beach. See, there goes his backup. There's his caddy in the white shirt riding down. And then they give him his board, get the leash on, jump right back on the ski, and poof, didn't miss a beat. And so this is the beautiful thing about having the Water Patrol, Hawaiian Water Patrol, the best in the business out there, and having the jet skis. Is first time I entered a surfing competition was about a year after I started riding surfboards, and it was in the Monster Energy Pipeline Pro. In the semifinal heat, before the heat even started, we got caught inside, and I literally got washed all the way past the Ehukai Lifeguard Tower, and Kyborg was on the ski. Shout-outs to Kyborg at Kyborg Garcia, Instagram. And he came over to check on me, and I was like, oh, brah, you good? He goes, yeah. He goes, oh, the training kicking in? I go, yeah, but I'm still tired. But I was all the way down, basically, by Pupukea by the time I came out, and I couldn't jump on the jet ski.
Oh, because back then they
didn't have jet ski assist, which I always thought was the stupidest thing possible. Because why have it available, right, if the contestants can't use it? And a better product and a better scenario is having all of your competitors in the lineup so that everybody can catch more waves. It's more entertaining for the people watching. It's more entertaining for the surfers themselves, because they're cheering. This is the type of event where they're cheering for each other to go. And so being stuck that far, by the time I got back, I only had half the heat left. Another guy broke his board, another guy broke his leash, and so I was actually better off either breaking my board or my leash, because then I would go straight to the beach and then jump back in from down there rather than being all the way at Pupukea. Because usually, like that set right there, a big clean-out set, it gets all nice and, not nice and easy or smooth, but it kind of flattens out for a little bit. And then you can shoot through the gaps either between pipe and gums or gums and Eukai if you're on the beach. But if you're already down at Eukai and on your way to Pupukea, that rip is just ripping across. And the waves that are breaking now over there on the sandbars are like tripling up on each other. So like you can't even dip. Like you just hold the board underwater and hope you don't get totally pulverized.
There may have been a rider on that wave.
Let's see. You got 3 guys there. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Come on.
Oh, bruh. These guys are just sending it down so heavy. I think that was the same guy who had to straighten out on the one.
Yep.
And, you know, like he's looking at basically the same wave and said, I'm going anyway. Yeah, and then this happens. Oh, luckily he's inside enough where right there, you see how the explosion? So that's how you either want to be closer to the explosion or further away. For 2 reasons. One, if you get closer to the explosion, a lot of times you can dip right underneath. And if you get lucky, boop, it pops you right the back. But if you're further in instead of being like halfway in between the two, because if you're halfway in between the two, that explosion lands on your head and then sends you to the bottom, picks you back up, and you get stuck in that washing machine in the middle of that white water there. And then if you're further in, then you can avoid it altogether. See, look, these guys in. See if Nolan Keolano there to see if the rider wants to pick up. But look at so late. Oh, that's the wave you thought you were saying. I think there was a rider on that one. Oh, look at, so you see how the board, like he was already falling away from the board. So sometimes that happens, and that was like Kalaw's wave last year, Kala Grace. The board, like when he got up, the board fell away from him, but it helped when he could get his feet back on the board and stick it. Yeah. Because now he's further up and has more control. Oddly enough, further up on the nose of the board, where if you're too far back, you're closer to the middle, which is the widest point of the board. So you're not going to have as much control there. That part of the board is going to be want to skip out on the water. So sometimes when that happens and you can make it, and when you do, it's by far one of the most glorious rides you ever had because you free fell onto it and just like, oh, yeah, it's under my feet. And that, you know, if you watch that wave from Kala last year, that's basically what it was. It's one of those things you fall out of the sky and like, oh, look at what I found.
So we're doing a recap of this heat. A lot of whitewash in this heat, but we had a few bonsai charging from Team Japan.
So heavy.
Had a few broken leashes and bombs like this one.
Oh, jeez. So heavy. And, you know, this heat, that was all what it was all about, just charging. Like, look at how perfect that wave was right there. You know, and like I said, it's all about placement, being in the right place at the right time. Well, unfortunately, this looked like a good one here, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it out.
And next, we'll have Pipeline Hammers with Jamie O'Brien and his crew. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, bye.
classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Aloha. Welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2023. We are live at the Bonsai Pipeline looking at some massive surf. We've had a lot of third reefers, second reefers, 1.5 reefers, and a lot of action going on. We're into the second round of our shortboard division. We've already had the first 4 teams go out. We're now in our 5th team, which is the Hammers, Pipeline Hammers. And here we look at these sets coming through.
Wow.
This
Let's go, Pipe.
Yeah, this team has Jamie O'Brien, Mackay McNamara, Ivan Florence, Nate Florence, and Kieran Jabor. So we're seeing a lot of action, and these Hammers know how to knife it on these bombs. So I think during the break, I heard Kainoa McGee hooting and hollering, so they're guaranteed we're going to see some cool highlights of what we missed during the break, but excited to see it. Here we go. Replay. Oh, this looks like Ivan Florence standing tall in this pipe barrel and comes out.
Legitimate make. Nice big hack as he just kicks out through the whitewater. Top speed, this guy.
Yeah, and there's another angle of it. You can see how he's free fall into that barrel. A lot of our competitors have struggled to make that bottom turn. Ivan shows them how it's done. Gets the barrel, comes out.
With the gaff at the end. I always love the exclamation mark as this one's getting deep,
goodness.
And he's coming out. Beautiful claim. Pulls down his shorts. That was legit. That was brother Jamie O'Brien.
That was insane. You can see the barrel staying open, comes out of it, claims it.
J.O.B. in the house. So much to talk about this guy, as you know, grew up with him when he was the little Grom with a Gath helmet. So much pack talent. And wow. Looks like they picked up after Team Japan had a rough heat, you know, a little bit too much regurgitating angles and whatnot. Pipeline Hammers bringing it to you live. Jamie O, Mackay McNamara, Ivan Florence with a beautiful wave. So that last one is either Kieran Jabber or Jamie O. Jabor. And don't forget, you know, we got the Florence brothers. There's a contingency of brothers in this. The Rothman brothers, the Moniz brothers, the Matsunagas, and in this heat is the Florence, Ivan and Nathan.
We're going to have to get confirmation. One cool thing about the backdoor shootout, but something that makes it a little challenging for us, is that there's no colors, no jerseys. And so, you know, a lot of these guys in this heat, for example, a lot of them, we're talking about taking that drop and dragging the leg. They're experts at it. So Nate Florence, Kieran Jabor, Jamie O'Brien, they're all capable of that. So
it looked like Jamie, though, when he came out, pulled down his shorts leg and claimed it. It kind of looked like him, but then could be in a jersey, and that's Kieran right there in the green shorts paddling out. So we will see whoever got that wave. That was a legitimate score as Ivan Florence put on one of the better pipe waves. Nice make for him. As early heats, we had Koa Rothman and Koa Smith.
Look at this one taking off, backdooring it. Ivan Florence pulls it. Let's see if he can come out.
Hanaho. Huge clamper on that end as that thing is pushing in different directions. Whew.
Oh, look at
carnage.
Look at these sets stacking on the horizon, Ez.
I love you rubbing your hands together. Is this the diamond in the rough? Is this the heat to do it? As Pipe Hammers is currently in the lineup.
I want to see a 12.
With less than 30 minutes. And let's go, 12. Let's go. We haven't seen a 10 yet, but let's skip the 10 and shoot straight for the 12 because this is the backdoor shootout.
Here we go. This looks like it has some potential. It's a little too north on this one, so not going to give them a chance to get in early. But our camera guys are going to get it.
Oh, my gosh. What a bad place for the camera he went down deep. I wonder if he even bailed his merchandise.
Oh, and then we see that second reef with that trade winds blowing up the face.
Wow, not easy conditions as I seen a surfer duck dive underneath that whitewater. Not easy task to do. How's all this whitewash?
Yeah, that's been sort of the theme of today, is just survival.
Yeah. A whole football field radius of just whitewater. As you can see, that is legitimate second reef way out there. Not quite making the connection, but nonetheless, beautiful waves on offer as a northwest swell is taking, kind of petering out, and a west-northwest is filling in thanks to Surfline. Always coming in clutch, and thank you to Keiki Bungalows. And we got $5,000 for the wave of the day at the Backdoor Shootout. The Bungalow wave at Backdoor Shootout. 5 G's for that surfer. Not to mention the main prize purse for the team and the Covenant title. So
yeah, and also to Monster Energy, Kona Brewing. Actually, my good friend Daniel Ikaika Ito.
Yeah.
Over there with Kona Brewing.
Good, brother.
Aloha.
How you, Daniel?
Sinaloa chips. And buggers, they're shaped like surfboards.
I know. Get one Kainoa McGee model, one John Florence model.
Here's a replay. Let's check this out. This is Ivan's wave. He makes that. Looks like he's going to come out, and then it clamps. He was way deep on that.
Great first wave for Ivan, and his second wave, I mean, even though he didn't make it out, he's on a great step from what we've seen from the morning of Tubos, Team Tubos. As the swell is changing up, there is challenging conditions, but there are amazing barrels out there. These guys just got to hunt for them.
Yeah, Mr. Kainoa McGee was talking earlier about how it's better to take off behind the peak than on the peak.
Yeah.
And you could see that's just exactly what Ivan Florence did on that last one, where he was actually behind it, which allowed him to make the drop and bottom turn, which a lot of our other competitors today have struggled to be able to take that line in the barrel. Instead, when they're on the peak, they end up having to straighten out and are unable to pull into the barrel. But Ivan has shown us already in this heat on 2 waves that if you backdoor it, it gives you a better
Such
chance.
good flow. And, you know, that's just something about that Florence legacy. They were also born without that reflex. They go right over the ledge, no problem.
Survival instinct reflex is on off.
Yeah, well, there's something not telling them not to go. They just go, and then they figure it out. But, hey, guys, go to defendhawaii.com to get this amazing merchandise as we're watching the second round of Pipeline Hamas. And this is Heat 5, so we got 3 more heats for you guys today. So make sure you guys stay tuned.
This heat we've got, it's called the Pipeline Hamas. Jamie O'Brien, Makine McNamara, Ivan Florence, Nate Florence, Kieran Jabor. Looks like we've got, I don't know if this is Kala Grace, but give them local brought out there, and not sure if they brought in an alternate for them, but we'll have to get back to you on that.
Checking
My
them
guess,
out.
I'm for some reason, but isn't Kala Grace in? He's on one of the other.
He's
teams.
on the Dahui Wax team, and don't forget, go to DahuiWaxHawaii.com. Put your order in today, because you guys know that wax sells up quick. So go check out Brother John and the Ohana and go get yourself a case today, gang. I'm not too sure, but I think Jamie O is also on that Dahui Wax program. Stick it where it belongs on your favorite surfboard, gang. So, yeah, we got...
Here we go. We got a rider up on this one, rolling in from the 1.5 reef.
Beautiful.
Bottom turns, looking for that barrel section, ends up kicking out before that sandbar. Destructible inside.
You know how much work that is if you just, just wiggled in and rode it out? Nah, that's like, these guys are pipe specialists. They're not going to waste any hint of energy on something that they don't need. As what a beautiful vision that is from our Salt and Air drone.
Well, we've been here. This is day 2, and Ezra and I and Kainoa have been here since this morning. We started at 8 o'clock. and it's been a fantastic day. But if you were joining us from the start, from this morning, you would have noticed, wow, waves have changed.
Oh, yeah. Even the watercolor has changed. Everything has changed.
There's a replay of that one rolling in from the outside, looking for something to stand up, and realizes it's not going to let him get a good barrel, so kicks out. This looks like Mackay McNamara. And opts the kick out.
Another legacy over here, the McNamara legacy.
Multi-talented family.
Oh, yeah. The
Brother
dad
is a musician as well and makes really good music here in Hawaii.
I remember watching the local surf TV channels, you know, Heavy Water and Board Stories and all that stuff, and just watching Liam with his helmet, man. Just expertise, pipeline specialist.
And that was back when not many people wore helmets, which is cool.
He
So
was
it
like
kind
the
of
guy.
the guy doing it. And not only Liam, but Liam's brother,
Garrett.
Yeah.
Garrett
McNamara, yep.
Hard
really
charger.
a pioneer in surfing in Portugal.
Yeah.
And so big wave hunter.
And then Landon's also wearing the helmet. He had a great performance. That day we were calling surf lines, you know, when the Eddie didn't go, but it was the 20-foot plus series. That was awesome.
You can also see this morning we had a bunch of these drone angles, but look at the difference. You can see the lines out to sea.
Oh, I love that. You see that? That looks like there's, well, actually that corner bowl is going to clamp down on this one.
I got the corduroy lines way outside on the North Shore. And, you know, when you're driving down to the North Shore, oh, here we go, live action, backside, grabbing rail, standing tall, let's go, and makes it out.
Comes flying out. I believe that might be Kieran.
I believe so. It was a make, which is awesome for today.
Beautiful. As some pipe surfers are leaning over the edge. Pipe is pretty hefty and thick. It isn't super groomed and clean offshore like we called it this morning, but it's still great conditions and more waves on offer.
Yeah, we're getting those trade winds have kicked up early this morning. It was light, kind of from the southeast direction. Made it really nice and glassy. And there we go. He's stoked on that last one.
Fist pump.
For sure.
Some great stuff. Hey, guys, don't forget to go to huiohe'enalu.org and go follow us at Huiohe'enalu North Shore. And if you guys are all on the beach, you know, watching the waves, scrolling on Instagram, don't forget any pictures and whatever of the surfers, tag and hashtag.
Here we go, a replay of that last one, free falling in the barrel. Let's go.
Oh, beautiful spit, and he makes it out. This is going to be a great score for Kieran.
That was a great wave, and today we've seen our surfers struggling to get that exit.
Yep.
So making a wave on these waves today is definitely something that be a keeper for their score line.
Yep. Yeah, we had, what, 3 or 4 back doors this morning?
Right.
Mid-morning. And now it just kind of switched over to pipe, but you never know. As we watched Quicksilver's Reef Macintosh, you know, and guys like Kelly Slater, they were out shopping, waiting for this certain wave to come. And with 30 minutes, sometimes what you're looking for doesn't come. So a lot of guys hunting underneath the ledge. The nutser you get, the more makes you might get today.
Oh, look at this thing. Let's see if somebody's in the spot for this. Somebody way deep paddling for this. Oh, too far out.
Ooh, I bet you Ivan is somewhere over there.
Watch this thing barrel, though.
Nathan Florence, that was a beautiful pipe wave, and it looks like it offered an exit, Isaiah.
Little too far out, sitting on the 1.5 reef area, but it's all right. There's a lot more waves to be had here today, and these hammers know what it takes to get barreled, so excited to watch this with you.
Oh, big time. Thank you for lunch. Aloha Salads, mahalo, Hollywood Juice. Thank you so much. And Two Thumbs Tattoo, Brother Bo, always supporting the shootout. Big shout out to you, brother. Salt and Air Studios, mahalo, Mike Prickett. And Surfline, big mahalo to you and your crew. Such a big part of the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Oh, here we go.
Yes. Action-packed.
Like
Heat
that
5.
classic
second surf.
It's got that classic look to it, you know, kind of iconic pipeline look where you see it just feathering out there.
And look at this one coming off the side.
Getting-
Mow over. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, not fun.
Oh, here we go. Here comes a big beast on the head. I know nobody's in position for that one, as these guys are going to get ready to throw, but nope, these guys can duck dive deep. Average humans would probably get sucked back, rescued, as that thing just thuds all the way across the houses at Pipe.
Still see that sand, but it's changed quite a bit from this morning. We were looking at more sand like in the middle of the break, and now, as Kainoa McGee had kind of predicted, that the sand would move more over into the channel and onto the shoulder where the camera crew is, and more desirable. Apparently, it allows the wave to barrel more and hopefully give an exit. Although some of those exits have been a little difficult today, being that we got this very strong swell on the rise. It's supposed to peak this evening, but we're seeing still some amazing rides like we saw just a moment ago with Kieran Jabbour getting an in and out barrel. We've got Jamie O'Brien in this heat, and Mackay McNamara, Ivan Florence, Nate Florence. Nate Florence, regular foot, whereas Ivan, his brother, goofy foot.
That's Jamie closest to us towards the screen. Yeah, all these guys, team format, they're all talking about their last rides. Of course, everybody's going for that, you know, singular title over here at the Backdoor Shootout. But they're also sizing each other up. You've been in competition. So what? How was that last one? You know, you get those people that don't say anything in the heat, and then you get the real chatty ones.
Yeah. Here we go.
Out the back.
Oh, boy.
Super deep.
See if he can roll into this one from outside. Makes the drop. Comes around into this inside section. Stalls.
Beautiful cave.
Oh, my goodness. Gets the barrel.
Getting
Comes
the
out
barrel.
right before it implodes.
That was
looked like the
nuts
McNamara.
one.
Looked like Mackay.
Yeah. You could be right. That was a square one, you know. He's not super deep, but he's right in there. And that thing is just shakalacking. So,
And yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see the other angles from the camera, because right now this camera is positioned probably over more by Eukai, so we're looking into the barrel. But maybe we'll see on a replay from a different angle to see how deep he was.
Yep, this one's at Eukai Park, I believe. But I mean, what a great pick. I mean, that thing was just shacking hard. I mean, that lip was detonating on the reef. So
it definitely squared up right, and it had the bowl to it, and
it was connecting into that right, but it just let him out perfectly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm glad he didn't go for the whitewater vertical snap. This is right there. It put you down. These waves are very powerful.
Very
and lines
powerful.
out the back. Here we go. Hana ho. Let's go.
Here we go. Is that replay? You can see where he takes off on the outsides, tries to slow down, grabbing the rail, pocket, dragging the leg, dragging the butt, and comes out of that. I think you're right. It was not as deep as he had hoped for. You can see him trying to wipe off the speed here by grabbing the rail and trying to touch the wall and slow down.
Right there is just beautiful how he shoved his knee and everything, did the 3-prong, slow himself down, and exit. Massive pocket ride for Mackay. As this is the angle we've been waiting for. You can see how big the wave is as he just lets the curtain go by. Some expertise by Mackay McNamara.
This is live. No one wanted that one.
Ooh, there's a lot of scoring capability, but then,
shut down.
No guru. Wow.
Got that beautiful,
So beautiful
silhouette from the sun as it's dropping down to the western
And you
side
can
of the
see
island.
that real horseshoe bend in the wave. And that's the one when these guys take off, there's not going to be an exit. So things are changing up. There's a different angle of sets heading it towards these 5 surfers. As currently in the water, you got Mr. J.O.B. And this is a new team this year. Pipe Hamas, Mackay McNamara, Ivan Florence, Nathan Florence, and Kieran Jabbour. So great stuff by these guys. as we have an all-brother contingency this year, as you got the Rothman brothers, the Moniz brothers, and the Matsunagas. And along in this heat is the Florence brothers. We're missing John this year.
Right.
But he had an epic couple of heats as the Florences got second last year in the team event.
Oh, look at that inside one.
Oh, that was thick and scary.
Maybe this wave is going to come to our competitors. Nope. But look at out the back, those lines. Hopefully they don't whitewash all the way through, but hold back just enough to arrive right where competitors are sitting. Yep.
There's a little bit of texture on them right now, huh? They're getting caught by, 15, 20 mile an hour winds slightly.
Yeah, we've seen the trade winds pick up in the afternoon, which is, I think, a good thing, because I was a little worried. Whenever you have those light variables in the morning, it often turns into onshore surf for the afternoon. But
I believe we hardened the pipe bowl. Right. The pipe bowl has absolutely hardened.
Oh, here we go. We have someone paddling for this one, stroking hard into it. Oh, the grabbing rail pulling into this barrel. Let's see if he can come out. Let's go.
Oh.
Not quite.
I believe that was either Kieran again or Jamie. Massive waves approaching the lineup.
Oh, look at that one from way back and way outside.
Kind of McGee's favorite on his 9-0. Oof. Roll in. Oof. Cutback section.
Somebody might turn on this one.
You never know.
That's a
Ivan
big
is
whitewash.
definitely out the back. Let's see if he's in position for this one. As we'll watch that replay coming up of that last rider. Nice and deep. Oh, we
Somebody's
got a
turn around. No.
Oh, beautiful. Starting to get that sun glare in it.
Put on your sunglasses.
Yes. Our sunglasses of the event is Reason Scene Co. Go check them out. You can find these glasses with the Hui He'enalu signia on the side. Find it at thehui.com. Respect, energy, evolution, zen, and earth. All natural. Mahalo for the polarized eyewear, gang.
Oh, here we have that replay. Knifing it, standing tall.
Yep, Kieran. Beautiful.
Grabbing the rail, free falling into this one. Way deep behind it. Got just gobbled up by the foam ball.
Super heavy.
Great angle here from behind, from backdoor. Man, he was close to making that one.
Yeah, he was.
I think just a couple more pumps maybe before that wave, started to race ahead of him. But
great speed, great technique. I almost thought that was Jamie O, but waiting for the JOB to take a wave. Another guy that knows this reef so well. He's definitely looking for a certain something. So these guys can, these guys can let a whole bunch of time go by. They're looking for a significant wave because a lot of these guys have won events here before. So yeah, the lineup has totally changed, as there's all kinds of just milk, whitewater in the lineup. As you can tell, it's been mowed over by the almost second reef sets.
Yep. So you're just joining us. This is the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2023, and we're right now in our round 2. So we have 8 teams. Each team gets 5 surfers in the lineup.
Yep.
They have 30 minutes to catch as many waves as possible, but they're hoping to get 2 or 3 really good waves that put in their score line. In the end, we tally up the top waves, and it produces a winning team and also a winning individual. So tomorrow, I think, is our last day.
Mm-hmm.
So by the end of the day tomorrow, we'll have an awards ceremony, and we'll be able to tally up the top waves from the best teams and from the best individual surfer. And on top of that, we have an additional bonus check.
Yep.
Of
bungalows.
$5,000 from Keiki Bungalows. Yep. And so that'll be in addition. That one is just for the best one wave.
Yep. That is. It's the Bungalows Wave of the Shootout. $5,000. So awesome stuff.
Now, we've also seen oftentimes the best wave of the shootout becomes the best wave of the winter for the whole season. We've seen that happen more than one occasion. So we still have today and tomorrow to see if we can get locked in on a 12-point ride that gets them multiple accolades.
Yep, this isn't a normal event. It's not like top two are going to come out of this heat and move on to the second, third round semifinals. This is a team format, and these guys are trying to get the coveted title of the Backdoor Shootout. So they're pretty much competing against all 8 teams, but they're surfing within their team. And Uncle Eddie added a 5th guy this year, and that's pretty awesome. Sometimes Pipe is so busy at these backdoor events, it's like, okay, you don't want to see no waves getting let go. So
got a beautiful shot here from the drone looking toward the beach, and as you can tell, Pipeline, what makes it so exciting as a spectator wave, if you're on the beach, you are so close to the action, you feel like you're right there with the surfers. And this surfer here going for this wave on the inside,
Kieran,
looks
beautiful.
like a racer, has to get out of that one.
He's just staying busy. He's actually smart because he's just getting himself into that rotation. As I've seen a lot of our expert surfers shop too long, be on the outside. When a lot of those big sets come in, it seems to be pushing the surfers way out too. And, you know, it's not always fun when you're relining up yourself when you're 100 yards out from the actual peak. So Pipeline Hammers currently in the water. I believe less than 15 minutes to go. And this is the 2023 Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Here's a little recap of the action so far. This is Ivan Florence, gets into the barrel, comes out with the spit, hits the lip. One of the better waves of the day, in fact.
That was one of the better ones.
And then here we have Kieran Jabbour stalling, dragging, slowing down, comes out of the barrel, claims it.
That one was a legitimate Pipeline disappearing act with the claim. He felt that one.
And here we have another action, another angle of that same wave. Getting barreled, coming out. Ew.
Love that angle. Here we go. Another one of
This one is Mackay McNamara slowing down, trying to get that barrel. Doesn't do much for him, so he kicks out.
Stoked on that one.
Stoked, Kieran. Here we have another angle of this wave of Mackay McNamara. Bottom turning, slowing down.
Square one.
This was that square one that he's trying to slow down, even though he didn't get super deep. A successful ride all the way through to that sandbar section. And this is another angle of that same wave of pulling in the barrel. Don't go anywhere. More action coming to you from the Backdoor Shootout.
Aloha, gang.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. Made a 60-foot face at an exposed spot.
there were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like a typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
I hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to day 2 of the 2023 Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're into our main event where these guys are getting their second surf of the day, and we are into Team Quicksilver. Heat number 6, their second surf. Out in the lineup right now is Zeke Lau, Joey Johnson, Koa Rothman, and Reef McIntosh out of the 8-team format. Quicksilver is the only one with 4 guys. That's why we were joking around earlier. We seen Fred Pataccia at the ceremony, and we were hoping to see him out in the lineup with the infamous Quicksilver team as we have a beautiful drop down. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and I will be joined with my legendary big bro, Kai Noah McGee.
How's it?
How you, brother? Reef McIntosh just got a medium one for the big man. But
Sounded like that last heat, bro. The beginning of that last heat was freaking retarded.
I heard you guys.
I was like, what?
Rumbling.
Yeah, I had to walk out of the showroom or the production room. It was too nuts, too much.
Roger that.
Information overload pipeline. I like.
There's hardworking Joey Johnson. This guy works all summer so that he can have a pleasant winter. Team Quick. And, you know, you guys never forget, as surfers, you know, surfing can be a self sport. It can make you look a little selfish, but this guy works all summer to make it happen for himself. And don't forget, after professional surfing, you need to have something to fall back on. So awesome that Joey Johnson is taking a trade. Always have another discipline, because you know, right after your career's done, they quick to forget you nowadays.
Bye.
Huh? Bye.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh.
Kind of look like Joey Johnson going on a sketchy one. And I'm sitting here in the booth. Thank you, Keala Iwohi and the Monster crew, always bringing it to you. Absolutely loving the new Monster Energy Zero Sugar Free. As you guys can see that getting promoted worldwide, and it is excellent drink. Go check out the Monster family. Also, White Claw, Kona Brewing. Thank you, Aaron Kim. You the man. Another Huio He'enalu member. And remember, drink responsibly as a wave is coming in, dropping down. Beautiful technique. Looks like Reef McIntosh
taking off
hits
under the
the
lip.
brakes. Absolutely covered up, and I would have been so excited if the big guy just blew through. He's got so much style and technique. And if you know Reef, he's like Daddy Quicksilver guy, good brother, Hawaii boy.
He literally caught that one under the lip as he was taking off. I want to see that replay. That was sick.
Me too. I mean, you know, almost taking, I always loved that era of Tom Carroll doing the under the lip, but, you know, Reef does it backside.
Yep.
Not easy. You got to wheelie out of it. Amazing waves coming in, kind of.
Actually, it looks like the takeoff as well was under the lip. Like he was barely standing while I was barreling over him. That was pretty sick. Look at this.
He's about 6'2", no?
Yeah, I think taller. I think he's taller than me. Look at this.
Wow. Right where you'd want to take off.
9.4 Paizel, maybe 10.4 just for fun. Just for really cheat and take out the foot longer board.
Yeah, but that's like out of like, you know, let's honor another pipe surfer and absolute nutcase, and he's wild, is Kalani Chapman.
I was just going to say that.
The Briley legacy, the guy knows his big boards. I admire that, you know what I mean?
And he's shaping now, so
what?
check him out.
That. Wow.
Kalani
What is
Chapman.
it called? Cool.
Kalani Chapman surfboards.
Guys are shaping.
Carrying the Chapman Brewer name forward. Super stoked to see him making some posts about him starting to shape him. So this year, I think pretty much all winter he's been riding his own board. So that's awesome. And, you know, he comes from that background with Al Chapman, right?
Yeah.
Dick Brewer. That's
big
all
time legacy.
Major legacy.
Always honors his Hanai brother, Sean Briley. Amazing that guy was. Pipe was a different place of that generation out there.
Was.
And you've seen so many generations come through in your career. I still see people sending you massive pipe bombs of you drop kneeing on your Kaino McGee model. Good stuff, brother.
Yeah, so fun. And funny story, there was a point in time where Don Patrol would just be me, myself, and Briley and Wade.
Wow.
Wait. So you got to listen to the story. So I just knew him as Wade all the time. Like, oh, yeah, about it. So, yeah, Wade, you know, he surfs, as soon as people paddle out, poof, he's gone. He's gone. Super mister, right?
Yeah.
And so the Wade we're talking about is Wade Tokoro. The whole time I was just a boogie boarder. It didn't matter to me. Oh, right here, yeah. So as Reef was standing up, it was literally starting to barrel over his head right there, and he's checked there on the lip. And then, he just got caught right on the end there. You'll see it here from the water angle. As he tries to go pull in here, he gets caught a little high right here. It goes up, gets that weird little warble in there, and it catches him, which, you know, that's actually...
It's hard to make Reef fall.
Exactly. That's not normal for Reef at Pipeline, so Pipeline got him on that one. But it was funny. So I didn't know Wade's last name all that time until I started riding surfboards. And they're like, oh, yeah, but that guy, how's it ganging? They're like, oh, yeah, but he rips, right? Surf Pipeline, da-da-da-da. And I'm like, oh, what's his first name? They're like, Wade. I go, shut up. That's not the Wade, right?
Roger that. Yeah.
Don patrols every morning with me and Brian. They go, yeah, but that's the guy. As soon as people start paddling out, he's out of there.
It's the infamous
I was like, shut up. Man. So it's funny, right? I started riding surfboards in 2000, and I call him up, and he's like, hello. I'm like, hey, Wade. He's like, yeah. I'm like, hey, how's it? It's Kaino McGee. And he goes, hey, what's up, Kaino? I go, I start laughing and tell him, bro, all this time, all these years of surfing with you and Briley out at Pipe in the morning, nobody out, just the three of us. And then I was like, the whole time, I never know. People were talking about your boards the whole time while I was riding only boogie boards that hadn't, you know, added surfing to my repertoire until year 2000.
We're wondering when you were going to stand up with us, and you're good at it.
And it was funny. I was like, wow, this whole time, I didn't even know they're talking about how good your boards are. They're talking about you, the guy surfing every morning. I only knew you as Wade. He starts laughing. Yeah, and you know, if you know Wade, he's super soft-spoken, super mellow guy. Another guy that's like that, too, is a really good shaper is Wes Oshiro.
Wes Oshiro,
right?
yeah.
He was one of the shapers back at Blue Hawaii when I rode for Blue Hawaii.
I remember that.
As a bodyboarder back in the day. And so it's just a funny story, like how it all came full circle. I'm like, wait, brah, this is the guy my friend's been talking about for years. And I surf with him every morning.
Yeah.
You know? And what was cool, too, is he would actually come out, you know, back then he shaped boards for Sonny, Aki, like all those guys. When they come to Hawaii, Wade would be their shaper. And so what was cool is, I don't know if you guys, you know, for the guys watching, if you've never seen him surf, Wade Tokoro is by far one of the best surfing shapers you've ever seen. And actually, that's underplaying it. He's one of the best surfers you've ever seen. If he wanted to turn professional, he totally could have. Like, he charges pipe. And really small, nondescript guy, and like I said, really soft-spoken. But his surfing did all of the talking. But I know what I liked about it was cool is like he would come out and he would ride like Aki's boards, Sonny's boards,
to use them,
just to know, so he would know what's going on.
Yeah,
because he's that good of a shaper. And those guys' boards, you know, those guys were back then like my size in surfing, right? I was still bigger, I was taller than Sonny and taller than Aki. But for surfing, they were the bigger guys. And so, you know, this little guy riding these huge boards and still ripping like nothing, like he was riding his own boards.
I would hear about his magic boards, like Kalani Rob, talking about the K6 and the K7, the stuffs were next level when those models were out. And he's still doing it.
Look at all the sand now.
Still surfing pipe.
Look at
Here
this.
we go.
So deep. Come on.
Silver,
come on.
Cole Rothman.
Oh,
and he comes out, I believe that was Cole Rothman, the only goofy footer in Team Quick. And these guys are going to go for pipe, scud missile bombs because they only got 4 guys in this heat. So I was wondering how they decipher without a 5th guy. I'm sure they set the bar and renegotiated the scale.
Oh, guy just got out too, and it that
Man.
close to being a completed ride. That close to being a 10.
Just
least.
living with Mr. Koa.
Oh, look at
Rothman.
this. Come on. Oh, nope. They're getting clean. So
legacy
like
last
the
name.
south looked like the west set, but it
Yep.
was a north set.
So
Sorry.
it's all just freight train whitewater.
So this is what happens on those northwest swells.
Uh-huh. You think it's going to be a little bit too much? I mean, is it coming in too
No.
close of intervals?
No, the intervals are
We're good,
perfect.
huh?
Everything.
Okay.
It's just a little north, right? Because it's a northwest, so it's more, like I said, west swell would be 270. We're at like 313, 315 right now. So, you know, that, if you look at it, that's like a 45-degree difference, right?
Right.
And so, you know, losing someone, here we go. There it is. So late, so deep, gets in, and then holds right there, and then pumps. Right there, it starts running, and then right at the end, just when he doggy doors it, the chandelier clips
What a
him right on the head. Look at this.
speeding
Full speed.
through.
Just tried to doggy door it. It
Here we
clipped
go.
him right on the end. Look at how deep. Look at how sick that is. One more pump right here.
Clipped his
there.
wing.
And then right as he's coming out there, it just,
Koa Rothman, he knows what
we-
he's hunting for.
we just needed one split second to let him get through that and be a completed ride and
Yeah.
get a big score. Because, you know, we're looking in the excellent range for sure. You know, we got excellent at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, which is a
Brief.
standard 8 to 10 points. And then we have super duper excellent,
Yep.
which is 10 and above, right?
Yep.
So, you know, not just the 10 itself, but 10.5.
Mr. McGee, have you seen a 10 today yet?
I've seen a lot of waves that were 10s, but
Yeah.
not the ones that were
That
ridden
is
by our
true.
competitors. So I've seen probably so far the highest was like an 8 and a 9. And that's why I said, like, because we have the 10, 10.5, 11, 11.5, and 12-point rides available,
Right.
getting the 8s, 9s, and 10s are going to be harder than it would be in any other competition. Where other competitions, they max out at 10. Those waves to us would be 6 to 8, maybe 9s, you
I
know,
like
on
your
the
style.
high end. Right.
And just being in Heat 6, we still got Heat 7 and 8 second surf of the day. Anything can happen. So
Absolutely.
And, you know, Koa's looking at that. He's watched the field play. He wants out of one, you know. He hasn't had a full make yet, as others. Oh, well, actually, he did. He had a make in the beginning. His
Look at
first
this,
heat.
Reef McIntosh. So this is what Reef does. Sits all the way back there, waits for
Gliding.
these sneakers, right? And then that was smart to kick out. That one's going to run away from him, get all soupy. But that's his spot. That's where Reef sits all the time, whether he's going right or left.
I like the line he draws. It's really cool and calm, but
Exactly.
he's in a very dangerous place. But he's taking his time.
Look at this.
Oh, he almost got that one on the head, buddy.
Yeah. No. And watch Reef paddle. It looks like he's paddling slow. But his arms are so long. Like me, it's like when you run with the slippers on your hand and you got to make the if you don't make the sound, you're going too slow.
Well, you know when you're in trouble, you cup and you start flicking too. Anything you can start
Whatever it
Aquamaning your way out.
And but I've never seen him paddle any faster, any slower.
No.
Like his arms move at one speed and he always gets out of the way. It pisses me off.
Like I have,
I'm behind him getting caught all the time.
Look
I'm
at
like,
him.
what? Look at he's already
That's
back
his
out there.
speed, though. Yeah, I know. It
His
is funny.
arms are so long that it looks. That's why I was telling everybody, like when you're watching waves and you see really big waves break slow.
Right.
Because they're so tall, so deep, and so thick that they kind of got to wait to fall over, whereas compared to the smaller waves, they race a little more.
Right.
So, you know, when you're watching like big Waimea or 20-foot plus waves, watch how long it takes for the wave to actually break and hit the trough. And so that's like his arms are moving faster than they look because they're so long and so big compared to everybody else. Like, that's like literally that's how fast he paddles and never gets caught at backdoor.
I seen that. Even his one wave of the winter that year.
Yep.
It's just like it just came to him, but he just turtle stroked into it. Da, 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 da.
And
that's
always
what
gets
got
him at the right time,
man.
right place. I'm like, this sucks.
Good, strong, stable stance. And I'm not too sure, but just looking at the footage when they zoomed in on our surfers by Salt and Air, I was just wondering, maybe they traded out with Easy Kill Lau. I'm not
Possibly,
too sure.
yeah,
There's
it
2
doesn't-
helmets now. One is Joey Johnson in the red, and there is now a white helmet out there.
Maybe they added a 5th, and we
And it
didn't know
isn't
yet.
Freddie.
No, damn it. Where
I
are
was
you,
just
Freddie?
talking about that before you came to the booth. Freddie, hope to see you tomorrow, buddy. You
Yeah,
shooting
you
him a
had the
text?
chance today. Should have.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
hoping he was watching the live feed, feeling the pressure.
And here we go, like you're saying, it is way over. These guys are pretty damn deep, aren't they? Oh, scoring capability.
Wow, that was actually makeable. And then that, but you might have been able to doggy door it out. But here's the thing, watch Reef just paddle right out of position in a good way.
Yeah.
And not in the position to get smashed.
So you guys
and then there's me behind him getting pummeled by the white water.
And you guys, looking on your screen, those things look like big, powdery, fluffy clouds. Those things are clouds of death. That is no Care Bear cloud. No Care Bear comes out of that cloud, let me tell you. Quicksilver Heat 6. This is their second surf of the day with a Zeke Lau. I believe he traded out with somebody. I'll get back to you on that. Joey Johnson's out there in the red helmet with the lavender board with the fluorescent green. You have Koa Rothman and legendary big boy. You can't mistake him, Reef McIntosh.
Yeah, one of a kind.
Good stuff. As anything can happen as we're into Heat 6. No 12s, no 10s yet, but we definitely seen them on offer. We got 2 more heats for you today as Snap 5 is going to take the lineup next, and then followed by
There they
them
are,
is
right
the
there.
Hui Wax. Oh, they're ready already.
The
Huh?
Moniz brothers, ready to
Oh,
rock.
The brothers
Then we got
Moniz.
Benji.
Hey, and then there's the kind.
Is that Pops again? Yeah, Pops.
Two
Get out
Pops
there.
Secure. Looking all
Like it.
smooth.
Now he's stoked.
Huh?
Where he was sitting earlier
Yeah.
about his wave
Yeah.
after wave. Actually, he would have to sit further out now.
You got it.
Because
He
it's
is a
too far
frothy
out.
grom, huh?
He is. Absolutely.
And that guy plays a smart game when he's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, do you ever see Uncle Mike make mistakes?
No.
Have you seen him
Not
get
very often.
his
It
stuff
always
handed
happens,
to him?
right?
I've
It
never
is.
really seen him get worked.
Actually, I seen him one year paddle out at the Pipe Masters and break a board on the paddle out, getting stuck at gums trying to dip. The wave that he didn't even start yet. And back then, again, no jet ski assist, so you had to swim all the way in.
Oh, that's
and then
humbling.
get the board and paddle back out. Yeah, I remember that vividly. I was like, what? He broke his board before he even got out, and it was at gums, not even at pipe. Because what happens when it's this big at gums? Even though there's a sandbar out there, it's still too much wave for the sandbar, and so it quadruples up on each other. And like all
like
you can
steps.
do, and all you can do is just get your board under and hope you make it through the back. But most times you don't. And then back
I think
then,
it's 8 foot thick.
yeah, and back then they use bigger boards
Yep.
too, right? Than they do now. And so yeah, he just literally got tossed, and then you just see the you see the board flap in 2 pieces. I'm like, dang, that's so heavy. And people, if you're listening and you hear us referring to gums, gums is a sandbar to the right of Pipeline. It's in between Eukai Beach Park and Pipeline, and it's basically called gums because it's like Pipeline without the teeth. Because more times than not, there's a sandbar out there, and even when it's big, there'll be days. I think even last year, the 3rd day of the event, when Pipe was firing, some perfect waves came over at gums as well, like 10, 12 feet.
Yeah.
So if the sandbar is right and the direction is right, gums literally looks just like Pipeline, sometimes gnarlier.
How did it get its name? I remember Uncle Jock Sutherland saying somebody something happened over there with
Yeah, I
an
don't-
old timer and something with his gums or something.
I don't remember what the actual name, but that's how I explain it, is that it's basically Pipeline without the teeth because it's mostly a sandbar, especially when it's
I
big
love
and
me some
gnarly.
gums, yeah.
Oh, so fun. Even on
love
the
it.
smaller days and that the sandbars line up, you're going left and right, and everybody just taking turns. And sometimes it's actually heavier than pipe because you got the double, triple up thing going on. Oh, look at whoever that
someone
was.
went under
This
the
might be
hood.
Reef on the inside. Nope, not too far on the shoulder.
And when you're
Here we
surfing
go,
gums,
look.
you're going to see the
So
world's
this
best
is what happened
paddle out there.
to me. Wasn't this big though? In my heat, it turned around and like,
I remember.
But I'd much rather have the wave I had on my head than this one. Like our
here we go.
competitor way back there. Way back there. I think that's Joey Johnson.
Yep. So Team Quick letting this set peel through as there's not
big closeout.
too many paddle-in ones on offer here.
So do we know who the backside, the beginning of the last heat was?
Not yet. I'm kind of waiting for him to catch a wave in the white.
No. In the heat before this one, the one when I went out, I think it was Ivan, or not Ivan, but either Nathan or
it was Nathan Florence, Kieran Jabor, Ivan Florence, and Mackay McNamara.
No, but that one, remember when we were at break and they came back in, the backside wave, and they claimed it at the end? I don't know.
That was
Nate
Kieran.
Florence. Huh?
That was Kieran.
It was Kieran Jabor. Yeah, Kieran.
He was so stoked.
Yeah.
He was doing the fist pump in the water. Well, that was a great wave out of everything we've seen today.
Absolutely.
That was legitimately disappearing act.
I believe probably the best ridden wave we've seen today.
I was waiting for you to say that. Yeah,
I'm gonna claim that for him for sure, and he claimed it, which he doesn't do normally.
Yeah.
So it was a big deal. Like there's a lot going on in there. Kind of looked like he outran it, then slowed down, and then it ran away from him, and then breathed inside. Big warble, big backwash thingy going through it all at the same time, and it spit when the exhale came back down, and he still came out after the spit. So I'm venturing to say easily in the excellent range.
Yeah.
Possibly a 9, maybe a 10. For today, if we were scoring, it would be the only wave that was a 10.
Yeah, out of everything.
But it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to give him a 10. Right? So, like I said, getting 10s here in any other event, that's a 10 for sure.
Roger, yeah.
Guarantee.
For what was on offer and what we've seen from morning to now.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what the judges think about that. I think we're absolutely in the excellent range on that wave, but not sure if it's quite a 10. Just because the criteria and our judging panel has high expectations.
Is that McIntosh way out there?
Oh my God!
Here we go.
Oh no!
Really too deep.
And he was the farthest one on the shoulder.
Yeah. Shoulder hopping, yet still too deep.
Still too deep.
Team Quicksilver trying to put these scores on the map, not just to win as a team, but to singly get the Covenant title as they're competing with all 8 teams.
This is such a reef type of wave right there, except without the barrel. But
Highline glide.
How he butters in and gets up and does like a little high turn, then comes down and does a little check turn, and then usually gets bowed out of his mind.
What size board would you think he's riding?
He's probably at least a 6'8", 6'10",
6'8",
around.
6'10".
Little longer, but like I said, because where he sits when the waves are like this, he's a little further out, like reef 1.5 reef, 1.5 instead of more on first reef, just because he sits so deep.
Yeah. Look at his calm paddle, and he sees it's coming.
He's out there with the other guys already. Right, he didn't even change his cadence.
Excuse me, coming through.
Hello, hi. Yep. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Buddy?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Look at this. We're gonna get a takeoff. Is he gonna go? Oh,
he is.
Cole Rothman.
Not a good place to be. What an excellent takeoff.
He's going to be mad about that one.
Yeah, he's mad. He's probably yelling underneath the water, which,
As soon as he can catch his breath. Here we go, Joey Johnson. The one he'd been waiting for. Let's see if it sizes up for him. It's going to race down the sandbar. Just a big closeout.
This is the one that replaced Zeke in the white helmet, so we're yet to see. Who does that look like to you? Does that look like one of the Maui boys from Quicksilver, the Young brothers? Cody, Young? Maybe. He was in the Quicksilver team last year.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Cody Young.
He's also a regular footer, and that's what he looks like. But you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Just shoot me a text. Oh, no.
Right there.
That isn't him. That is,
I don't know.
A guy I'm not familiar with. But, hey, nice charging, Bretta.
Like I said, I don't surf pipe as much as I used to. So far, not at all. So
I mean, your team, but it's hard to rotate with Zeke because Zeke is frothing.
Yeah. Reef. Whoa! Well, that's another one we didn't see. Let's see.
Jeez, look how big the wave was, though. You know?
Oh, look at this, chilling, just me and my friends at Pipe. Yeah, that's definitely a bigger board.
I would have floated it, but nah.
Oh, so this is where the backside tube riding comes in. If he could have fell in to that one,
Nice
that
charging.
thing would have been sick. Like, he would have probably been able to doggy door it, right? Pig dog it, slow it down, sit his butt in the water.
But he
put
was
his knee
sending
in.
it up high into it.
Well, he actually took the drop rather than just trying to fall into it. And that's the kind of wave I love to catch on a boogie. But there, like that. Perfect.
There he goes.
Sick.
Just corrected himself
there,
on
big
his
turn.
Hanaho.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice. One more. Bing. Yes.
Oh, combination.
You can tell he's riding a little bigger board as well. So, yeah. Oh, here we go. Reef Macintosh. Moila Lishba. Oh, big turn.
Big turn. Soul arch kick out.
But so that style that he used on that wave, if you could have got it just a little bit earlier and done it on that bigger wave, definitely looking, I would say, in the excellent range, at least an 8
Most
had he made that
definitely.
and fell into it and then doggy doored out. Obviously, if he rode into the closeout like he did, he wouldn't have got that score. Look.
Yeah.
Here we go. I told you, he's back
He's
out already.
moving some knots, isn't he?
Yeah.
Huh?
Freaking guy. So irritating.
Huh?
Watch it. Look. Boom. Back out already. Look.
I know.
Oh, yeah. Just back out of pipeline already. Back in the lineup. Yeah, no worries.
Oh, he looks like he's paddling to the priority
Just
buoy.
cruising.
Beautiful pipe cone right on the inside there. Medium wave on the inside. As, Reef's back out the back. Team quick. Joey
There he
Johnson,
is.
Cole Rothman, and Reef McIntosh.
See, look. Even though he's kicking, the arm speed still the same. Look at.
Well, he's kicking. That means he's having a good time.
Oh, he's laughing. Like I said, just me and my friend surfing pipeline.
So good.
Nothing major here.
And more lines on the horizon for them.
Just a good time to be had by all. Look at that. Oh. Please, somebody just take a bigger board out and sit outside. I just want to see somebody get one from way out there and pack it. Oh, what happened?
Oh, you got a good one, I wonder. This
Switch with
board
Zeke.
looks like in one
Everything looks
place.
good.
Yeah.
Got the ski to take them in and out. I wonder. Huh. Here we go. Oh, look at, see? Taking off under the lips. So
Beautiful.
like
bottom
nothing,
turn.
too. Like so easy.
Here's the recap.
Oh.
That was his first wave of the heat. As here's another angle. This is Cole Rothman's bomb.
Oh, and then he tried to doggy door it there.
What a
Wouldn't let
great
him out.
wave.
Here we go. Oh, pump. He gets the pump right here, and they. Yeah!
Speed, velocity. Wow, how was that angle?
Just look at Reef. Just
a high line snap.
Just having a good time. Whoa. He literally hit the lip on the way out there. Boom. So it's a recap. Oh, that's why he came in.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you guys for last heat of the day.
Stay tuned, guys.
Aloha. Bango.
Pickled mango.
Nice.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. Made a 60-foot face at an exposed spot.
the classic, yeah? Welcome back.
All right. Aloha, gangy. Kainoa McGee here, back with Dr. Isaiah Walker. Here we are in heat number 7, I believe it is. Who do we got up? It's Team Snap 5.
Mason Ho, Seth Moniz, Josh Moniz, Benji Brand, and Clay Marzo.
No.
So we're excited to see these guys, and this is our heat. This is round 2 of our main event of the shortboard division, and this is our team surfing group number 7. So there's 8 teams, and so we're almost done for the day. This is the second to the last heat of the day. Got 5 competitors out. If you're just joining us, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2023. And a little unique format that we have here going on. We got 5 surfers in the water. They're all surfing together, not against each other per se. And here comes a beautiful set.
Oh, wow. Are you
And Kainoa is
OMG losing
dreaming
it
of
right now.
mind surfing these things right here. Look at this one. Oh, it's somebody
look at
in
go
the
Pops,
way.
go Pops.
Go.
Oh, he gonna let them go. He should have went. That was Michael Hole.
Wait.
Yeah, I
Michael's
think he
back up.
paddled back out.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look how the thing is holding open.
I say I'm bringing my boogie board tomorrow too, just in case. Just in case.
I
it's
love
this
that you
good.
call it 2 things. I love the vocabulary you use. One of them, jack stand and boogie board.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Well, that's what we grew up calling it,
Yeah.
right? And so 2 things happen with that. One, let's start with the boogie board. The boogie board became bodyboard because boogie was a
person,
trademark. Oh no, that time of Kransko. Hey, how's it there we stay? Kainoa McGee, Isaiah, Dr. Isaiah Walker. Hey, there you go. Look at doctor. That's a doctor over there. And so one, because it was boogie was a trademark of Kransko at the time, you couldn't call everything else a boogie board.
Right.
So it became a bodyboard. So now I refer to that because a good friend of mine and inventor of the boogie board, Tom Morey, passed away a few years ago. And so it's not so corporate anymore like it was back in the 80s and 90s. So I refer to it as boogie to give him
That
the
homage.
props,
Yeah.
right, and the homage that he deserves. And so the same goes with Jack Lindholm, who was the creator of the Jack stance. And throughout the years, it became changed to DK or drop knee for some reason. Some way, somehow, they changed the name. And so I'm going back to calling it Jack Stance again to pay homage to Jack, who deserves that because, 1, without Tom Morey, there's no bodyboards, right, boogie boards. And 2, without Jack the Ripper Lindholm, there's no Jack Stance, no drop knee, right, what it's referred to now more commonly. So I started a few years back making posts and calling it Jack Stance and calling it boogie. Just to honor the people who deserve that honor.
Right.
1, right, being Tom Morey and Jack Lindholm. You know, just to let them know that, you know, every time we say it, we're still thinking about
here
them.
we go. We got to ride
So
straightening up.
deep. Wow, that was crazy.
You
That
look like
looked
Clay Marzo
Clay Marzo for sure.
or Benji Brand.
Or
Sorry, there's
Benji.
2 goofy footers
Yeah,
in
2
this
goofy
heat.
footers and 3 regulars, including Pops. Oh, look at this thing right on their heads. Oh, all the photographers too. They get to join in the party. See, even if you're shooting, you still got to pay your dues out here.
Oh, for
Doesn't
sure.
matter. Like, you know, they're usually on the shoulder. But like I said, Pipeline doesn't care who or where you are. There's a time and place for everything. And there's a wrong time and a wrong place. And that happens a lot as well.
Right, so we have amazing surf throughout the day. When we started out this morning, even though Kainoa was calling it 3 to 4 feet, I was calling it 4 to 6, but it jumped up real quick.
Absolutely.
And by the heat 3, here we go, a replay of this one. Oh, traveling through this one. Let's see if he can come out. Come on.
All
there's
the
a
way,
water
got
shot of
all
it.
the way to the end.
That looked like
pump. That's a third pump. You see his hand?
Oh.
He even swung his hand like just to get him more speed moving forward, and that wave just wouldn't let him get through. And then look at how big that was, like almost 5 times his size. And that's where I'm talking about. That's where you don't want to be, where the explosion lands. But when you're straightening out like that, you just get as far as you can and hope you don't get pummeled into the reef.
Or you're gonna get drilled.
Exactly. More often than not.
Payment, little homage to North Shore, the movie Turtle.
Nobody listens to Turtle.
Look at all the kind of ribs you can see. You were talking about earlier, where they have like cross waves and a little bit of reverberation, and
you see,
can see
all of that coming out. So that's the reverberation off the reef when the wave goes down and explodes, and you don't see it, but a lot of times it comes back around, and that's something that's real common at Teahupo, where you go under and then it sucks you over, and you think you're all good when you're coming back up, but it sucks you over again. So that's something. So now you can see the west coming in right there, hitting the reef at Pipeline, and see how it hits the rest of the coast. You can see all the little peaks, right? You got your Ehukai over there closest to us, and then the 2 other peaks are Pupukea. So closer to what I call Lifeguard Tower lefts, and then Pupukea itself.
Right, we're looking from the drone here. Beautiful shot of the north shore of Oahu. And we're looking toward the west side of the island. Mount Kaala there is the highest peak. It's about 4,000 feet high. And which pales in comparison to, say, the mountains on the Big Island, Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, that are stand at like 13,000 feet.
Right. Well,
almost
not fair.
14.
That Mauna's the highest mountain from sea level on Earth, right? So
correct.
Small kind difference, and you look at these lines pushing all the way down. Oof. We're all the way at Sunset Beach. I wonder how Sunset Beach looks right now, because it has a northwest look to it, so you can get in on the outside peak and chip in to the West Bowl on the inside, seeing how much west we have here at Pipeline. That West Bowl at sunset might be really fun right now.
And fun, of course, is a relative term when we're talking surf. So, 12-foot West Bowl, sure, sounds fun.
Again, take out the 10-foot board, no problem. Try and balance out the odds out there.
No, I took a break, we're rotating in and out, and earlier we just saw a lot of energy, but it looks like it's not as crazy right now. I don't know if there's just a longer lull than usual, or if it is sort of starting to mellow out a little bit, but I don't know. We're still getting all those wash-throughs that we saw earlier?
Not like we had the heat before. And that's kind of how it goes throughout the day. Like some heats are just firing, then the next heat there's nothing, and then the heat after that it's just washing through and everybody's getting cleaned out on the inside. So looks like we had that set to kind of start the heat there, where, Pops was looking to catch that one from outside, and then we had the 2 other surfers take off, one goofy footer, one backside regular footer, and are now kind of sitting in that lull. And this is where you can kind of get lulled to sleep by thinking like, okay, I'll just sit a little more inside, because the waves that are going to be coming now are going to be further inside on the reef than the sets. Or you can just be patient and then sit out there and wait for the sets.
All right, looks like Larry Haynes, our camera guy.
No, actually, I think
that's not. Sorry.
Jason Shibata.
Oh.
Maybe.
Bots?
No, I don't think he jumped in the water. Maybe? No, that's not bots. Definitely not bots. But whoever that lost,
guy.
So there he lost his camera.
Oh.
Dude, that's probably like $10,000-$20,000 right there in his hand, if not more.
There's our ski crew there.
Did you hear what I just said? $10,000 or $20,000 in his hand that he almost lost. That's just for camera gear. I think because the housing is so big, it's got a telephoto lens on it probably. So that's a bigger housing, bigger camera setup. So probably closer to like 15 or 20 grand.
Yeah.
Because I know like what Clark Turbo uses to shoot at Keiki is like a $10,000 setup. And that's just right in, fisheye right there in your eyeball, right? Compared to sitting, 200 or 300 feet, 200 or 300 yards for that matter, some of the waves out here at Pipeline from the channel to the waves. So again, sitting in this lull, but there's some lines coming in that look like are going to push further to the inside.
Yeah, this is Team Snap 5. If you don't know, I'm familiar with Snap. This is a surf film series, and it used to, it's kind of it's nothing new. In fact, Snap it really started with like Andy Irons and that generation. They kind of took a hiatus for a little while, and they came back with Snap 4, and now apparently the Snap 5 should be hitting soon.
Oh.
So incredible stuff. And I don't know if you've seen Snap 4, Kainoa, but Benji Brand and the Moniz brothers, and it's just insane.
Oh,
Here we go. Look at
this
this one. Come on, let's go.
Oh, he got it. Get it.
Oh,
Is this Seth?
Stalling.
Oh,
Yes,
sick. That's Seth or Josh? I think that was Seth. So frustrating not knowing. Especially with all the glare. And those two, they actually look alike.
Oh, look at this one.
Oh, gee.
Now, Mason's on the roster. I don't know if...
That was a Mason. I know that for sure, but I haven't... I don't know. Maybe Pop's is paddling out for Mason?
Pop, maybe.
I'm not sure. Because that's him right there, Michael Hole. Yeah. But that looks like that was Mason to his left. Let's see. Yeah, that looked like Mason to his left. See him?
Right.
Surprising he's not on a bigger board trying to pack these. Because Mason's one of the few guys, right, that rides a bigger board, like we talked about earlier, as well as K-Rat, Kalani Chapman. Is that Seth?
Oh,
no, yeah. So that was Seth. That was Seth on that wave.
Because that's Josh.
Yeah, that's Josh right there. So Josh, look at the inside.
Here we go.
Oh, is that Pops? That's
Come on, Pops.
Oh, that thing's running.
Ooh.
But look, like you said, going to be 66-year-old. You kidding me right now?
Bro, my back can't even do that to pick up like laundry on the floor.
Yeah, freaking 24-years are going to be doing that. Not much 60, going to be 66. Still charging, and that's the thing is it's in the blood. Oh, that was sick.
Went for it. That was
charging.
Yeah,
so,
amazing.
Here we go. So see how they're pushing over, right? They're trying to get on the other side of that warble, but it pushes there. You kind of see that bend there?
Yeah.
Right on the end. It doesn't look like it if you're not used to seeing it, right? But to me, it's clear as day. That's why they pulled back. If it didn't have that little bend, right? Oh, here we go.
For this double up.
Is it Josh? Is it Josh?
Oh,
Please,
late takeoff. Goofy footer. This is...
Oh, come on. Get high, get high, get
one.
low.
Come on, let's go. Come on.
Oh, no. He stalled just a little too much. No, he got caught in the lips. Clay Marzo.
Think so.
Oh, he stalled just a little too much on the end and then got shot up high by one of the warbles.
Oh, look at this
on the inside. Look at that.
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Let's see what we got.
Oh,
we got Taker.
Ooh, this is
Benji.
Clay, I think.
That was Clay? Someone said that before. Is that Benji before?
I don't know.
Oh, you got stuck too. Well, it definitely couldn't be Clay on both ways. We suck.
Sorry, guys.
That definitely looked more like Clay. So was it?
Yeah, I think
That'd be
Benji was the
Benji, right?
first one.
Oh, man.
Either way, they're both sick ones. They're both very similar in that they're late drop, pulled in the barrel, and they're trying to maximize the time in the tube. And then got a little too greedy.
Yeah. But how do you not? Because it totally looks like it's not going to run, so you slow down to stay in there.
There's both of them are wearing. Both of them wearing, same shorts.
Probably the same exact shorts. Oh, $2 for $1. $2 for $1, make you holla.
Oh,
here we go. Come on, baby.
This heat's got some good waves in it.
Where you at, Mason? That's
I don't think he's
Mason.
out there.
I know, that's what I'm thinking. His name is here, but
because there's the two Moniz brothers, then there's the two Goofy footers, and then there's Pops.
So he must have went out for Mason. Because Mason would be packing some waves right now. This is right up his alley. He loves this stuff. Looks like next heat pounding out right there, or is that our two guys? That's our two guys, though?
Yeah, that's Clay and
Oh, no, next
Benji.
heat.
Oh.
Next heat. I was thinking because if they got that shot from the jet ski, they would have been further out. So it looks like heat number 8 paddling out. The Hui Wax, Makuro Kai Rockman, Kalak Grace Moana, Jones Wong, Emeo Sarmak, and Billy Kemper. So again, another loaded heat. That's all there is right here.
All right, let's see these replays.
Instant replay.
Here
Let's
we go.
see. This is that.
This is that wave. Oh my goodness, of Sethi.
Oh, so sick. And it slows down here.
Comes out with the spit.
Oh, yeah. There
There's
we go.
a different angle of the
Falling in.
same wave pulling in. Oh no, it's a different one. Sorry.
Sick. That drone angle is crazy. Here we go. So this is Benji. This is Benji.
Yeah, on the
Then it
first
gets
wave.
clipped right there on the top.
Clamp
Oh,
almost
and then
came out. Let's see
and
the
it
water
opens
angle.
up right after he falls too. So like he didn't have to even start right here. He goes up and then
so
chandeliers.
close, so
Actually,
close.
he did have to go up and then fall back into it for that section to continue barreling and stay inside. Oh,
This heat has good
man.
waves though.
Yeah.
I mean, I know earlier there's a lot of whitewash to deal with, but it seems like this heat has the right size waves coming through for these guys.
Yeah, we're just hoping they can get in the right position. Looks like we got some here. They're all paddling. So let's see what we got. See, look how big that board that Mike's using. Pops. There, that's OG, dog. Watch. Oh, you can't see it. He was sitting next to everybody. He's got a 7-foot plus board out there for sure. So here we go, paddling on the inside. Is this Josh? No, that was Seth. I don't know who that is.
That was Seth. I'm going to go with Seth. Same smell.
Yeah. See, and for me, I'm used to watching from the judges' tower, and I have a better view because it's wide open rather than just looking at the monitor.
Plus, you can watch them on the beach in the sand. You're like, okay,
see them out.
you know who is what they're wearing and stuff like that.
So much easier. Especially, like I said, because I don't surf out there as much anymore, so I don't see everybody, on a daily or weekly basis and, know how they paddle, know
here
how
we
they
go.
surf.
Somebody's paddling for this heavy double up. They're going to go left or right?
He's going left. Oh my goodness. That was definitely an excellent level wave there. But again,
a little too far out for that one.
Too far out. And so that's what, while we were talking about, some waves are just pumping. I mean, some heats are just pumping and the waves are sick. And then the next heat is flat. And then the next heat's washing through. And then the next heat's a little smaller and doubling up on the inside, which, they had that set at the beginning of the heat. But now it looks like it's kind of settled down a little, and the waves are actually a little further inside, probably a little closer or more down the shoulder for it to be makeable.
Looks like some lines out the back, though. So
it's coming in for sure, but I'm not sure how big it's going to be because you'd see it closer to the horizon. If it was bigger, there would be a separation, a differentiation in the color a little further out. The Pops right here paddling.
Yeah.
So I could be wrong. Looks like a set coming.
Yeah.
Everybody's choking. Whoever that is, probably Seth way back there. Look, everybody paddling over a big north. That's a north wave right there. And so hopefully there's like a nice west or northwest behind it. So you see how everybody went over to the shoulder and then moved back. So this has potential. We'll see how it lines up and where our competitors are. Oh, look at this thing. Is somebody back there? Oh, no. Could it catch it or just not very good?
That one did barrel.
Oh. I'm going with couldn't catch it.
Yeah.
And look, and it's still kind of an almondy barrel. It's not real cylindrical and wide open. So here we go.
Here we go.
Paddling again.
Come on, let's
too far
go.
in.
Let's go.
Oh, wow. Is it going to go for it?
Spit.
Yeah, that one, unlike the way before, that was legitimate cylinder, not a almond type, breaking a little higher, a little slower. That one just raced off. And so if they could have gotten into that could have been a great wave too, or it could have been really bad. Well, again, we like to say, welcome. If you're just joining us, if you've been here all day, thank you for bearing with us and our voices This is the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2023 in memory of the Duke Pa'oakalani Kahanamoku, the world's first Hawaiian waterman. Like the big shout out to our present sponsor, Keiki Bungalows. Let's not forget now, they have the added prize today or for this event, whenever the last day is, which is most likely tomorrow. Well, it would have to be tomorrow, whether we run or not. So they are giving Isaiah another $5,000 to the top wave ridden.
Yep.
So best wave of the contest is going to get an extra $5,000. Again, rich getting richer, right? Most likely the guy who wins the contest had the best wave, the one best wave. Not always necessarily, right? Because Kala got the 12 last year.
Oh,
so
somebody
here we
go
go.
for this?
Oh,
That was unless he went right.
Unless he went right. But that's one of the ones you take off on the left and go right. If you make it, oh, yummy. Those ones can run because it's kind of on the inside reef, not as big, so the score wouldn't have been as high, but it sure would have been fun to watch.
Now, you mentioned,
So look at the sand right now.
Yeah, it's moved.
Now you can see all the reef is exposed where our competitors are sitting, like it was, unlike it was this morning. We want it to be this way. Now you can go off the reef into that sandbar and get totally pitted as well.
It's amazing how quickly it moves.
Yep. Just like, well, and all it takes is the direction. So you can look at the direction it's sweeping from left to right as well. The sand, the way it's settled on the sandbar there, and it's so crazy to see having this drone footage. Like wouldn't have seen this all these years, but you get to see just how big of a difference direction of the waves are and the size of the waves are to how the bottom contour changes throughout the day. Obviously, meaning the sand, right?
Yeah.
And so you see how that little island there in the sand right there. We want that sand on the inside to push over a little bit past through all of that and expose more of that reef that's between and get rid of that sand that's between those two pieces of reef. And then it all becomes one piece of reef going into the sandbar rather than this kind of broken up area here. So that's why we see it kind of closing and pinching on the end, because where that sandbar is, it's kind of a deeper spot when it's filled with sand.
Yep.
But when the reef is exposed, then it has like these little caverns underneath there that actually help it to peel a little better along the reef line. So it's just that little sliver right there, that little bump. That thing just all ended up with one, and then this was one reef here. Because when they pull in, they're going to pump, and they'll be on the sand rather than this reef here.
Yeah.
By the time they're on their second or third pump. So it'll be exciting if the waves stay like this to see
Here we go.
what it looks like tomorrow. Oh, one of them of these brothers.
Oh,
is
stalling, traveling.
That's Josh. Josh wearing the jersey. Yeah, nice.
Oh, Josh. Now, this camera is from Ehukai Beach Park, so it's hard to tell how deep he was in that barrel, but maybe we'll get a different angle to see. He was trying to slow down, but he made it, so that's a good thing.
Well, he could have slowed down more, but the problem is the people have been doing that most of their waves. Raced on them.
Oh, look at this one.
Is the brother.
Let's go.
Oh, nope. Oh, that was so sick. Took
Here
off
we
in
go.
the barrel. Is that Benji Brand? Come on. Oh, see, he
That
didn't
is
make the
Benji.
mistake. He didn't stall at the end. He's like, nope. I'm just going to pump through this one. And fortunately for doing so, he
one
made
behind.
it through. So that was sick. Wait till we watch that in slow motion.
There we go.
Oh,
Claymore. Standing tall.
straight up right off the
Trying to
takeoff.
slow down.
Oh, how's that
Classic
turn?
fade.
Whoopee!
Oh,
look
come
at
on.
Claymore, though, people. Welcome to the show, my friend. You know, that's and for people who don't know, Clay Marzo was one of those progressive surfers from 10 years ago that just, it's kind of been going in and out of the surfing scene. He's not real comfortable, being around what we refer to as the circus. He kind of likes to do his own mystical thing, but is still such a great surfer. I mean, was it Quicksilver Young Guns, right?
Yeah, bro.
That was ridiculous.
Actually, that was like almost 20 years
Was it
ago.
that long ago?
Yeah.
And he's still that good of a surfer. It's just, it's not really his thing being in a contest jersey, competing and having all the media around and all the people. He likes He's a outer island boy. He likes to just cruise at his home, miss those spots all by himself, and just literally just destroy waves with nobody around watching.
And it's so cool watching him because, he has apparently I've seen things where he has we'll get to that in a second. We'll see this replay here. This is Josh Moniz stalling in the barrel, traveling. That was a long barrel, maybe not as deep as he was hoping, but still a decent long barrel.
But I think from watching everybody else, rather than stalling, which he normally would do, a little harder right there, he's like, nope, because everybody's getting clamped on the end. And, same thing right here with Benji. Look at taking off under the lip, bottom turning. That was so sick. Then right here, rather than
that's a two, double.
Rather than stalling, he just kept going right through it, which was a great call. And here we go. It looks like that is the Clay Marzo wave.
Oh, that's the third angle of Benji's wave.
Yeah, that was a drone angle. Here we go. This is Clay Marzo.
Standing tall, then he tries to slow down. Fades on that. That's the classic layback.
Like full, Tom Carroll layback.
Yeah, so Clay Marzo, you can tell he's kind of a savant in the way that, a lot of geniuses, their brains are wired a little differently.
Absolutely, agreed.
And, apparently he's diagnosed with Asperger as a form of being on the autism spectrum.
Yeah, so he's on the spectrum, absolutely.
And, but his approach to the wave is so unique.
Absolutely.
And I think a lot of times, especially in this generation where we have so much access to watching other people surf that, it's almost like everyone in many ways imitates each other.
Right.
And so, whereas if you watch footage of surfing from the 70s and 80s, even in the 90s, there was such distinct kinds of style, and everyone had a very distinctive style.
Absolutely.
I think where Clay brings that back, where he definitely doesn't imitate anyone.
No.
He's just got his own way of approaching the wave. And here he is again on this inside one, stalling in the barrel, stays in there, does that fade again. So I think that's what makes him so entertaining, is just he has such a unique approach. Oh, look at this one.
Oh!
Straightens out. Seth. Oh, and one more behind it. Let's see who's out
Pops,
there.
Where's
Come
Pops?
on, Pops.
Come on, Pops. Oh, took the words right out of my mouth. Where? No, they're turning north on us. Eee, just say no.
Oh, look at this wave. We have this inside.
Heat recap. Last minute of the heat around. Here we go. Look at this thing. Who was this? This was Seth. Oh, that's the one. Yep. So same thing, right? Most times he would have slowed down there, but because every other wave that anybody ever caught ran on them. But look at that. That thing was sick. Oh. See, and that's the one they want to catch, but they have that open.
Benji drops down into it, stalls.
There you go, pump up,
and then right there, clapped on him. He almost came out.
Man,
there were some sick ones in this heat. There's another one.
That's Josh. Nice. All righty, coming up to the end of the heat, gangy. We'll be back with you for Heat 8 of the day. Last heat. Kaino McGee signing out for the day. Aloha. Oh, so sick.
periods while heading towards the Tide Islands this weekend. Made a 60-foot face at an exposed platform.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this, it's just like a typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Aloha kako. Here we are at the Backdoor Shootout 2023, bringing you this last heat of the day, the second round of the shortboard division, the team division. We have 8 teams, and this is the last of the round where we had two. We had this morning we had the first round, and this is the second round. Little unique, the Backdoor Shootout, to other events in the way that most surf contests operate. Everyone gets a chance, the same amount of chances. There's no elimination. And so everybody's got a chance to surf twice, and this is our last heat, Heat 8, which is the Hui Wax, Makua Kai Rothman, Kala Grace, Moana Wong, Emio Zermak, and Billy Kemper. So we have 5 competitors out there. The waves are firing, Ezra. That
stuff.
last heat that we just had a show with the Moniz brothers, and also with Clay Marzo and Benji Brand, sorry.
Yeah. What a great performer. I really enjoy his opening segment in Snapped 4.
Oh, and here we go. Sick one. Dragging, letting go of the rail. Hands up in the barrel.
He's going to come out. So let's see some other angles to see what surfer that was. That's an amazing first wave for the last heat of the day and their second surf, as this is a very prestigious event, one of its kind. Sometimes these surfers get to surf 4 to 5 times in the event at half-an-hour heat. So amazing. They got to surf twice today, and this is Hui Wax's second surf. Make sure you go check out DahuiWaxHawaii.com and go get your case and wax today. Amazing formula they do have. And what an amazing team. I mean, you take a look at their team. I mean, you know, their wax is serious. Some of the best of the best. You got Billy Kemper out there holding 3 big wave titles.
Right.
And the guy surfs above the lip. Amazing. And his training regimen is nuts. And we all know Makua Kai Rothman, the Rothman legacy of the North Shore. Some of these brothers, the Matsunaga, the Florence, and the Rothman brothers, we got some brotherly competition going down here in the Backdoor Shootout. And Makua Kai came out of a great barrel in his first round. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we get a replay of that last one. That could have been Makua on that last one as well. We have 3 regular footers in this heat, Billy, Emio, and Makua. So we'll bring that to you in a moment, but beautiful sun going down, the silhouette, and look at those lines just lining up perfectly to where you want them to break.
Traditional groomed pipelines.
Like
it's holding it up right now.
It's like a poster right there.
It is. And there is beautiful pipe rolling through. Let's see if we got any takers from deep.
Oh,
as that's way deep on the reef. As you can see, our surfers off to the right there. And positioning is everything. Making your connection with the ocean. Sometimes 30 minutes isn't enough time, but these guys second surf, and some of them haven't caught waves, and nobody posted a super giant score. So these guys are going for the gusto as Makuakai Rothman got a better of that exchange in his first team surf as he backdoored Pipeline and came out of a traditional killer pipe bomb. So out the back, Mr. 12, Kala Grace as well. Just pulling up Kala Grace's stat card over the last 5 years, this kid has absolutely elevated his pipe surfing. He is a nephew of the great Ho family. Uncle Derek took him under his wing and taught him a bunch of stuff about Pipeline. And big ups to his Waikiki Beach Boy dad, Mr. Willie Grace. That guy has archives of VHS of so many good things that have happened here in our island, not just with Waikiki Beach Boys. He traveled around with that Derek Ho pack, Sonny Garcia, and he did a lot of video in his days. So that is Kala Grace's daddy. And
awesome.
He's also a twin brother.
Oh.
Yeah. His other twin, he no surf Pipeline like Kala, but you know what I mean? Kala's on no worries. I get him. Kala Grace, a really good, humble, respectful Hawaiian.
All right, here's a replay of that one.
Who that,
standing
Isaiah?
tall, traveling in the barrel.
Ooh, Imio.
So, that is Imio. Look at this water angle shot. The size of that barrel. Stands up, lets go of the rail. Imio Zermac from Tahiti. Beautiful wave.
That was big. He's got about 3 under his belt now, and from the first round. So that makes his third good make. And you're watching the Hui Wax, Hawaii.com.
Dropping and doing the same thing. This is Imio again.
Oh, he's on fire. Goes for the backside 3, steezed out. I always love when they just touch the inside just to put on the extra emphasis of how much fun they're having. Because, you know, the ultimate fun guy that we're in memory of is Mr. Duke. Ohoa Kahanamoku. You know, the funnest, the surfer having the most fun, you know.
Look at this thing, barrel right through our lineup.
That is a beautiful pipe wave, mind you, if you could exit right about there.
Right before the sandbar.
Sheesh Louise, look at this. Out the back, some more on offer. The guys are kind of under the curtain. Are we going to have a Hellman whip around on this one? No takers.
Yeah, that one didn't have the right
No.
line and had that
Wow, you
double
could get in
wave on
trouble
the
right
inside.
there.
Imio already has 2 makes in this heat already. Just started.
Yeah, but he has 2 from the previous 2. You know what I mean? He just really good. Along with Makua Rothman from the first round, he's still shopping for his first wave.
So at the end, probably tomorrow, we'll have an updated list of all the top waves from the surfers today.
Roger that.
And then we'll give a better set. But I think Imio might be up in there on the top.
Yep, along with the wave that I watched, Kieran, came out of an epic one. Aloha, guys. Welcome back. You're watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and we are on the last heat of the day of the second surf of the Hui Wax. So right on, gang. Thanks for joining us. Thank you to Keiki Bungalows. The Bungalows wave of the contest is going to earn one surfer $5,000, and that's an amazing ad. Thank you, Keiki Bungalows. Thank you, Sinaloa Chips, Monster Energy, Odom Corporation, Aaron Kim, Mahalo for all the drinks and beverages from Kona Brew, White Claw. And so awesome. Thank you, Two Thumbs Tattoo and Aloha Salads for the lunch. Mad appreciation. Keeping us motorbiking on the mic here with the headsets. And, it's been an awesome day with you and Kainoa McGee. Really stoked. Second day of competition. We got to run 2 rounds because some of these surfers get to surf 4 or 5 times in an event, pending on Mother Ocean.
All rider pulling into this one.
Makuakai Rothman, super deep. This guy ain't cheap. This guy knows what he's doing. Makuakai, a legacy on the North Shore. Hui Ohe'e Nalu.
In the back, catching a little
There's
bit.
a backdoorsy.
Too much north on that one, but let's see if this wave will be rideable.
Out the back, Kala Grace, Moana Wong. So, the queen is out there. Moana Wong, she never got a wave in her first heat. Kind of something, you know, while the ocean is changing, new Earth projects, Kelly, he never got a wave that he was looking for. So there's still some big names in the hunt, and it's not even over because you can still throw away your 2 rounds and surf your next 2 rounds tomorrow.
Right.
And still come out on top. So amazing event. Amazing format.
Correct. And I mean, theoretically, you could win the whole thing in one heat.
Yep.
Because we're not really,
Exactly.
It's not separated by day. It's just, you know, the top scores from the whole event. And here we go. We have a rider up. Grabbing
Emil.
rail.
Tahiti in the house coming to play as he went up onto the double up.
Yeah, keep him busy. That young energy.
Oh, yeah.
Training grounds over there in Tahiti.
Oh, yeah.
Chopo.
Kid is no stranger to thick, slabby waves.
Oh, look at this one. Beautiful. Oh, let's see if somebody's going to get this. We got a...
Oh. I was just about to say, and they are. Look at that thing. All the boys are on the beach are like, what?
Oh, outside, is there somebody on this? Yes, we have a rider from the second reef, or 1.5. Oh, Uncle Mike still out there from the previous heat.
It's him. It's Uncle Mike. You can tell the steezed out style. Here he goes, flowing to the inside, edging. Is this thing going to let him have what he wants?
65-year-old. We share the same birthday, July 13th.
Yeah, that's awesome. You just found that out today, huh?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Right on.
So we're gonna find out where Uncle Mike gonna have his birthday, and we're gonna crash him today. I'm gonna bring you. We're going.
Oh, so we figured out. I think he's subbing for Mason because Mason wasn't in that last heat. So might as well. Not bad when your dad can sub for you in the surf at 10-foot, 12-foot pipe.
I think he's just added water patrol. He's just out there. If they don't go, he goes. You know what I mean? Like that kind of uncle status where you get to see Uncle Bruce at events. Like, hey, who's this big grom just slicing it up? Oh, what a kids never like him. Yeah. So awesome to reach those years of just straight legend status.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Uncle Mike. I mean, he probably went through. He probably went through that thing. I cannot believe they're calling me uncle. I shred them. Sure. But, I mean, he's, you know, something to admire and look up to.
Oh, here we go. Let's see if somebody can get into this one.
For the Fountain of Pacific Youth has treated him well.
I mean, that's inspiring, you know, to be 65.
Big time.
And to be surfing in the backdoor shootout on a pumping swell.
Uh-huh. Look at that whitewater. That ain't no joke. That isn't for the lighthearted. All kinds of caves, flumes, ruts.
You can see the mermaids in the wave.
Oh.
Oh, come on, let's go.
So nice as they're hanging over the edge.
Oh, this one's just going to shut down.
Couple in the back on offer. But we shall see. Hey, you guys, log on and go follow us at Hui Ohe'enalu North Shore or huiohe'enalu.org and go to defendhawaii.com so you can get these awesome tees before we close out the day. They do go fast. You can also find the hats. Getting a lot of messages. Where do you get those Hui hats? You can find them on thehui.com. And some of the proceeds go to their nonprofit, and it goes to all kinds of Hawaiiana cultural events that deal with land and sea. So surfing, canoe paddling, taking care of the lo'i. Oh, beautiful style. As this kid is real relaxed, knock knee, narrow stance, very confident Teachopo surfer. And that isn't going to fit into his top two, but he's just shopping, having fun out there.
I mean, speaking of community events and lo'i, oh, this is Uncle Mike's wave.
Nice, Uncle Mike.
Water patrol.
Just seeing if the waves are contestable, feeling it under his fins. Guy's got amazing boards and equipment still to this day because he is a rad surfer. Uncle Mike Ho.
So there's an area, I don't know if you're familiar, over by V-Land, Velzy Land, and it's called Waiale'e. And over the last few years, they've really worked hard to malama that area, clean it up, where now they're planting lo'i, and there's traditional fish pond
and
they're rebuilding the fish pond and stuff.
Yeah, and so they're clearing up that area, and so on January 21st from 9 a.m. to 12.
Look at this, Isaiah.
My goodness.
This is massive. This is huge. Dropping down to the bottom on his goofy foot. Kala Grace goes into a huge pipe bomb, and he gets misted out. That was an epic pipe wave, Isaiah Walker. That's what we've been waiting for.
And Kala Grace last year had the best wave of the heat of the whole event with a 12-point ride.
Look at his paddle. Kid is pumped.
That was a beautiful one. It had the height, it had the girth, it had it had everything, and it came out with the spit. So, great job by Kala Grace.
Great job. This is live action right now, but we're gonna get the replay. But like you said, diamond in the rough. He wasn't super deep, but the wave selection was spot on. Every pipe surfer just jaw dropped. That was a huge green turquoise blue cave.
Oh man, that was beautiful. And I told you, Ezra, seems like the conditions have really come together this evening, which probably means tomorrow is going to be perfectly lined up as well.
Gold bars good all the way across to perfection, they say. You know, Surfline, thank you very much. Surfline.com.
Oh, here's the replay of that one of Kala Grace. He gets to the bottom, slows down on this bottom turn, then he has to put on the gas in the barrel with the spit, comes out with style.
You actually couldn't ride that thing any better. He actually, right here, went into it, seen the big belly in front of him, went into another pipe section and got misted out. Amazing ride. Oh, I love this
Great
angle.
water angle. You'll see how big this barrel is as he bottom turns into it, stands
big,
tall.
Square, going around back to square. That might have been one of the better rides today. Look at this guy. All
Smiles,
yoked.
nothing but smiles and muscles.
Good stuff.
Stoked.
And I never meant to cut you off. What were you telling me about this?
Well, that wave definitely captured everyone's attention.
Crazy. Kala Grace doing some of what, you know what I mean?
Right.
And hey, guys, if you guys, Kala Grace uses the Hui Wax. Go check them out, thehuiwaxhawaii.com. Stick it where it matters.
Oh, we got somebody paddling for this one, trying hard. But
far out, though.
Yeah, too far. Too far out. More lines at the back. So, yeah, I mean, you're talking about community work and service on January 21st. Waile'e Lako Pono, which is an entity, a nonprofit, taking care of the Aina over there.
21st this month, they have something.
21st of January from 9 a.m. to 12. They're doing lo'i kalo work. So at the taro, if you'd like to be involved to help support. And then the afternoon from 12 to 3, it's like an interactive educational talk story. So you can check it out by going to Ho'olauna Waiale'e. So
you going to be there, Professor? Or I think you're going to get called because there's big waves on the 21st to the 22nd, but we shall see.
We shall see. Speaking of we shall see, look at this one. Let's see if we have a rider going for this. Late takeoff, hits the bottom, grabbing rail, Emil Zermack from Tahiti.
Good call.
Staying really busy in this heat. That was a steep drop.
Real hard one. He widened his stance on the way down. He was flying. Nice big pocket ride. But in the position that he was at, too hard to get underneath the curtain in that one. But great make nonetheless. Taking off, charging. Big ups to you guys. This contest is fueled by Monster Energy, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, Two Thumbs Tattoo, Mahalo, Adam Corporation, and thank you to the gang at Keiki Bungalows. The Bungalows wave of the backdoor shootout going to be awarded $5,000, and Kala already knows that. He's not just going for the $5,000, he wants the win, and he wants a 12-point ride. The Hui Wax team, the Hui Wax, second surf of the day, Isaiah.
Right.
Beautiful.
Last heat of the day, and it's been a long, beautiful day. We had a variety. We saw all the different faces of pipeline today. We started off this morning with the waves were smaller than this, and then by heat 3, it jumped up real quick when the Hui Japan and was out in the water, and it never stopped rising. Then it got bigger and bigger, and then it seems to have calmed down a little bit, which is a good thing.
And in the last 2 heats, we've seen the right size just coming into this, inside reef and just standing up. And we've got to see some great waves ridden by Team Snap 5. And then also in this heat, of course, with the Hui Wax. Super stoked to be calling this with you.
Yeah. Team Japan, always hard chargers. Team Peru, just like last year, opened up the Backdoor Shootouts main event. They were the first heat in the water this morning. A lot of great standouts. Alonso Correa, Joaquin Del Castillo. Along with Team Japan, you had the brothers in there, Daiki Matsunaga and Kenshin Matsunaga, Jin Suzuki and Shinpei, and they always seemed to score the heat where all the sets were coming in, but it was a bit combobulated, a little bit too much water moving. And great New Earth project. They really put it on the map. Koa Smith got a few amazing waves
this morning for sure.
Matahi and Kai, but Carissa and Kelly, we will see them tomorrow as they're hunting for some big, massive scores, and never leave these two out of the game. They're just shopping for something certain.
And like I said, it could all happen in one heat tomorrow.
Yep. That's what's super exciting. Yeah, and we also had a showing from the Moniz brothers. Good to see them over here in the Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, that last heat, Moniz brothers were just exchanging with Benji Brand and Clay Marzo and Uncle Pops. So
yeah.
Uncle Mike Ho.
Super cool. There's a 4x4 drop just moving.
Oh, somebody was on that wave.
Oh, yeah, they were. Right in the split. Let's see.
Oh, here we go. Look at it. We got a paddler here for this bomb. Drops in backside, slows it down. Looks like Makua Kai.
Oh, Makua Kai. Curtin kind of clipped him right behind the helmet, but this guy, no stranger to absolutely charging him and his brother Koa in this event. Koa surfing for Team Quick, another part of the brothers contingency. I mean, these guys just raise the bar. When you have brothers, Moniz brothers got 2 more other brothers, and they surf really well as well.
Oh, yeah.
Isaiah Moniz and Micah Boy Moniz.
Yeah, very talented
Never
family.
count them out.
Of course, the sister, Kalia.
Oh, yeah.
And the dad and the moms.
Oh, yeah.
Complete surfing family.
Oh, some beautiful ones coming in.
I think Uncle Mike is still out there.
I think he's the deepest. Isn't that
He's
him
way
in
out
his
there.
Warrior short john?
He's out there on the second reef.
Oh.
And this wave might come right to him. Go, Uncle. Woo.
Great
Barely
stuff.
made it over that one.
Don't forget, this guy's no stranger to pulling into Waimea shore break. You know what I mean? He's created so much things for the youth to just like take a memory photo of and never forget, Michael Ho is just one of those authenticity, majestic surfers.
Well, we see some waves stacking up, but they're coming more over by off the wall.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Here at Pipe, so
we still got some time in this heat. As you're watching the Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Bungalows, mahalo to Ilan and the crew for all of their aloha. Thank you to Adam Corporation, Aaron Kim, Kona Brewing, White Claw, Monster Energy, Keala Iwohi, Sin.
oh, here he
Sinaloa.
goes. Uncle Mike. Oh,
That was Uncle Mike on the ledge. Oof, hanging over the ledge, Pops is. North Shore, beautiful day. Hey, don't forget, you guys, I know you guys are watching by phone there on the beach. Make sure you guys drive safe and pay attention. Never mind looking at your phone. And if you had a couple drinks, really sit there and think about it.
get an
And
Uber
be
or
safe.
something.
Yes, let's be safe. And really good day calling the action with you and Kainoa as we still got pipe slabs. We're going to see a few more exchanges at the end.
Yeah.
And Huio He'enalu, mahalo.
Yeah, like you're saying, it takes a village to run an event, and there's a lot of people, of course, and behind the scenes making this happen. From our team at Salt and Air Studios to
And everybody's opinions, where an opinion is just a little bit of a knowledge and a lot of ignorance, right, Professor? Depends who opinion it is, right? Roger that.
I also want to, mahalo Mahina and
Big
and
time
Rocky
Mahina.
and
Great
running
job.
down on the beach, making sure everything's all good.
The Rock. I miss you, Rock.
Of course, to our water patrol, Hawaiian Water Patrol, and everybody from security to all the uncles down there and the Hui, and
Yeah.
making it all run smoothly.
One of my favorite standouts from day one is Paul Mai.
Oh, Pomai Hoapili.
You know, part of the Hawaiian Water Patrol. He did the stand-up and the longboard, and he had the most fun.
Yeah, and that longboard heat, especially, he was just on a cycle, just
on a cycle. And then
catching
he
every
did
wave.
get some. And I haven't seen the placings, but I'm sure he's up there within the top 4. And good charging from all those longboarders. Kanoa Dahlin, Keegan Edwards.
Kanyela.
Kaniala ripping on his log. Always elevating the sport of longboarding. Proud of that kid. And yeah, to all the stand-ups. Zane Schweitzer, one of the biggest stand-up. Who was that?
I think that was Emio. This
Got
was
off to a great start in the beginning.
McCool's-
McCool just
got clipped by that first section.
that guy has definitely been in some severe, dangerous situations in his career, and he never holds back.
Yeah, former big wave world champion.
And we also watched him catch an amazing ride on Wednesday, all the way to the shore break.
Right.
There was a couple other guys that went into the shore break. We didn't capture it, but it was pretty awesome reading Brian Bielman's story about him taking an old camera, one shot, and the camera went off, back through the shore break, the gauntlet. I mean, hard work. Cameramen are always, a big part of this.
Oh, for sure. Beautiful shot of the sun headed down is interesting this morning. We got to watch the sun rise, and now we're closing out the day with the sun setting.
How's all those diamonds on the horizon? Ooh, beautiful.
Recap here. This is Emio letting the hands go wide open in that first wave, this barrel. Then he was right back into it with another wave. Spit all over him. Kicks out with his aerial.
Stays down. Oh, this one going over a berm.
Right.
Just pocket ride. See if he
This
gets
was-
to the inside.
This looked like Uncle Mike's wave where he's the water patrol out there.
Yeah, Uncle Mike. Hey, and it's not too late. The Hui Wax, Hawaii.com. Go see how you can get your case of wax today.
Oh, and here's one.
The big one.
This was Kala Grace. Pulls up under into this barrel.
Great read. Great
Exits
read.
right out on the sandbar.
Kid has a great read
Here's
at
my
Pipeline.
favorite. This
Yep.
water angle where he slows down. Look at the size of this barrel standing tall.
And he just skipped into it. That was a very dangerous place that he was in. Thank you, gang.
Thank you so much. We'll be back. Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. Made a 60-foot face at an exposed spot.
for the Winter Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Oh, aloha kako, everybody out there, welcome. And we are done for the day, Ezra. That was the second day of competition at the Backdoor Shootout. We ran 2 rounds of the shortboard division. 8 teams got to surf twice. Beautiful day here at Pipeline. Pumping surf, big waves, a lot of carnage, a lot of great waves, a lot of barrels. We're gonna give you a little bit of the recap here before we sign off, and possible go tomorrow for the last day. Is the last day of our window, and yeah, I mean, any thoughts about today's?
Yeah, we'll have scores for you. I mean, guys had some definite makes today. There was Team Quicksilver had some great makes. There was guys on the Volcom team came spitting out of barrels like Makana Pang, Kainehi Hunt, some hard charging by Jake Maki. Also, Team Japan had a couple, Daiki Matsunaga and Jin Suzuki. And along with the Hui Wax, I think the best, biggest, gnarliest wave I seen today was Bretta Kalag Race's wave.
Yeah, right at the end, it seemed like those last 2 heats, the wave just really turned on. It kind of actually slowed up a little bit, which was a good thing, because in some of the earlier heats, there was almost too much energy in the water.
Ivan Florence also had a couple mean ones.
Have some sick ones.
Pipeline Hammers is definitely on the board.
Right, so we're going to check out some of the highlights of the day today at Pipeline here on the North Shore. And this started off in the morning. We have this glassy conditions. This was Team Super Tubos. We're going hard on these waves, but in the morning it was tough because it was rising swell, bottom dropping out. Not a lot of waves made in this heat, but this one he comes out of, our team from Peru.
Might have been Alonzo.
This was our next heat. I think this one was Noah Dean or Kainehe Hunt. That was in the
Team Volcom.
Team Volcom.
Yeah,
heat.
Noah Dean.
A lot of love here from our riders. And dragging the rail, this was Jake Maki. Unfortunately, this one kind of warbled him off on that backdoor wave. This was, you could tell the difference in the size of the waves. This was Makana Pang.
Yeah,
this was one of the makes. Does a turn here.
He definitely had some in this heat. Closed out on him, but eject by Jake Maki.
You can still see all that sand that's no longer in those spots today. Pulling into the barrel, comes out. That was Koa Smith.
Koa Smith had one of the good makes today as well. I have him in the top
Earth
8
project.
Yeah.
There's the water angle of that one. He's threading this one, weaving through the barrel, comes out with the spit.
One of the better waves from the morning first round.
This is Matahi Drole from Tahiti. Also in that same stacked team heat. Beautiful glassy conditions, bottom turns.
Oh, I remember that one. Annihilated the board got.
Oh, and this was Team Japan. It lands right on him.
Oh, that was so scary, this one.
This was when the waves started to really surge and pulse, and the Team Japan was in the water at the time.
Serious lip he took to the shoulder. Guys, look at this beautiful sand. So much sand as it's just closing the wave on our surfers. Right. Oh, this was a good one.
Yep, you can see the beautiful weather we had. Really light winds in the morning.
Almost came out of that one.
And again, as we were talking about that sand, throughout the day it started to move, made it a little challenging getting out of the barrel, but almost down.
Beautiful. Yeah, I love that angle.
Yes, and that was the team. Sorry about that.
I want to say that was team.
Oh, this is McNamara.
Yep. This is Team Pipeline Hamas. Off the bottom, Clay Marzo. Quick zip. I remember that one with you. That was a beautiful wave. That was in my memory from today of what had on offer. Clay found it. Late backdoor pipe. I don't know where he wanted to go on that one.
There we go, stalling in the barrel. Gets pinched on the end.
Almost looks like he was going for the switch.
Oh, look at this fat one, straightens out. This, you can see the big waves coming. This was Uncle Mike Ho out there in filling in, substituting for his son Mason. Rides right through the camera crew right here.
Whew. Oh, right through the paparazzi.
And stalling in the barrel.
That is Noah Dean from Volcom team. Jake, absolutely charging. Just working on his eject button.
There we go, rolling in. And this is Makonapang. You'll see this turn right here, slows down, pulls into this closeout on the sandbar right
I like
next to
that
the
one,
camera
even
crew.
though he didn't make it out. You know, he did what he could with what he had on offer. This is Kelly Slater's second round. As this is one of the waves he caught. He was definitely shopping for something, Isaiah, but he just couldn't find it. Him and Carissa on this last 2 half-an-hour heats, but they will be back tomorrow in full effect. When you do that to an athlete, they're going to come back strong tomorrow. We might see some 10s and 12s, as you can still win the event with 1 day. Ooh, who was that? Team Japan?
I believe it was Team Japan, and this is where it was, the conditions were really tricky to get under the lip into the wave. But then Ivan Florence paddles out and shows how it's done. Excuse me, that was not
Kieran.
Ivan Florence.
That was Kieran. But Ivan Florence had great ones, and here he is
the
right
one.
here. One that stands out in my mind. I love the little shit right after. And blows out the back with speed. Kieran fist pump. Yep, that was
That
me.
was me.
And a definite wave that he's going to turn in so far out of all the 8 heats.
This is Makai McNamara
Yes, it
stalling in
is.
this pocket, trying to slow down before it closes out here on the sandbar, straightens out.
Massive square heaver. Yep. And Reef McIntosh, he's just going to do a little high line. He's just looking for what Reef looks for is a wave of the winner, and he's going to eject on that one. Here we go, Team Quick. This is one of the outstanding performers. I didn't get his name because he switched out with Zeke, but he just went to town on a 2-turn combo on this inside. Great surfing by you, brother. Team Quicksilver, they don't mess around. They've been coming to the North Shore for years. Beautiful.
Oh, it's a deep one.
Take
Let
off.
go of the rail, grabs again, pulls into it. This is,
Oh, that was a great make.
oh, this is the heat with Team Snap. And here you have Benji Brand traveling through this one. We thought he was going to come out. He almost did. Didn't quite make it, though.
Oh, that was very close from that water angle. He was on his way. Benji Brand putting in time here.
Oh, and that's who that was. This is the Moniz brothers that we saw earlier. And this was Clay Marzo slowing down, getting this barrel. Excuse me, this is Benji Brand. Clay's wave was right after
that
this.
was a really good wave. I didn't get to watch that part.
And this no grab, pulls in the barrel. Sick one. And that was Emio from this last heat earlier. Oh, and this is the one from Calagre, standing up tall in this cavern.
Beautiful water angle. As every angle just...
All smiles.
Yeah.
Well, gang, it's been a beautiful day.
Beautiful day.
A lot of waves that were ridden. A lot of waves that smashed people.
Oh, yep.
And it was beautiful being here.
A lot of 10s and 11s that went by without a surfer. So...
All right, so gang, beautiful day. Thank you to Salt and Air Studios and for everyone at the helping out the Backdoor Shootout. We're gonna let the sun set on this broadcast,
and we will see you tomorrow, gang.
All right, gang.
All right, aloha. You guys have a good night and check in with us tomorrow morning. Aloha.
Ahui ho.
Ahui ho.